Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had beast-shifting quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku walks towards the edge of the roof in a daze, pausing a couple feet from the edge. Today is officially the worst day of his life. First, Kaken, who is basically his brother in all but blood, told him to jump off a roof and hope for a quirk in his next life. How could he? Then a villain made of slime jumped him and encased him in his body, effectively smothering him until All Might, of all people, had saved him. Then his stupid reflexes had him grabbing onto All Might's leg and getting dragged through the sky in a haze of terror. And then Then All Might, who said anyone could be a hero, told him he can't be one just because he doesn't have a quirk. It always comes down to the quirk he doesn't have, doesn't it? Maybe he should take Kaken's advice. Yes, he should. Decision made, he tries to take the last steps to the edge of the roof, but something in him holds him back from moving forward. Caught up in internal agony, he barely notices when physical agony erupts along his back, doesn't notice at all when his shirt tears, and doesn't hear himself as he emits a loud, mournful cry of regret and longing for someone to help him, to stop him, to make this day better and end his torment. He does notice when a man with long blonde hair and yellow-framed glasses appears mid-air in front of him with a startled look and then plummets downwards. A beat. And then, horrified, he instinctively lunges forwards in a useless attempt to save him. Only for something to wrap around his waist and haul him backwards. Izuku thrashes against the restraint and snarls, trying to save. He catches the thought and wilts. It's too late to save the man, and wings show above the rooftop, and then the blonde man is back in the air in front of him and touching down on the edge of the roof, sporting silver gold wings with the edges and ribs of the wings in dark gold. He looks remarkably like Present Mike, but that can't possibly be. Hey, listener. I bet I scared you, dropping like that, didn't I? Scared is understating it. But, Present Mike? He tries to ask, but it comes out as a chirp. You're wondering why I have wings when my quirk is voice, maybe Present Mike asks. He nods. I'm a Dragil. Like you and Shoyuta there. Yes, I'm Present Mike, if you were wondering, but you can call me Hizashi. Shoyuta? It comes out as a chirp again, but then he realizes that there must be someone behind him controlling the thing that caught him and dragged him away from the edge, so he turns and finds himself looking at a tired-looking black-haired man holding firmly to bandages? Bandages caught him? What? Then he sees the yellow goggles resting against the man's collarbones and the black outfit and puts it together. Eraserhead? But how? How are two heroes suddenly here? He whines in confusion. We're Dragels, Hizashi says from behind him, deepening his confusion. Eraserhead sighs and black and gray patterned wings unfold from behind him. How? Now that you're not trying to kill yourself anymore, have you noticed that you have wings yet? Wings? More wings? Puzzled, he twists to look over his shoulder and sees that he now has silver and peach wings, mostly peach with silver accents. He has a quirk? He makes a sound of excitement. It's not a quirk, Eraserhead says flatly. That's ridiculous. It's clearly a quirk. He gives Eraserhead a look and gets a smirk in return. What Shoyuta means to say is that we're not human, we're a different race called Dragels. We generally don't inherit until age 16, but it looks like you've inherited early, Hizashi explains, though mostly it just confuses Izuku more. Hizashi's third is human, that's why he has a quirk on top of the wings and magic, but I use a spell to mimic having a quirk. You can do the same once you have a handle on magic, unless you have a quirk? Eraserhead says, clearing the confusion while giving him more questions. What's a third? He shakes his head. If Eraserhead is right and this isn't a quirk, then no, he doesn't have a quirk. But magic? Right, that's normal for Dragil children. Until there was an incident and inherited early, I was quirkless as well, Shoyuta relates. I'm sure you're wondering how we showed up without warning. Since it's only Hizashi and I here, I'm assuming that you gave a soul cry, which brings your closest soul bonded to you. Soul bonds? Like in those weird romances his mom reads where two people are destined for each other? How does that work? Does that mean he has to choose? Is it even legal to choose at his age? Hizashi laughs, walking closer and reaching out to ruffle Izuku's slimy curls. Don't look so worried. You don't have to choose. Soul bonded are people who are perfect matches for you. But first, let me explain about circles. Dragil society is centered around bond circles. That's the equivalent of marriage, but with more people. So, polygamy? He finds he's not against that concept, surprisingly. So he gives an encouraging chirp, wishing that his words would come back. Circles are centered around submissives. SBMSSV doesn't mean what you probably think it means. The SBMSSV is the person who chooses everyone in the circle. The Alpha, Beta and SBMSSV are the operating control trio of the circle. Below them are the pariahs, geos, mages, healers and a few other possible ranks. Pariahs are caretakers and protectors of the circle. They do things like take care of the house, make sure people have appropriate clothes and eat properly. Geos are the fighters of a circle. They have several ranks, that we'll explain later. I'm a Gaic Alpha and Shoyuta is a Gaic Pariah. You're our SBMSSV. Specifically you're a Gaic SBMSSV. Gaic just means you have fighting instincts and are more bloodthirsty than someone of the same rank who isn't Gaic, Hisashi explains. Izuku gives a displeased chirp. He's not bloodthirsty. Ugh, he wants his words back. He gives a disgruntled warble. Eraserhead or apparently Shoyuta, smirks at him again. If you want your words back you probably need to bond with us. Your instincts are overriding your thinking brain right now. Bond? Does he mean SEC? That's not something he's comfortable why. Hisashi sighs. He means you need to bite us and let us bite you in turn. Bite? Actually, yes, he is feeling a distinct urge to bite them, but that can't possibly be normal. Shoyuta snorts at his expression. Biting your bonded is normal. Dragels need blood to thrive. Don't worry too much. You can lick the bites closed. They won't get infected or anything. Well, if he says so. Put out a bit, Izuku stalks over to him and gives him a demanding look. He tilts his head to expose his neck invitingly. Ugh. Why is he so tall? Izuku stands on tippy-toe and still can't reach. Shoyuta realizes his dilemma after a moment and laughs before bending so he can reach. Irritated, he bites the junction of neck and shoulder hard, surprised when his teeth slide in easily and then he has a mouth full of blood. Shift, twist. It's a flavor explosion and he swallows several times, reveling in the flavor until Shoyuta taps his forehead. That's enough. Izuku whines but obediently stops and licks the bite. He draws back enough to see it and realizes that there is no wound, but now there's a tattoo where he bit. What in the world? My turn. That's probably fair. But now he's anticipating the pain. Shoyuta pulls his shirt collar to the side and leans down to bite between his neck and shoulder, taking one swallow before drawing back and liking it closed. It doesn't hurt? That doesn't even make sense. But instead of hurting, it actually relaxes him. Hands on his shoulders turn him as Shoyuta straightens up. Hisashi crouches a little so he can reach easily, which is much appreciated. He bites him the same place he'd bitten Shoyuta and draws back after a couple mouthfuls, so he doesn't get scolded again. The same tattoo mark is now on Hisashi. Then Hisashi dips lower, twists his head and bites Izuku's neck about halfway up. He does like Shoyuta, only taking one swallow before drawing back and liking the wound closed. Izuku wonders what Shuta's and Hisashi's marks look like on him. Then he realizes. I'm so dead. I now have 2 tattoos, don't I? Mom's going to kill me, he blurts. Ooh, his words are back. Hisashi straightens with a laugh. She'll know what they are. You'll be fine. Will she, though? Wouldn't he know if his mom and dad are Dragels? I've never seen either of my parents with wings, he says dubiously. Then we'll explain it to her, Shoyuta says calmly. Though I'd like to know how humans got their hands on a Dragel baby. Good question, Hisashi agrees. But first, let's help you fold those wings back in. You can't fly with them yet and you don't want to be hitting things with them. That's a good point. Okay. They patiently help him fold them and then walk him through making them disappear. Hisashi asks his name while they work on him and he answers. Shoyuta also removes his capture scarf from Izuku's waist. Thank you, he says in relief. Then his head jerks up at the sound of very familiar explosions in the distance. Kaken's in trouble? Izuku doesn't take the time to think, just lunges for the stairs and pelts down them, ignoring the startled swearing and sound of footsteps behind him. It seems forever until he makes it downstairs and back outside, but the explosions are still going strong. He runs towards the sound and weaves his way through the crowd a couple blocks away, ducking away from a hero who tries to stop him. Kaken is being drowned by the slime man from earlier and no one is helping him. He lost his backpack somewhere, but that doesn't change that the villain's eyes are his weak point. You again. Go away. I don't need you, the villain demands. Obviously, he ignores that, reaching up to claw at the villain's eyes. His aim isn't very good, but the villain draws back with a shriek of pain and Izuku takes the chance to drag Kaken away to safety. Oh, no you don't, the villain screams, looming over them. Then something wraps around both Izuku and Kaken, slamming them together and dragging them free, to the villain's fury. He follows them, but then All Might is there and the slime villain is a splatter and it's suddenly raining. Don't you ever do that again. You gave me a heart attack. Hisashi snaps. Izuku flinches. The capture scarf falls away. At least don't do it without a weapon, Shoyuta adds in a calmer tone. I'm not sorry. Kaken was dying, he replies defiantly. Hisashi visibly takes a deep breath to calm down. No one dash. Then other heroes are there, scolding Izuku and praising Kaken until Izuku slips away. Hypocrites. Deku. Izuku heaves a sigh and then waits for Kaken. I didn't need your help. Don't go getting a big head. I will never need help from a useless Deku like you. He just looks at Kaken, who scoffs and stomps off. Strangely, he doesn't feel alone once Kaken is gone. He pokes at the feeling and realizes it feels like Shoyuta. You can come out now. A nearby patch of shadows dissolves, revealing Shoyuta. Impressive. How did you know I was there? I could feel you through the bond, he admits. The sound of running feet makes them look around to see Hisashi come skidding up to them, holding his missing backpack. Oh, wow. Yeah, he'll need a new one. One strap is completely torn and there's a hole in the back of it. He has no idea how that happened. Maybe when his wings came in? Are you okay? Hisashi asks. Aren't you mad at me? He asks cautiously. Hisashi shakes his head. I could never be mad at you for trying to save a friend. I was scared. You could have died. I'm sorry for snapping at you. It would kill us if you died. Literally, Shoyuta adds. Literally, he asks dubiously, looking back and forth between them. I'm not sure the courts would grant charum mortis, but there's nothing to stop us from grieving so hard that our behavior is suicidal. It's very easy for a hero to commit suicide on the job, Shoyuta explains. I understand you're not used to being treated very well, but please keep in mind that you mean everything to us. But you barely know me, he protests. How would you feel if we died? Hisashi asks pointedly. Izuku lets out a whine of protest at the very thought. He can't lose them. Never. It baffles him how strong his reaction is. Sure, he has a saving people thing, but Shoyuta and Hisashi are basically strangers. The thought shouldn't hurt so much. Exactly. My question stands, though. Are you alright? It's obvious this isn't the first encounter you had with that villain today, Hisashi persists. He nods. All Might saved me. I think it's my fault that the villain got loose and found Kaken. I grabbed onto All Might's leg as he was leaving. Well, that explains why you were on the roof, Shoyuta observes. Though I'd like to know what he said that had you thinking of jumping off of it. Izuku flinches into himself. He said I should be realistic when I asked if he thought I could be a hero. Hisashi swears in English and pulls him into a hug. If you want to be a hero, you can. You've certainly got the instincts for it. What he said, Shoyuta adds. Do you want a shower before we take you home? He thinks about it. Yeah. Alright. Don't fight the portal, Shoyuta instructs, stepping close. Then shadows rise up and close over them. None of them see All Might approaching, nor his expression when shadows suddenly engulf the kid he's looking for, along with the two adults who were with him earlier. When the light eats away the shadows, all three of them are gone. He hopes the kid is okay, but he's sure one of them is a hero and the other one seemed concerned for the kid earlier, so he's not really troubled about their disappearance. It's too bad, though. The kid would be perfect to give one for all to. The portal isn't instantaneous, but Izuku feels secure in Hisashi's arms. When the shadows draw away, they're in a large apartment with wide windows. Home, sweet home, Hisashi says with an amused smile, letting go of him. Let me show you where the bathroom is. I'm going to wash my scarf and call Nedzu. I was at school when the soul cry pulled me, Shoyuta explains. Good idea. Hisashi calls over his shoulder, then explains. Nedzu can smell we aren't human, so he knows about us, but he's definitely going to be curious about Shoyuta disappearing in the middle of doing lesson plans. Here's the bathroom. Towels are in the cupboard. Just leave your clothes on the floor and I'll throw them in the wash and find you something to wear while they wash. Feel free to use anything in the shower. There's products for curly hair in there because Shuta's got that wave to his hair, so use those instead of the ones for straight hair. Oh, actually, I don't think your shirt is salvageable, so you can just throw that away. Okay, he replies meekly, wincing at the thought of needing to buy a new uniform shirt. Mom's not going to be happy about that. You can use the body wash in the blue bottle to wash off your wings. There's plenty of space for them. I had it built to accommodate Shuta's larger wings, Hisashi adds. You'll want to get all the blood off of them or they'll itch. You can call for us if you need help reaching parts of them. Or if you're not comfortable with that, we can take a washcloth to the bits you miss. We'll need to oil them so you don't get cracked scales anyways. Oh. You both feel safe to me, but, the washcloth, I think. Understandable. Soul bonds aside, you don't really know either of us. Hisashi's tone is understanding. He nods gratefully. Notes. I don't really see any soul cry fix, so I wanted to explore that. I'm not comfortable with writing HP, so I chose BNHA for the crossover. For those of the BNHA fandom, more in-text explanations will occur, but I'll explain a bit here, too. Dragels are elemental dragonoids with a human form, several half-forms, and a dragon form. Their species supposedly originates as a three-way cross between species, resulting in a species so magic-heavy, that to conceive a child, there needs to be a third parent to provide extra magic to support the PRGNNCY, which requires consent. There is no such thing as a child conceived without consent, supposedly. There's a sire, a bearer, and a third. In this AU, quirks count as human magic enough for dragels to interbreed with them, but even the dragels that live among humans rarely bond with humans, and not all humans have a strong enough quirk to count for CNCPTN purposes. Thus, someone like Hisashi, with a human third is highly unusual. Women and submissives of either gender can bear children. Dragels bond in circles instead of marry, and there's a minimum of 3 and an unknown maximum number of members to a circle. The minimum is Alpha, Beta and SBMSSV. The SBMSSV chooses all members of a circle through a combination of instinct, compatible magics, and compatible personalities. The exception to this is when a soul cry or a soul scream happens and draws soul-bonded mates to a SBMSSV in a life-or-death situation. In that case, their magic chooses for them, and soul scream circles are said to always work out. There is another exception. Jokers who only bond with the alpha or ace. Just for confusion's sake. So let me attempt to explain ranks. First, there's the SBMSSV, which doesn't denote a meek or obedient personality or the BDSM version of the word. They are the heart of the circle. Everyone bonds to them, barring the occasional joker, but they don't necessarily bond to all the others in a circle. Then there's the Alpha-Beta SBMSSV triad that forms the core of the leadership of the circle. I won't get into the specifics. A Rayo is a secondary beta that occurs in large circles. Then there's the pariahs, who take care of the circle's day-to-day needs, such as food and laundry and any number of other things. There's several sub-ranks. Then there's the fighters or Gayos. Gayos work in ranked suites. Ace is the most dominant best fighter and in charge of the suite, followed by a king, queen, prince and princess. Jokers are also Gayos, but they're ones who have been through significant trauma and have rank shifted to Joker as a result. Jokers are wild cards and don't work within the suite structure. They often only bond to the SBMSSV or the Alpha or the Ace and no one else in the circle. Circles may also have advisor, royal, healer, medic, companion, consort, marrow and carrier ranks. Children within the circle are not necessarily blood related to each other, but the circle as a whole are parents to any child born to the circle members. Circles as a whole generally take the last name of the most socially prominent member. Though they can also choose a name that denotes something about the circle, such as Riker's Bane. That's a tragic story that I probably will not get into. Dragels mostly live in a pocket realm known as Nevera. It's a sanctuary realm and the realm expands as needed. There are 7 elements: earth, shadow, fire, air, storm, water, and nameless. Nameless either has several affinities or has a different talent, such as telepathy, empathy, hindsight, seer, etc. Only earth, fire, air, and water have kings or queens, but storm and shadow have de facto ruling families. Nameless are expected to answer to whichever element is most prominent in their circle instead of having their own leader. Shoyuta is a shadow dragel, Hisashi is an air dragel, and I haven't decided what element Izuku is. Possibly nameless, if I can figure out why. Dragels do live in other realms, though some are off limits due to prejudice and laws allowing dragels to be hunted down legally. There are plenty of other races out there, but I won't get into that here. Water dragels do not have wings. Instead, they have a more mare-like form. They are called marrows by land dwellers and rarely surface outside of the hunt. They are also more warlike as a society than their land-air dwelling cousins. Dragels live extremely long lifespans. No set length is given that I've seen, though they can be hurt and killed. As such, there are sometimes very large age differences between circle members. Outside of traumatic circumstances, Dragel do not inherit, i.e. come into their Dragel form and magic, until the age of 16. Submissives are more likely to bond young, due to needing bonds to balance out their magic. Gayos go through training before they settle in a rank and are eligible to bond. Soul bonds are the exception to this. Alphas and betas, likewise get training, but theirs is more social in nature rather than fighting skills. Magic assigns mentors to newly inherited Dragels, submissives included, so the SBMSSV is also supposed to get at minimum a crash course on Dragel society and acceptable behaviors before bonding. In this AU, Dragels were somewhat persecuted before quirks came about, but now they just blend in easily. Most register a specific magic type as their quirk rather than their Dragel forms. This is what Shoyuta did and what Izuku will do. Hisashi was born with a quirk due to his human third, so he did not need to do that. Bonding is a two-stage process. The bite and mark followed by intimacy. For underage dragels, that can be as simple as a hug or wing care. For adults it generally entails SEC, but not always. Izuku is 14 and definitely underage. There will be no inappropriate SEC scenes, just cuddles and hugs and wing care and the like. Nevera runs at a different time rate than Earth. 4:1. Thus, 1 week on Earth would be a month in Nevera. Why? I don't know. I didn't come up with it. Nevera holds a hunt every 10 Nevera years and people from all kinds of realms show up for it. A hunt is an official time for submissives to look for circle members and other ranks to look for a SBMSSV. It is usually hosted by the Earth Kingdom, as it can't be held in water, underwater, or air, in the sky, and fire is inimical to water dragels and vice versa. And Storm and Shadow don't have royals to do the hosting. Royals from all 4 main elements show up to oversee the event. It lasts around 4 months. There are different kinds of circles: social circles, political circles, vanity circles, military circles. I'm not clear on what all the differences are, other than military circles being Geo-heavy, with up to 3 suites and an unspecified number of jokers. They may also have a Gaic SBMSSV or Alpha and Gaic Pariahs. So far, Izuku's circle runs towards a more military type, since all 3 of them are Gaic in nature. Portals and message bubbles are staples of Neverahian magic Dragel magic. Portals vary on what type they are, depending on who is powering them. Shoyuta does shadow portals, Hisashi does air portals. If someone's magic lashes out while in a portal, it can cause a portal break and drop them at that point in the journey, most likely mid-air. There's also a portal type used only for PRG and NT people and those who accompany them. Message bubbles are one way, but they can also do what are basically bubble calls, where people can converse in real time, but are in a meditative state in order to do so. All submissives have peach and silver scales, but patterns vary. There are 3 kinds of calls that can be used to call potential bonded. Heart cries, which any rank can give. They're voluntary and basically are a statement of interest as well as calling those in the immediate vicinity with compatible magic. Soul cries, which is what Izuku gave, that call the nearest soul bonded. Probably only submissives can give soul cries and only when sincerely distraught or in danger. Soul screams, only given by submissives in life-threatening circumstances, which call all soul bonded to them. There are exceptions to this, as blocks can be placed against soul screams and soul screams can be resisted if there's sufficient reason. Also, partial or warped soul screams can be given, which results in not every soul bonded showing up. To be clear, Izuku has more soul bonded out there, but only Shoyuta and Hisashi were close enough to be drawn to him. The others are likely in Nevera. He may or may not find them. At minimum, a beta will need to be added to their circle. Shoyuta is a do as I say, not as I do, when it comes to food nutrition. He does actually know how to cook and clean, though. He does a lot of the apartment upkeep, because Hisashi has 3 jobs and forgets to take care of himself, much less the house. His wings look like basic rows of knitting, alternating black and gray with each row. It's rather striking. He has thicker, duller, more plate-like scales around the joints, a result of his Gaic tendencies. Hisashi and Izuku also have the thicker, duller scales around the joints because of their own Gaic tendencies. With air as his element, Hisashi adores flying and can actually do trick flying. He's even coaxed Shoyuta into learning a few flying tricks. Flying is not as simple as flapping one's wings. One first needs to strengthen them and learn how to take care of them, before getting lessons on basic flying. It'll be a while before Izuku can attempt to get off the ground. Izuku's parents are not dragels. Where did he come from? It's a mystery. His parents love him a lot, though. If you came for the conflict, I'm sorry to say that I mostly write fluff and that's unlikely to change for this FIC. One thing Izuku notices as he washes himself is that his small starburst scars from when Kaken had worse control are gone. That's weird. Also, he could swear he's grown an inch and his muscles are more defined. Definitely weird. But no weirder than speaking in chirps and whines like earlier. Probably just another Dragel thing, then. Washing his wings is weird, but he finally gets the hang of curving them forward to work on and then moving them back out of his way. He just can't manage to reach about half the area along his back and a little further out. Some of the outer ridges are hard to get to, and he's not entirely sure he does a good job on them. But really, it's harder to get the dried up slime off his skin and out of his hair. When he gets out of the shower, he drips water everywhere while drying himself off. There's a pair of shorts that is suspiciously too small for either of his bonded but looks brand new as if it's never been worn. He recognizes it as part of one of Present Mix limited edition sportswear lines, so it's probably a sample product sent in the wrong size. There's also a larger, limited edition Present Mike shirt that looks like it's been worn a lot of times. He can't quite figure out how to fold his wings in and disappear them, though, so he emerges from the bathroom with the shirt in hand and wings half folded. He finds Shoyuta sitting on one of the couches, wearing a fuzzy yellow knit shirt and black pants. Take a seat in the dining room. I'll get a washcloth. He gestures towards an attached room with a table surrounded by stools. The stools make sense if they have their wings out often, but it's not a choice he's seen before. Shoyuta goes to the kitchen and comes back with a warm, almost hot, wet washcloth and starts cleaning the back of his wings with firm strokes. The shower loosened up the blood, so for the most part it's wiping off easily, he says soothingly. He pauses several times while cleaning to rinse the washcloth and warm it up again. Somewhere in the middle of it, Izuku feels an internal click, as if the bond hadn't been quite set firmly in place before that. Curious, he pokes at both bonds and realizes that Hisashi's isn't as stable a connection. It flexes as he touches it. It also provokes a sound of surprise coming from down the hall. You called, OSBMSSV mine? Hisashi asks as he approaches with a bottle of oil and a couple cloths in hand. Sorry. I didn't mean to, he replies in embarrassment. I think he was just curious because he felt our bond complete, Shoyuta suggests, giving one last swipe before wandering into the kitchen, rinsing the washcloth one more time and setting it over the divide of the sink to dry. Already? That's wonderful. Hisashi coos. He puts some oil on one cloth before setting the open bottle on the table and tossing the other cloth to Shoyuta when he returns. They both start oiling his wings and it feels divine. Somewhere in the middle, he feels another click and his bond with Hisashi strengthens and completes itself. Izuku doesn't realize he's purring from the sensation of oil being rubbed into his wings until they chuckle. Yes, it feels nice, doesn't it? Hisashi remarks. Izuku blushes, chirps in agreement and goes back to purring. He can purr. Izuku didn't know dragons could purr. Izuku is waiting for his uniform pants to dry when his phone rings, so he answers it. It's his mom. Izuku, where are you? I saw the news. You should be home by now. You aren't dead in a ditch somewhere, are you? I'm fine, Mom. Definitely not dead in a ditch. I'm at Present Mike's house. Silence. What? Why? Mom, what did you see on the news? He asks. He can tell she's frowning when she answers. I saw that villain had Katsuki and then you and two men ran in to help him. The one in black, I think must be that erased head hero you like, but the other one was a civilian. What does that have to do with Present Mike? Well, the blonde man was Present Mike. He was off duty. He pauses, then realizes he might as well get it over with. That was actually the second time I ran into that villain today. I was covered in dry slime, so Present Mike offered to take me home for a shower. Eraserhead lives with him. And, something else happened earlier. Mom, have you ever heard of Dragels? Draggals? No, but I assume it is what it sounds like, she says in puzzlement. Not exactly. He turns his head towards Hisashi. She's never heard of Dragels. Tell her we'll explain it in detail when we bring you home, Hisashi replies. Izuku? Mom, it turns out time kindo for different species. Present Mike says they'll explain when they bring me home. There's a pause, then she shrieks. A different species. Bye, Mom. I'll be home soon. I love you, but I gotta go, he says hastily and hangs up. He stares at the phone warily, then breathes a sigh of relief when it doesn't ring again. Sue, how long will it take to finish drying my pants? Shoyuta snorts. About 20 minutes, but it should be dry enough to take home in your bag in 10. What's your address? Izuku tells him. Hisashi looks it up on a laptop. That's about 20 minutes from here. If we take the pants out in 10, we can have you home in half an hour. You can keep the clothes, of course. Really? The fanboy in him perks up. He texts his mom. Be about 30 minutes. Pants in dryer. Okay, honey. But we're still talking about the species thing. When I get home, I'll hold you to it. Yes, really. We have an entire room of sample products, Hisashi says, a smile crinkling his face. I'm sure some of them will fit. And that shirt has magic on it so you can shift your wings out while wearing it. In the meantime, we should help you practice putting your wings away, so you can do it on your own, Shoyuta suggests. 10 minutes later, he sorta has the hang of it. Wings are complicated. His mom meets them at the door and eyes both men narrowly for a long minute before inviting them in. So, Present Mike and erased head. And something about my boy being a different species. Which should be impossible, given that I remember giving birth to him. Please, call us Hisashi and Shoyuta. Just to check, you are human? Hisashi asks politely. Yes, and my husband is too, she says impatiently. You might want to check that, but if you're both human, I'm at a loss as to how you came to be parents to a Dragil child, Hisashi replies. Her eyes narrow again and she stalks over and swipes her phone off the counter and dials a number. Inko? A man's groggy voice answers. What is it? It's not like you to call this time of day. I have a question, Hisashi. You are human, right? And you've never heard of Dragels? She asks sharply. Inko? Are you alright? Last time I checked, I was human. And I've never heard of Dragels. What are those? He sounds slightly more awake now. Well, I've got two heroes in my home claiming that Izuku is a Dragil and not human. Now they are going to explain to us what, exactly, a Dragil is. She holds out the phone to Hisashi expectantly. They're also going to explain why our son suddenly has a tattoo on his neck. Hisashi takes it without hesitation. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. I'm Present Mike, but you can call me Hisashi, if the name isn't too similar for comfort. Would you like to hear about the Mark or Dragels first? Dragels. That's fair. Dragels are essentially dragon shifters with a lot of magic. Your son inherited as one earlier today. Dragon shifter? Like Ryukyu? Similar, but not quite. While we can certainly take on a half form that is similar to her transformation, Dragels have a human form, several variations of half forms and a full dragon form. I follow, his dad says. The majority of Dragels live in Nevera, which is a world of sorts formed by magic. It is basically a pocket of life drifting in the void, Hisashi explains. It's rare to find one on Earth. Okay. What's the catch? Our culture is very different than human culture in several ways, but most significantly, we bond in circles rather than marriage between two people. There is always a minimum of 3 to a circle, but it can vary widely past that. We call it bonding instead of marriage. His dad pauses for a long moment. So, harems? You could think of it like that, yes. But it differs in that they are bonded to each other instead of one person having a harem to take advantage of, Hisashi clarifies. Honestly, Izuku is pretty lost, so he imagines his dad is too. When we bond, our magic forms tattoo like marks on the other person. Another pause and this time his dad sounds angry when he speaks. Are you telling me one of you is bonded to my underage son? Yes, both of us. I promise that there is nothing inappropriate going on. If you are lying, then I will ruin you, his dad says in a cold tone. They aren't lying, Dad, he leans over to say. They let me take a shower at their apartment and then oiled my wings and brought me home. There's a longer pause and his dad sounds significantly calmer this time. All right, I'll take your word for it. Assuming this is not a trick or some weird cult, what do you want with my boy? We would like your consent to spend time with him regularly, as the bonds can be extremely uncomfortable if too much time is spent apart, particularly this soon. Also, we would like your consent to take Izuku to Nevera for a month. This is news to him. A month? His mom shrieks. Why? His dad asks in a hard tone. Remember I said there is a minimum of 3 to a bond circle? Those minimum are made up of specific ranks. I'm 1 and Izuku is 1, but my partner Shoyuta is not the right rank for the third role, so he needs to take at least 1 more bonded to stabilize his magic. Conveniently, next month the hunt starts in Nevera, which is an event where circles can hunt for additional bonded. It lasts for 4 months, but Nevera's time runs 4 times as fast as Earth time, so it would only be a month in Earth time. Shoyuta and I are teachers, so this is a good time for us to take a break from hero work. So it's convenient for you to kidnap my son for a month? What guarantee do I have that you'll return him intact? His dad sounds angry again. Hisashi winces. I didn't mean it like that. The hunt is the best time to meet potential bonded in the shortest amount of time. And Dragels do not hurt their bonded. His health is our priority. In addition, there's another reason to take him. Magic assigns mentors to newly inherited Dragels. We are concerned that Izuku's mentor has yet to show up and in Nevera we can have a specialist check if there are any seals on him, such as one preventing the mentor from being notified. It is concerning because a mentor is the one best suited to teaching him how to handle his magic. We might also be able to find out where he came from if there are any family magic seals. A Dragil should not have ended up with human parents without the humans knowing about it. I won't let you take our son away from us. We won't, I promise. Anyone old enough to bond is able to decide where they want to live and I'm certain Izuku will not want to leave his life on Earth behind. Any family he has in Nevera may wish to get to know him, but they can't take you from him, Hisashi says earnestly. There is a long pause. We'll consider it. I want proof that my son is one of these dragon shifters. Izuku, shift your wings out, Shoyuta says, as he and Hisashi extend their own wings, crowding the small room. Honey, they all have wings of the same style, but different colors, his mom relays after taking a long look at them all. Our baby has a quirk. Not a quirk, Shoyuta grumbles. It could be registered as such, but it's probably a better idea to have one specific type of magic registered as his quirk, whichever one would come closest to what you and your husband have for quirks. She blinks. So, flame breath or telekinesis? Telekinesis would be simple enough. There are plenty of household spells that use telekinesis, Shoyuta agrees. Why not flame breath, she asks curiously. Because he has a very faint blue tinge to his scales, which likely indicates he has some water element Dragil in him and would be very uncomfortable using fire. Telekinesis is good, his dad agrees. If Izuku is a Dragil, then what happened to the son Inko gave birth to? That's a good question that we don't have an answer for, but we can start an investigation, Shoyuta replies. My baby, his mom says in a heartbroken tone, then looks at Izuku and corrects herself. My other baby. Yes, please do start an investigation, his dad says, sounding weary. If our biological son is out there somewhere, we want him back. Silence falls for a moment. Inko and I will discuss if we'll allow Izuku to travel with you this summer. Unfortunately, I need to get back to sleep right now, but I'd like to speak with you more at a later date. Of course. We'd be happy to, Hisashi assures him. Good night, Inko, Izuku. I love you. Love you too, honey, his mom replies. Good night, Dad. Love you, he adds. Then his mom hangs up. She glares at Hisashi and Shoyuta. Don't think I don't know that you both left a lot out of your explanations. You're going to spend the next few hours filling in those gaps. Hisashi and Shoyuta put their wings away and Izuku does so after a little struggle with getting his wings to behave. Then Hisashi says cheerfully, yeah, of course. We'll tell you all you want to know. Just a minute, I want to throw my pants in the dryer to finish drying, but I want to hear this too, Izuku says and hurries off to dump his defunct backpack in his room and his pants in the dryer. Hopefully mom will calm down once he's out of the room. Or yell and get it over with. Notes. Inheritance comes with the side benefit of all scars disappearing and most health issues being fixed. This is a one-time benefit. It may also result in moderate growth and increased muscle tone. Gayos are a bit strange about scars, which I'll explain if it comes up. Shuta's shirt is basically a very thin sweater worn as a shirt. It's one of his favorites. Scales can crack and split, leading to bleeding as the skin below them also cracks, if the wings are not properly moisturized. Which in turn can cause infection and impact general health. Dragil sounds include chirps, whines, warbles, growls, hisses and purrs. In addition to regular human sounds. In dragon form they can also roar, but they usually use human form or a half form and rarely, go dragon. Unseen, his wings and back getting tired and sore because he's not used to the weight and he needs to build up muscle. She can absolutely interpret his run-together muttering after years of hearing it. Wings, when they aren't out, reside in swirly tattoos on the back. This was a hard conversation. How do you say, we married your underage son today without asking you or giving you a heads up? And oh, by the way, he now has visible tattoos now because we bit him. Also, we're going to kidnap him for a month to find him at least one more person to marry? Inko and Hisashi are handling it a lot better than they should be, but there's some shock involved. The wings are selling it so far, but there's going to be a lot of talks before they're comfortable with Hisashi and Shoyuta being near their son. The revelation that Izuku isn't their son and they don't know where their actual son is a hard blow. Inko is channeling her hysteria into getting answers. Just a heads up, their missing son doesn't have a happy ending, but it's nobody's fault. Circle members. Name. Rank. Element. Hisashi Yamada, Gaic Alpha, Air. Beta. Izuku Midoriya, Gaic SBMSSV, Shadow Air Water i.e. Nameless. Shoyuta Aizawa, Gaic Pariya, Shadow. Incidentally, Hisashi's and Shuta's apartment is huge, easily big enough to accommodate 10 people living there. The real trick is finding circle members willing to move to Earth. Any rank can rank shift a Joker with enough trauma involved. Other rank shifts can occur though. For instance, an ace could rank shift to a Gaic Alpha. Another might give up their rank in favor of healer rank, though that doesn't necessarily require a rank shift to become a healer. The rank shift renouncement would only happen if there was trauma, Quinn Kalzik, or if their current rank didn't really suit them. Gayos can shift ranks while in training as they get experience and build up skill. There are training ranks as well, that are lower than a Gayo rank for beginners. Ranks are Alpha, largely the political face of the circle, Beta, Reo, second Beta, more involved with the Gayos, I think, Royal, member of a royal family or more specifically a crowned royal, i.e. a king queen or crown prince princess, advisor, healer, companion, consort, underage and thus a holder rank, medic, can also be Geos with a medic rank alongside their regular rank, mages, magical powerhouses, not uncommon to find them traveling off-realm for various jobs, pariahs. Several ranks, which I haven't bothered to track, varying on specialty. For instance, an Amenta rank pariah will be the person who makes sure everyone has presentable clothes in the circle. Marrow, only a rank in land-dwelling circles, ace, king, queen, prince, princess, and joker. Alphas, betas, Rayos and Geos are considered dominant ranks, but that's largely a personality thing. The Alpha, Beta Rayo, and SBMSSV are the ruling trio of the circle, but they take into consideration others' opinions and the Geos need to guard them. Royal rank is pretty much equivalent to Beta or Rayo in authority. Nevra has immortals, which double as gods, such as Lady Death, Lady Fate, Lord Time, Lord Chaos, Lady Luck, etc. Immortals have guardians. Lady Fate's guardian is a Felix, human phoenix, Chayla, named Brixen. Chayla, I'm not sure what being a guardian entails. Immortals occasionally will bless a favored individual, which tends to have interesting side effects and have interesting gifts. In addition to the earth, air, fire, water courts, there is also Death's court, which is largely made up of hellhounds, can shift to human form, can be inherited or come from a bargain with Lady Death at death near death, and reapers, also spend most of their time in human form, come from a bargain with Lady Death at death near death. Necromancers also. Changeling dragels are also a thing, but that refers to the ability to switch between male and female, not the Fae stealing a human baby and leaving a Fae baby behind. They may prefer one form to the other. Contingents of Fae, elves, vampires and other creatures show up for the hunt, which is held every 10 years in Nevra. That's every 2.5 years in Earth time. Finding housing during the hunt can be difficult. Geo training and general fighting take place in the pits, why it's called that. Since water dragel Marrow Aquakini live underwater for the most part, they have their own version called the trench. Not sure which author came up with the trench, but kudos. Marrow culture is generally more vicious than land-dwelling society. Marrow blood can give someone a high of sorts, presumably because they're a bit more magical by necessity to be able to live underwater since birth, despite not inheriting until age. Thanks to Wolfsong Girl for this clarification. Vanity Circle is generally a derogatory label, because it means the SBMSSV or whoever was driving the formation of the circle was picking based entirely on looks, flashiness, prominent family names, etc. With minimal or zero focus on skill, compatibility, etc. Basically picking a circle entirely to suit their vanity, hence the name, with implications of the others in the circle either having an equal amount of vanity or being pretty but stupid useless, because why else would they agree to join such a circle? It also has a more individual variant. Noting somebody as being, for example, a vanity queen or vanity beta carries the same implications of being pretty but useless stupid and implying they will only be accepted into a circle due to vanity. Political circles are generally high noble or ambitious lower noble, exclusively single element, and picked based on, well, politics. Often the result of ambition or the pressure of a noble family, there is generally consideration given to compatibility, but family and magical compatibility is given more focus than personality. Social circles, I think, are informal circles used in pretty much the same way as we'd use the term here. There are also paraic circles, which are formed by large groups of pariah, generally for a specific purpose. For example, teaching, healing, or taking care of orphans or the elderly. Varying levels of formality, but often made by pariah who prefer to focus on their calling than search for a circle and likely be expected to turn their paraic instincts towards that circle. But they still have needs for social connection and bonds, so they form those with other pariah with the same calling. The teacher gives Izuku a weird look but in the end doesn't say anything about the skin patch covering his bond mark. He's grateful for that. Weird looks are a definite improvement over how the school would react to such a visible tattoo. Classes are whatever, but he's glad there's only a couple weeks left of the school year. He doesn't expect Kaken to corner him after class though. Deku, what the hell is up with you? Your clothes are suddenly too tight and you're wearing that thing over that spot that looked like a tattoo on your neck yesterday, but there's no way you had time to get a real tattoo. Well, Kaken, I ran into a couple dragons yesterday and they got all possessive and bit me and left a couple marks behind. It's not like the school would understand, though. Might as well tell the truth. Kaken scoffs. Fine, don't tell me. Quit lying. Izuku looks at him and decides that he doesn't owe him any courtesy after his attitude yesterday, much less the effort of convincing him of the truth. Would you believe me if I said permanent marker was accidentally used? He scoffs again. Figures a useless Deku like you would make that mistake. Kaken's amazing, he says drolly. His almost brother puffs up a little at that, obviously pleased. Of course, I am. Well, at least he's leaving now. How was school, honey? His mom asks when he gets home. Good, he answers absently. The teachers didn't say anything about the skin patch. That's good. Izuku, are you feeling okay? You're rubbing your chest, she points out. Oh. So he is. Ha. My bonds are feeling itchy. I miss Shoyuta and Hisashi. She frowns. Do you feel up to shopping? At the very least, you need new uniforms and a couple sets of everyday clothes. He shrugs. I can live with a tight uniform for a couple weeks, no need to spend money on that. But some everyday clothes would be good. His mom nods, but says, all right, honey, but tell me if your bonds get worse. I don't want you suffering. It's fine, Mom. They're busy until this evening anyways, he brushes her concern off. If they're too busy for you, I'm going to have words for them, she says ominously, obviously not appeased. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm going to go change and then I'll be ready to go, he soothes. A couple outfit soon turns into a couple weeks worth, to his dismay but lack of surprise. By the time they're done, his occasional chest rubbing has turned into a constant thing. His mom eyes him and then nods to herself. Once we get home, call them to come over. It's obvious you need to spend time with them. Honestly, he's shocked at how well his parents are taking this whole thing. All right. He closes his eyes and rests in the car until they get home. Then he tugs on the bonds. He gets a sense of, we're on our way back from them. Good. Inko has learned a lot over the last 3 weeks, but this is something new. The only good thing is that school ended yesterday, so she doesn't have to explain to them why Izuku won't be showing up. Which is good. Because she doesn't know why he won't wake up. Hello? Hey, Inko, what's up? Hisashi Yamada answers his phone cheerfully. Izuku won't wake up no matter what I try, she blurts. Ah. Your house or mine? He asks without missing a beat. Pardon? Izuku's in his realignment cycle. I need to sleep next to him and Shoyuta needs to guard us, so do you want us to do that in your living room or have us bring him to our apartment? I have to warn you, Shoyuta won't be friendly while we're asleep, so it's best to not approach him, even to feed him, he explains. Oh. She blinks a few times. If there's one thing above all others she's learned over the past weeks, it's that the two adore her son and mean him no harm. And she's not sure she can deal with an unfriendly Shoyuta in her home. The man is intimidating enough when he's being soft. Yours. All right. I'll be over in an hour to pick him up. Thank you. She wishes there is more she can do, but they've explained realignment cycles to her. It's when a SBMSSV and their circle lie dormant for a few days while the pariahs fend off anyone from getting close to them. Her help would not be appreciated. And unfortunately, it's something that needs to happen for the magic Izuku still can barely use to stay healthy and in control. Honestly, it seems like a glaring evolutionary weakness to her, but Dragels have survived this long, so they must be doing something right. Izuku yawns and stretches. He feels great. He opens his eyes to find Hisashi smiling down at him. Awake, sleepyhead? MMNHM. This isn't my room. Nope. This is Shuta's and my bedroom, Hisashi tells him. He blinks. Where's Shoyuta? Hisashi laughs. Look beside you. After a blink, he obediently turns his head to find Shoyuta laid out beside him, face smushed into a pillow, looking more exhausted than usual. Is he okay? He'll be fine. Remember we explained realignment cycles? Hisashi assures him. Oh. He blinks a few times. How come I'm here? Presumably because Inko didn't want to deal with a pissy Shoyuta taking over her living room. Hisashi looks amused. Izuku winces, because he can picture that. I'm hungry, but I should probably call Mom and let her know I'm alright. Take a shower first and you can call her after we eat, Hisashi suggests. Okay. How long was I asleep? 2 days. It's a fairly normal amount of time. And easy enough to take time off for. He yawns. That's good. I feel amazing. As you should. Now go take a shower and you'll feel even better, Hisashi urges with a smile. Izuku smirks up at him. Yes, Alpha. Hisashi's grin just widens and he ruffles his hair in retaliation. Good. When you get out, we can have some of my amazing waffles. I have all the toppings. Well, that's motivation. He almost drools at the thought, but rolls out of the bed and heads to the shower instead. Inko soaks in how happy and healthy her boy looks after his mandatory rest with a faint feeling of regret to her happiness. She hadn't even noticed how dull he'd become in the last few days before his realignment PRD. Seeing him with his sparkle renewed basically rubs it in her face, though. She's not able to give him everything he needs to be happy anymore. No, he needs the 2 men who are watching him indulgently while he babbles on cheerfully. And if they aren't lying to her, which she's pretty sure they are being careful not to, then he needs more than that. Izuku. Mom? Your father and I have come to a decision about you going to Nevra for this hunt thing. Nobody says anything, they all just watch her carefully. We'll allow it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Inko. This means a lot, Hisashi adds earnestly. Which is the only reason we're allowing it. We want Izuku to be happy, and if that means adding another person to his life, then so be it. We expect you to take care of him and keep him out of trouble, she says sternly. We'll do our best, Shoyuta replies, eyeing Izuku dubiously. Hey, I'm not that bad, her son protests. Maybe my memory is going. I seem to recall 2 near-death experiences in one day. Or was it 3? Those were exceptional circumstances. Izuku yelps. They always are, Shoyuta disagrees. Inko laughs at her son's sulky expression. Yes, these men are good for her boy. Shoyuta grunts as the portal hits Nevra's wards and Hisashi calls out, Temtrificus Portgas, and the portal changes. Now Izuku can see outside of it. What immediately catches his attention is the utterly massive floating island in the distance, covered in an equally massive city that glitters enchantingly in the sunlight and is capped by snowy clouds. There's also greenery entwined with the city and waterspouts pouring off the top levels of the city to dissipate in the sky. It's literally something out of a fantasy manga, and Izuku wishes he could take pictures. He stares at it until the portal deposits them on a sidewalk in front of a massive black gate set in a tall, stone wall. There's lines of people waiting to go through and a number of visible guards with their wings out. Honestly, it reminds him of security at an airport, with individuals and groups being ushered through every few minutes. Slower, though. He prepares himself for boredom and decides to people watch to entertain himself. Are these people all Dragels? He asks. They don't necessarily look like Dragels. No, Nevra is a sanctuary realm open to any race. And right now there are plenty of visitors from other realms showing up for the hunt, Hisashi answers. So, the group of blondes? He doesn't point, that's rude, but it's a struggle not to. Battle elves, Shoyuta replies. The women tend to be more compact and kavuya than royal elves. Ooh, and the really pale guy with red eyes, he asks. A vampire. Vampires are real? That's a shock. As real as Dragels, Shoyuta retorts in amusement. He pouts for a second, because that's not fair. What about the people with green hair and the ones with butterfly wings? Likely dryads. And fae. Izuku nods and returns to watching. There's a laugh behind them and someone says, Your SBMSSV is quite the curious one, isn't he? He turns around to see a group of redheads, hair in varying shades. The one who'd spoken is apparently one of the 2 identical men at the front. He is, Hisashi agrees amiably. What are you? He blurts, then flushes in mortification. The twin redheads break into laughter, but a couple of the other redheads frown at him disapprovingly. Shoyuta pulls him back. Please forgive him, his mentor has not come yet. We're not offended, the twin on the left says. But his mentor not showing up is a serious matter, the twin on the right adds. We plan on having it looked into, Shoyuta agrees. Several of the redheads nod in approval at that. As for what we are, young one, the twin on the right starts. We're Fire Dragels. We're the Pruitt Circle. Gideon, the one on the right says. And Fabian, the one on the left adds. At your service, they chorus. Shoyuta Aizawa of the Aizawa Circle. This is our Alpha, Hisashi Yamada, and our SBMSSV, Izuku Midoriya, Shoyuta answers politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. Aizawa? Isn't that Dash? Fabian begins. He's never going to be able to keep them straight. Shadow nobility? Gideon ends. Minor nobility, Shoyuta allows. But that's my parental circle. I'm not the heir. We're from Earth. Wizarding Earth? Gideon asks. No, the one with superpowers, Hisashi replies. Oh. Earth number 3. Never been there, Gideon says. How many Earths are there? Izuku asks in startlement. 4, that we know of, Fabian answers. Earth number 2 is a forbidden world with a culture of highly speciesist mysticism, Gideon explains. It was evacuated centuries ago, Fabian adds. Earth number 4 was originally an empty planet Dash. And then it became a sanctuary realm. But now it's just a mixed bag, Gideon continues. That allows interrealm travel. We've been there, Gideon begins. A few times, but Dash. We're archaeologists and there isn't Dash. Much call for that in that realm, Fabian finishes. One of the other redheads clears their throat. The line's moved up. So it has. They hurry to fill the gap before someone else decides to take advantage. The Pruitts amble after them. Notes. I'm going to use the US school year for a basis, because lining up a month's vacation with the end of the school year is impossible with the Japanese school year and the thought of trying gives me a headache. If I used the Japanese school year, he'd have to wear the skin patch through most of the school year because summer vacation is the longest vacation, but it breaks up the school year instead of beginning it. Kaken not listening. Kaken listening to his ego. This will not be his last shopping trip, but it was mostly picking out jeans and t-shirts. Tired boy, missing his bonded. The bonds are complete but not yet settled, so spending a lot of time away from them gradually goes from itchy to actual pain. When Shoyuta and Hisashi show up, they bring a backpack that Hisashi dug out of the sample goods room as a replacement for Izuku's dead one. He temporarily used one of his mom's tote bags for that single day he didn't have a functional backpack to take to school. Another dragile thing is realignment cycles. This is where the SBMSSV falls asleep for a certain amount of hours days to realign and settle their magic so it works better. The rest of the circle, besides the Pariah, sleep with them to sync their magic. This is because the SBMSSV has access to the magic of their circle members. The Pariahs guard them until they wake up and then crash out to regain lost sleep. It varies from SBMSSV to SBMSSV how long they sleep and how often, but it's a very regular cycle. I've seen anywhere from 24 hours once a week to 5 days once every 6 weeks. The length and cycle can change after adding a new bonded. Honestly, the realignment cycle is probably the biggest reason for a resting room to exist in every circle house. Naturally, the realignment cycle thing is going to complicate their lives. But not nearly as much as it could if it lasted longer or was more frequent. They can plan for 2 days every 3 weeks. Which is what they're assuming it is, but don't know for sure, since this is just his first one. So, you're gonna laugh at me, but that's okay. Since the vast majority of the Dragile song fandom is HP crossovers and there's been a lot of world building around certain characters, I am keeping at least some of them. However, I am not keeping the tie to the wizarding world. The backstory goes like this. Harry finally defeated Voldemort, Dumbledore is dead, Greyback is dead, and a year later a vast disc-shaped alien ship came down and traveled from the south of England to the north of Scotland and in the process harvested every plant, every leaf, every seed, every fruit and vegetable, every dead branch, right down the mold on the entire island, leaving Scotland and England in immediate crises. While they are immediately overwhelmed with mass emigration and importation of plants and food, Britain's wizarding populace is likewise affected. The goblins and most of the wizards emigrate to continental Europe until the crisis is stabilized, but most of the other creatures and those with creature blood emigrate to Nevera, where they plan to stay permanently. Yes, this means Nevera now has a contingent of centaurs. And quite a number of magical animals, including a herd of thestrals now living on the Arithmore estate. They probably left the malicious animals behind to either starve or cause havoc, after which they were introduced to Muggle firearms and firebombs. If for no other reason than not having sufficient resources to risk the hassle. Without plant food resources, they were on borrowed time and taking them would have been an involved effort they didn't have time for. It also means there are now some free house elves in Nevera. Nevera expands as needed, so this doesn't cause crowding or anything. Each element has its own territory. Fire territory has a volcano, air territory has a floating city, provided by Nevera, so the wizarding world peoples would be more or less split up according to their primary elemental affinities. This doesn't really mean much to the story, other than that Izuku may meet a few of the characters as acquaintances or friends. They aren't going to take over the story. It's merely so I don't have to make nearly every character during the hunt OCs. There's going to be plenty of them as is. I don't mind making characters, but coming up with that many names is going to make me want to stab something. Seriously. Here, specifically, we meet the Pruitts. Fabian and Gabriel are twin submissives and the older brothers of Molly Weasley of the HP franchise. They're calling themselves the Aizawa Circle, because it's common practice to use the family name with the highest social status within a circle as the circle name. The Yamadas are commoners and an Earth 3 realm-based circle to boot. Midoriya is just a regular human name, so it has no status either. On the other hand, the Aizawas are minor lords in the shadow element. The shadow and storm elements have fewer people than the main elements, though, so it is a bit more status than it sounds like within the element. But at the same time, shadow is a secondary element that answers to the earth element throne, so the Aizawas really are just a minor noble family of no note to those outside the element. Earth number 2 was a hotbed of xenophobia at the time it was placed off limits. That was a long, long time ago, so I'm sure it's gone through a bunch of different eras and beliefs, but no one cares to find out the hard way if the xenophobia, bigotry and general bloody attitude remain the same or not. It's not a very nice place anyways. On the upside, they haven't developed magic, so they're not really a threat either. Ranks. Alpha, leader, especially social political. Beta, mediates between SBMSSV and Alpha, secondary leader. SBMSSV, the person the circle revolves around, not necessarily meek. Reo, secondary beta. Royal, member of royal family. Advisor, social or political. Companion, platonic partner or someone whose personality doesn't fit well into any of the other ranks. Healer, doctor, can be any specialty or rank. Medic, can also be a Gaio with the certifications. Mage, magical powerhouses. Marrow, for land-dwelling circles only, can be any rank. Consort, underage, placeholder rank, almost always the result of a soul bond. Pariah, protectors and caretakers, often the first rank added after the main trio is formed. Ementa. Oracle, not a seer. Toracle. Diracle. Etc. Bab. Gaio, fighters, may have more than one suite and any number of jokers. Ace. King. Queen. Prince. Princess. Joker, works outside of a Gaio suite, often bonds solely to the Alpha, SBMSSV or Ace due to being too traumatized to trust many people that much. Circle houses have a resting room designed so everyone can choose to sleep together. There are individual rooms generally used for SEC or alone time. Not that there can't be SEC in the resting room, but sometimes not all parties are okay with it. Sometimes there is a separate shower for Gaios. Land-dwelling circles with marrow need rooms that are at least partially submerged and preferably water nearby. Air elements need easy access to the sky. Fire elements need sunning rocks and hot springs are a bonus. Earth elements need gardens and easy access to dirt spots. Shadow elements need some gloomy spots to lurk in. Storm elements need easy access to stormy weather. Circle houses may cater to a single element, several or all of them. The latter is the rarest to find. Single element houses circles are the most common by far, mixed element houses circles are not common, but usually the result of a nameless SBMSSV or coming from a mixed element circle, and the rarest, all element circles, are always the result of a nameless SBMSSV, generally one that comes from a mixed element circle. Royals, never chooses the crowned royals. Earth, King Edgar, this guy has serious issues. Queen Kala, Crown Prince Raspen. Fire, Crown Princess Ebony. Air, Queen Arista, this woman is a piece of work. King Guthrie, FYIW, Crown Princess Dawn, Prince Periton. Water, King Alcander, Queen Killigan. Pseudo Royals. Shadow, Lady Mariana Cunningham, Lord Jaska Cunningham. Storm, Lady Bianca Dracewell. Nameless, none. Death, Lord Aidan Arithmore, First Head Hellhound. Elemental Champions. Earth, Lady Ilsa Gorgens, Blood Wraith. Shadow, Hadrian Maruk, Blood Raven. Fire, High Noble Zondian, Blood Flame. Air, Lady Paelda, Blood Whisper. Storm, Greta Devarain, Blood Rain. Water, Crimson? Crimson Tide, also what the Aquakini Royal Guard is called. Main Caspers, ghosts of a sort, they choose to stay as helpful spirits after death and help with magic portals, magic control, possibly other things, a la TBDH. Urgin, Earth, Portgas, General, Aloras, PRGNNT People, Styrus, Miras, Sorinth, Fire, Orus and Hyenda. In general, when powering up a portal, one calls out Temptrificus Namiophosum Casper, which helps guide the portal. In other news, I've seen people use Kesmer as the water element Casper, so if the Caspers come up in that context, I'll probably use him instead of whichever of the TBDH Caspers is supposed to be for water. Dragels bite and drink blood a fair bit. Not only do they bite and drink blood for bonding, they do so regularly for peak health or to help with healing or even for comfort. Usually with their bonded or a trusted friend or family member, but a healer or someone who is comfortable with the person can give blood if there are no better options. Healers follow a special diet to keep their blood clean specifically for spiking healing potions with blood. I do not believe that uninherited Dragels require blood, but I doubt it hurts for things such as healing potions. Knowledge transfers are a thing. By holding two fingers out and concentrating on the information, knowledge can be transferred to someone else with their fingers held out in the same manner by touching their fingers together. This is generally only used when someone needs to know a lot of information in a hurry or when someone needs to view a memory to assess a past situation properly. The line moves in fits and starts, depending on if it's an individual going or a group, but more to the point, it moves slowly. And the line is very long, probably because of all the people showing up for the hunt. Gideon and Fabian help pass the time by telling him stories of their archaeological digs. They're fascinating, not least because they're set on another world with an entirely different form of magic than his own world boasts. Quirks are human magic, apparently. By the time they get towards the head of the line, Izuku feels like he's known the twins for a while and would really like to stay on good terms with them. So, he dredges a Dragile ritual out of memory of what Hisashi and Shoyuta have taught him about Dragile society in his mentor's absence and takes a chance. The house of Aizawa has no quarrel with yours. I extend our hospitality and goodwill towards you and yours. May this be the start of a prosperous friendship between us. Izuku bows deeply with his right hand fisted over his heart, putting one foot slightly behind the other. Two sets of eyebrows arch upwards in surprise. I didn't expect this, Fabian comments, eyeing Hisashi for a reaction to the impulsive offer of friendship. Belatedly, he remembers that he's supposed to run such offers past his alpha before making them. Izuku resolutely doesn't turn to look for himself. Nor did I. Well done, Izuku, Gideon says. And then both twins copy Izuku's posture, bowing deeply from the waist. The noble clan of the Pruitts recognizes the house of Aizawa as a friend. Gideon begins. We are honored to be offered your friendship and we extend our own and all that it entails, Fabian continues. Our circle has no quarrel with yours and so we extend our well wishes, the twins say together. Relieved, he straightens up, as do the twins, who beam at him. He beams back. A hand ruffles his hair and he looks up to see Shoyuta giving him a small, proud smirk. Oh good. If Shuta's not upset by this, then Hisashi isn't either. Send us a bubble message anytime, Gideon says. We'd be happy to hear from you, Fabian continues. But I believe that it's your turn now, Gideon finishes. Okay. He turns and finds the nearest guard is gesturing their group forwards, so he moves forward with Shoyuta and Hisashi. There's a desk with a tray full of forms, a stack of clipboards and a cup of pens on it. Take one form per person, the lady at the desk instructs. Are you here to visit or for sanctuary? Then you want that line, she informs them, pointing at the longer of two lines that the main line has split into. Each of them takes a pen, a clipboard, and a form and then they move to join the longer line. The form has questions like name, age, length of visit and do you need help finding housing. It's a little tricky standing and trying to write, but he manages well enough. Do we need help finding housing? No, Hisashi replies. We're staying at Shuta's parents' guest house. It has plenty of space. Oh, okay. He circles no on the question. Do I need to fill out the rest of the questions? Shoyuta shakes his head. Those are for sanctuary seekers only. When they get to the head of the line, they hand over their clipboards and have to step into a machine to register their preferred half forms, which in Izuku's case is just wings out. Then they're ushered out onto a street half full of people and left to their own devices. Hisashi grabs their wrists and Shoyuta says, Temptrificus styrus. Shadows swallow them and spit them out in a different location. While the shadows are carrying them, Izuku asks, how come you don't normally say anything when portaling? Because Caspers don't help on Earth unless the portal is connected to Nevera. It's possible to travel solely with one's element, it just takes more power and precision. On Nevera, though, unless you're going a short distance, it's better to have a Casper's help, so you don't risk the possibility of colliding portals. And, of course, Caspers help power the portals to some extent, Hisashi explains. Shoyuta grunts. It's not really that much difference, but when traveling within, into or out of a city, it's better to have a guided portal, particularly during the hunt. Portals automatically avoid each other, but with the high traffic, an accident is possible. So why did you switch portal types when we arrived? Hisashi chuckles and Shoyuta grumbles. Styrus doesn't listen outside of Nevera and doesn't like to be disturbed to take over incoming portals and Hisashi doesn't have the power to fuel a portal for 3 all the way from Earth to Nevera, so it's easier to just switch over after we hit the wards. And Shuta's much better with shadow portals than general portals, or he could just do a general portal instead. Hisashi sounds amused. You have to be very in sync with your partner to do a switchover like that, though. It's not recommended. When the portal deposits them, Izuku immediately notices it's gloomier here than in the city. No, not gloomier per se. There's just thick clouds floating here and there and casting shadows. He can see why a shadow clan would prefer a place like this over the sunny clear skies of the entry to Nevera. Just a moment, Shoyuta warns and walks forward on his own. Thick wards that look like tightly woven lattices of shadows fade into view and Shoyuta holds his hand up to them. Wisps lick out and cover his hand for a moment before fading away, the wards fading back into invisibility. Okay, we're in. Once they step past the ward line, Izuku can suddenly see a small manor house. It looks well maintained, though it's impossible to see inside with the heavy curtains on the windows pulled shut. This is a guest house, he asks. One of several. They're used as guest houses, but designed for housing my family's children's circles until they're able to finance their own properties, Shoyuta explains. My family will want to have supper with us, so brace yourself for that. They'll want to meet you, Izuku, and I need to ask my father for recommendations on which doctor to take you to in order to get you checked for seals. Don't worry, they'll love you, Hisashi reassures him. Approximate, a month earlier, Earth, 3, day of Izuku's inheritance. Whenever Shoyuta or Hisashi finds a loose scale, they set it in a little pile on the table, though Izuku isn't sure why. He amuses himself by sorting through them. None of them are cracked or split, his inheritance too new for that kind of damages, but a couple of them are bent and one of them has a chip for some reason. Some are relatively thin and shiny, but some of them are thicker and have a duller sheen. Most of them are peach but some are silver and a very few are in both colors. Sorting the damaged ones out in their own pile, he sorts the others by color and thickness. Finally, they finish and go to wash their hands, throw the cloths in the wash and put the oil away. He gets up and snoops in the kitchen cupboards while they're gone. Rude, but if he sits still, he's going to fall asleep. Hopefully they won't get mad about it. A laugh has him turning around sheepishly. Shoyuta and Hisashi are watching him with amused expressions. Sorry, he apologizes and walks back to the table. May I? Hisashi asks, raising his hands to hover near Izuku's hair. Sure, he agrees uncertainly. Hisashi runs his hands through his curls and finds a few loose strands, then he turns and does the same with Shuta's hair and finally runs a hand through his own hair. Gathering the loose hairs more neatly, he twists them into a cord that shimmers and changes to look sturdier. This is a hair cord that you can put your bonded scales on. Izuku perks up at the idea, both because he thinks it's a sweet idea and because it speaks to the possessive part of him. So that's why you saved the scales? How do the ends attach? How do the scales attach? Shoyuta smirks and Hisashi laughs again. Hisashi holds the two ends together and they meld into each other, creating an endless loop. Like this. And you can just hold your chosen scale to the cord and it will attach. It's magic. You can wear it as a necklace, headpiece, or a belly chain. You can display it or hide it. In Nevra, it's custom to display it. On Earth, you may find yourself being asked uncomfortable questions if people get a good look at it. Necklace, he decides. He'll probably hide it to avoid his mom's scolding. Hisashi places it over his head to settle around his neck, while Shoyuta picks up the scales on the table to pick from. Shoyuta chooses a duller colored, thicker scale with a diagonal split of silver and peach before passing them over to Hisashi. He then turns his back to Izuku, presenting him with his own wings. Find a loose patch and scratch. Hesitantly, he obeys. Shuta's wings are well taken care of, so finding a loose patch is tricky. He finally finds one and gets about 5 scales for his pains. He picks one with a wobbly pattern of shiny black and gray and then dumps the rest in Shuta's outstretched hand. There's a flex of magic and the scales disappear. Izuku blinks, then holds his chosen scale to his hair cord and chirps happily when it attaches itself easily. He sees that Hisashi has chosen a brighter peach scale with an edge of silver on one side. Then it's his turn to inspect Hisashi's wings. Finding a loose patch on his wings is a little easier and when he has a small handful of scales, he picks through them and picks out one that is largely dark gold with a wide rim of silver gold slanted along one edge. He hands the rest to Shoyuta, who again vanishes them while he attaches his new scale to the hair cord. How do you vanish the scales? And why? It's a spell. I'll teach you, Hisashi offers. As for why, dragels are highly magical and it's best not to leave pieces of us around where someone might find them and use them. Earth has more than dragels and quirked humans around, after all. Someone might use pieces of them? He shudders at the thought. That's absolutely the first magic I want to learn. Shoyuta ruffles his hair. Smart. Give it a few days to let your inheritance settle in properly and we'll start teaching you magic. Present day, Nevra? Shoyuta ushers them to a small ward with wards so thick Izuku can feel them oozing over him like molasses left in the fridge before being used. He shivers at the sensation. In response, Shoyuta reaches over his head and flicks midair and the sensation is suddenly gone. Sorry about that, you haven't been keyed into the wards yet. The wards won't hurt you, because you aren't hostile, but I'm told the sensation is unpleasant, Shoyuta apologizes. It feels like wading through slime. Naked, Hisashi says in a dramatic tone. Unpleasant doesn't cover it. Izuku flinches at the description. Can we not talk about slime? It brings up memories. Sorry. I'll phrase it differently next time, Hisashi says, pulling him into his arms. Thanks. He notices that the room has a permanent ritual circle inscribed on the floor. Shoyuta intones, Temtrificus styrus. Shadows wrap over them, thankfully without sensation this time, and deposit them in a somewhat larger room with the same style but more complex ritual circle on the floor. This room has wards that he can feel are even thicker, though they don't bother him this time. War wards, because the transportation room is a hole in the wards. You can't portal in directly from outside of them, Shoyuta explains. They won't feel you up like the ones at the guest house, Hisashi reassures him and guides him out of the room. It's like being hit with a wall of sound. Not loud, per se, but the kind of ambient noise shared by a lot of people sharing the same space. Idly, he wonders exactly how many people is a lot. Is he even ready to meet them? What if they don't like him? What if they hate him because he's too young for Shoyuta? Izuku is glad that Hisashi seems to sense his distress and keeps an arm around him while they walk towards the noise. When they emerge into a huge living room with an attached dining room and kitchen, he balks in shock at the sheer number of people inside. Almost all of them are dark-haired, mostly ravenettes with a smattering of dark brunettes, with only a few lighter and brighter colors. A large portion of them is wearing close-fitting, long-sleeved, one-piece garments that remind him of catsuits, he asks, confused. Hisashi lets out a loud bark of laughter that draws attention to them. That's what I said. Shoyuta sighs. Flexi suits. They're generally worn by geos because they're comfortable, practical and have some protection against stabbing and cutting. Shoyuta. Hisashi. You're here, finally. And who is this? Someone with white hair cries out. Hisashi beams. This is Izuku Midoriya, our soul-bonded SBMSSV. He's 14. There's a collective gasp of shock at that information, then they're being swarmed, being pulled further into the room and Izuku gets passed around for hugs. Finally, someone to keep those troublemakers in line, someone with raven hair exclaims and hugs him tightly, before passing him to a brunette with dark gray eyes. You're adorable, the brunette tells him and passes him to the next person. So how did the three of you meet? The next ravenette asks. A dash before he can answer, he's passed again. Since there's only the three of you, I assume it wasn't a soul's cream, another ravenette asks, giving him a bear hug. He shakes his head, but before he can clarify, he's passed to yet another ravenette. But was it a soul cry or did the three of you bump into each other? Soul cry, he gets out before being passed to a girl with raven hair with red streaks in it. Was that when you got your early inheritance? Or did something else cause it, she asks. Then he's being pulled into the arms of the person with white hair. Rude, in geisha, he scolds the others. What called out his inheritance isn't any of our business. Hello, Izuku. It's nice to meet you. I'm Felix, one of Shuta's great-grandparents. Nice to meet you too, Izuku replies, glad that he's finally got an introduction and to someone easily identifiable at that. Hey, don't hog him. Another ravenette, this one with blue eyes, exclaims and pulls him away into another hug. I'm Orin, Geo, one of Shuta's uncles. He loses track of how many people he's passed around to for hugs. Some of them introduce themselves, others don't. The instant and awe-inspiring acceptance is overwhelming. Alright, that's enough. He's pulled into the arms of yet another person and looks up to find a face that looks like Shuta's minus the tired, with his long hair pulled back in a ponytail. Izuku, right? I'm Dakurai, Alpha, Shuta's sire, current Lord Aizawa. Izuku nods. Nice to meet you. They're a lot, aren't they? Well, yeah, he admits. Dakurai raises his voice. You lot leave Shoyuta alone before he starts getting stabby. Izuku looks around and spots a ruffled-looking Shoyuta being reluctantly released by someone with red hair, a mildly annoyed expression on his face. Meanwhile, Hisashi looks like he's living for the hugs. Somehow that doesn't surprise him at all. It's been 10 years since we last saw them, but Shoyuta has a limited hug tolerance, Dakurai notes. To my left is Martana, my SBMSSV and Shuta's bearer. A short, slender, dark-haired woman gives him a little wave. To her left is Kovet, our beta. A tall, black-haired man gives him a nod. And two people to my right is Libera, Pariya, Shuta's third. At the sound of her name, a tall, ravenette woman turns her head and flashes him a smile. A third is the parent who only contributes magic, he recalls. The others you can meet in your own time, Dakurai finishes, making him sigh in relief. Martana titters. Shuta's sister isn't here tonight, but several of our sons are. They'll be more restrained now that Dakurai has called them off. Point in case, the man to Dakurai's right says, I'm Nicasio, Geo, Shuta's oldest brother. Nice to meet you, Izuku. If you want to escape the hugs, the best way is to take a seat at the table. Izuku eyes the path to the table warily. I think I'll stay right here for the moment. Nicasio nods, his black hair shining in the light like a crow's wing. Are you a regular sub or a Gaic sub? There's a bet on it. Izuku blinks at him, then decides it's not a secret. Gaic. Yes. Nicasio fist pumps, then raises his voice. Reinhard. You owe me 50 credits. Someone across the room groans loudly. Military circle, then? Martana asks. He hesitates. I don't know. Heroes aren't military, but they do fight a lot. But at the same time, it's not to hurt villains, just to stop them. She nods at that. So, you're going to be a hero? I'm going to try. I have to pass the entrance exams for a hero school first, though, he demurs. Your heroes are basically titled city guards. As a Gaiac sub, you certainly have the temperament for it, though never doesn't allow subs to take such a position, Nicasio tells him. It does make your circle at least pseudo-military in nature, though. You should probably look for some Gaos. Beta first, Dakurai says firmly. Most Gaos won't join a circle without the operating triad fully in place. Mera did, Nicasio objects. For Skura is a joker. Rules are different for jokers, Dakurai reminds him. Nicasio shrugs. True. Just listen to your instincts, darling, and you'll be fine, Martana reassures him, accurately reading his confused expression. Has your mentor not gotten around to explaining about Gao ranks? Oh, my mentor didn't show up and my parents are human, so. He trails off uncertainly. Kovet and Martana look disturbed at this. Human? Kovet asks in surprise. Izuku nods. Hisashi and Shoyuta think I was switched for their birth son in the hospital. Martana frowns. That's not possible unless someone stole you from your family first. Dakurai hums thoughtfully. I hope Shoyuta and Hisashi are planning to have a bloodline test done on you? As well as making an inquiry on what happened to your mentor. Yes. They're getting me checked for seals, too, just in case that's why my mentor didn't show up, Izuku agrees. That's a reasonable conclusion, Dakurai says, sounding satisfied. Libera leans around Nicasio. I don't know if anyone said it, but welcome to the family, Izuku. If you need something or need to know something, just ask. We're happy to help. Thanks, he replies, touched. No, you're the first to say it. Those idiots, she MMMMS. But, I felt very welcomed. I just wasn't expecting it, he adds hastily. She blinks at him. Not expecting it? Why ever not? He shrinks in on himself a little. I thought maybe you all would disapprove of me because I'm too young for Shoyuta. The arms around him tighten in a hug. Oh, child, Izuku, we would never blame you for coming into an early inheritance. And age differences are quite common in Dragile society. Bonds are to be celebrated. I'm glad you were able to find Shoyuta and Hisashi to help you. He bites his lip, hope welling up in him. Even though I called them with a soul cry? Especially then. Soul bonds are something all Dragels hope to find. The fact that you have two is a blessing, even if the circumstances that brought them to you are terrible, Dakurai assures him. Izuku slumps into Dakurai's hold, vastly relieved. He's not sure why he expected the worst, but this definitely isn't it. Supper's ready, someone calls out. Turns out the dishes are set out on the long kitchen counter rather than the table. Izuku somehow finds himself fairly close to the head of the line, ahead of Nicasio and behind a woman with dark hair with white tips. Chandaria, one of Shuta's aunts, she introduces herself. I'm Shadow with a mild air affinity. Since you're bonded to Shoyuta and Hisashi, you should have at least a minor affinity to both elements, so anything you see me take should be safe for you to eat. Oh, thank you. Izuku, he replies, curious as to why the other dishes might not be safe. She doesn't take a lot of different dishes, but she points out other dishes that should be safe for him. What's this? He asks, looking at a dish with pieces of dark green, light green and white striped with red, all in a teal-colored sauce. Oh, that? Sea salad. It's a water element dish, she answers. Can I try it? It looks really appealing. It's safe enough. Though I warn you that you probably won't like it unless you have a water affinity. It's an acquired taste, she warns. Izuku holds back a snort. He lives in Japan, he can handle a bit of seaweed or whatever it is. Instead, he helps himself to some before moving on to the next thing Chandaria points out to him. He spies another dish that looks appetizing that Chandaria avoids. It has a mix of bright red and orange roots in an orangey red sauce. Can I try that? Chandaria winces. I wouldn't unless you're positive that you have a fire affinity, Nicasio tells him. It'll give anyone who doesn't indigestion and sweating for a solid week. It's because of the fire root in it, not the pepper. Strictly fire element edibility. Oh. He's disappointed, but he'd rather not risk a week of indigestion. If you like pepper, try this one. Chandaria points at something white covered in oily red sauce with black bits floating in it. It might not agree with you, but at least it won't give you food poisoning if you don't have a fire affinity. It looks tasty enough, so he takes some, filling up the last bit of space on his plate. He looks around and finds a free spot at the table. A minute later, Nicasio sits to his right and another man, this one with short, shaggy black hair and black eyes, sits to his left. He introduces himself. Lycurgo, one of Shuta's younger brothers. How many brothers does he have? Izuku wonders. 8, Nicasio tells him. And one older sister with the same bearer and sire. She's the third eldest child. Shoyuta is the fifth. Lycurgo grunts. Mura's an alpha, Shuta's the only pariah, the rest of us are Geos. We have bets on whether it's something different in Mama Martana's genes or if it comes from Papa Dakurai, Nicasio adds. Mama Martana is PRGNNT again, but this time it's with their ace, Papa Lucky, and Mara. My money is on it being Papa Dakurai's genes that make the difference. Could be both, Lycurgo says shortly. Nicasio snickers. Can't prove that unless you can convince him to procreate without her and the current baby isn't Geo. Lycurgo wrinkles his nose and shrugs, obviously not a man of many words. Izuku appreciates the effort he's giving to be informative. So, will I meet all of you tonight? Izuku kind of hopes not. He's already struggling to remember names and faces. No, Lycurgo replies. The ones between me and Shoyuta are all out. Most of them are bonded. And the youngest is at a friend's house tonight. You might meet the other two, though, Nicasio explains. A teenager with dark gray hair and eyes flops down across from Izuku. Izuku, right? I'm Coil, the second youngest brother. At least until the baby comes. If Onfroy tells you he's the favorite child, he's lying. I am. How do you put up with Shoyuta? He's such a killjoy. Izuku growls at him. Coil looks startled at his reaction. What? He is. Nicasio snorts. Just because he pried you off of him and threatened to stab you if you hugged him again doesn't make him a killjoy. Papa Dakurai told everyone to back off before you decided to ignore him and hug Shoyuta anyways. And remember who you're talking to. You're making a terrible first impression. He turns to Izuku. Ignore him. He's just pouting because Shoyuta didn't give him more attention. He huffs and digs into the sea salad. It's delicious and he may out loud in pleasure. You like that? Coil looks borderline horrified. Izuku glowers at him and takes another bite. Coil, you're really sticking your claws in it today. Go get him a bowl of it before Uncle Oren and Gran Kaveri clean it out, Nicasio instructs in a warning tone. Ariel. I didn't mean it like that, Coil grumbles, but gets up to fetch a bowl of the sea salad. You think that's good? Nicasio addresses Izuku. Izuku purrs and isn't even embarrassed at his reaction. Yep, you've definitely got a water affinity. Nicasio sounds amused. Shoyuta and Hizashi think I might be part marrow, Izuku admits and looks at his plate sadly because the small portion of sea salad is gone. He decides to try the peppery dish and perks up at the taste. Kaken would love this. What's a Kaken? Lycurgo wants to know. A friend. Well, ex-friend, I guess. We were raised practically like brothers because our moms are best friends. Then he got a quirk and I didn't and we kind of drifted apart, he explains. More like left him behind, but they don't need to know that. Quirk? Lycurgo asks. Human magic. Usually, it shows up at age 4. Seals? Lycurgo posits. What? He asks in confusion. It's not uncommon for kids to have accidental magic growing up. Families will play seals on family magics that might be dangerous to have that young, Nicasio clarifies. Oh, maybe? We're having me checked for seals because my mentor didn't show up. Lycurgo looks disturbed. That's bad. Here. Coil sets a bowl on the table and slides it across to Izuku before flopping again and digging into his own food. I hope you really enjoy it, because Gran Kaveri almost stabbed me with a fork over it until I told her it was for you. Thank you, Izuku says with grudging politeness. The bowl is full enough to mitigate his instinctive mild disappointment at the rude, older boy not getting stabbed with a fork. Omake. Nicasio leads Izuku into the living room and pulls him down on his lap to prevent another round of pass Izuku for hugs. After a while, he gets transferred to Lycurgo's lap, which he doesn't mind. A while after that, Coil makes to take him instead. Izuku instinctively hisses at him, to Coil's surprised dismay. Instead, a marrow woman with pale lavender skin, teal hair and aquamarine eyes laughs and pulls him onto her lap, introduces herself as Gran Kaveri and goes, "So you like sea salad, do you?" and compliments him on his good taste. She also explains when asked why a female marrow joined a landwalking circle, that it was either rebel and join a landwalker circle or murder her interfering Mara and she didn't feel like committing matricide. Izuku is, surprisingly to him, quite okay with the lap thing, since it is less smothering. He's also introduced to more people, less chaotically this time. She holds and chats with him until Hizashi rescues him so they can go home. By the time Hizashi has had enough socializing and makes their excuses, Izuku is tired. Talking with Gran Kaveri was a lot of fun, even if he'd been basically trapped on her lap the entire time. Not that he minded that. She made him feel safe. But it had made him feel a bit like a young child. Anyways, he's tired enough that it's a struggle not to drag his feet. He doesn't even notice Shoyuta steering him to take a shower until they're in the bathroom and Shoyuta is fiddling with the shower controls. There, that should be an acceptable temperature. Take a short shower, then we can rest in the resting room. He blinks at Shoyuta. Isn't that a little big? We could use one of the smaller bedrooms. Shoyuta huffs in amusement. Hisashi doesn't like them. It's probably a good idea to get you used to using a resting room anyways. Circles generally like to sleep with their SBMSSV. I'm only looking for a beta, though, right? Only a beta for sure. Your instincts may well lead you to claiming others. How many others depends on how powerful you are. I'd bet we end up with a circle similar in size to my parents' circle, Shoyuta tells him. Izuku shuffles into the shower. How big is your parents' circle? I think I only met 4 of them. 13, unless they've added someone since we last saw them. He sputters. 13? That's not, I can't, no. That's too many. Shoyuta shrugs. Could be less. Could be more. Can we not talk about this? He whines. Sure. Shoyuta hands him a couple small blue bottles with English, or, well, Neverin, writing on the labels. These are for marrows. They're more moisturizing than bath products for other elements. You're lucky I can read English, he accuses. Then ignores the stifled laugh in response. It's fine. He'll just be here enjoying the water on his skin. Come morning, Shoyuta drags them out to run laps about the same time the sun comes up. Izuku is more fuddled than anything. He doesn't mind the unprecedented exercise, but at the same time, he collapses face down, limbs starfished, a panting, nauseous mess in less than half the time it takes for Hisashi to give up, and Shoyuta goes another 10 laps after that, so it's painfully obvious how out of shape he is. Shoyuta doesn't even have the decency to be out of breath. When he comes to a halt, he gives them an elated, slightly evil grin and laughs. Get used to it. A hero isn't allowed to lose just because they're wimpy and can't last the length of a fight. Not if they want to get and keep their license. And you need some skills if you want to pass the entrance exam. We can't exactly get you the traditional training for a Gaio sub without moving here, but my brothers are dying to teach you how to fight with a knife or sword. Izuku whines and lets Hisashi give him a hand up. Not that I'm not grateful for the instruction, but can I get some water? Of course you can. Then a shower, Hisashi agrees. Once he emerges from the shower, dressed in fresh clothes, he finds Hisashi in the living room making a call. Arkan Healing Clinic, reception desk, immediate vicinity. I am Alpha Hisashi Yamada of the Aizawa Circle. My father-in-law, Lord Aizawa, recommended your clinic. I would like to make an appointment on behalf of my SBMSSV, Izuku Midoriya, for as soon as possible. A general health checkup post-early inheritance, an affinities test, a bloodline test and a check for seals are necessary. It has been a month since his inheritance and his mentor still has not shown up, so we suspect a possible seal on the mentor bond, though inquiries on the mentor will also be made through other channels. Someone answers the message bubble less than a minute later, showing the image of a Gaio with red and black hair, dressed in a uniform. Alpha Yamada, I am receptionist Heath Blaine of Arkan Healing Clinic. Our healers are booked out for the rest of this week, but I can get you into an emergency appointment with healer Osane Jusen next Tuesday at 9 a.m., if that's acceptable. If not, there are several appointments available further out. Healer Yusen is our seals expert, so her time is in high demand, but given the circumstances, she would wish to see your SBMSSV as soon as possible. Thank you. 9 a.m. next Tuesday works fine for us, Hisashi replies, scribbling down the appointment time on a notepad. Excellent. Please show up half an hour before your appointment to fill out intake paperwork. Your appointment is made for 9 a.m. next Tuesday. Again, thank you. We'll be there. Have a good day, Receptionist Blaine. You as well, Alpha Yamada, the receptionist returns politely and ends the call. Hisashi makes a note and then uses a sticky spell to tack the notepaper to a small slate board hanging in the kitchen entrance. Alright, number 1 item for the day accomplished. After breakfast we'll go shopping for clothes. Introductions: clothes for all of us, a whole wardrobe for Izuku and a few new outfits for Shoyuta and me. A whole wardrobe? You shouldn't spend that much on me, Izuku complains. Shoyuta snorts. By Neverin standards? Yes, you need an entire wardrobe suited to the hunt. And we need to get you some jewelry, both for the introductions and for everyday wear, so people don't think that we don't treasure you or can't afford to dress you properly. Jewelry, he asks in shock. Didn't we tell you that before? Hisashi wants to know. I mean, you did mention that it's common for submissives to wear jewelry, but I didn't think you meant I needed to wear some, he admits, a little confused by the notion. Izuku isn't appalled by the notion, but he thinks his parents might be. Especially if he comes home with piercings. I don't need to pierce my ears or anything like that, do I? Hisashi looks surprised at the question. Shoyuta looks thoughtful. No. There's such a thing as cuff earrings. And necklaces, rings, arm cuffs and bracelets don't require piercings. There are options for everyone. You don't need to do anything you aren't comfortable with. Except walk for introductions. My parents want to sponsor us, and we really should do that. We do need to come up with something for you to show off magic-wise, though, Hisashi says. Shoyuta shakes his head. Not necessarily. At his age, no one will expect it. We do, however. And no, you can't do trick flying this time. That's more a Gayo thing. Hisashi pouts, then perks up. What about the airwalk thing? That would work, Shoyuta agrees. Izuku has to wonder what the airwalk thing is. Hisashi takes them to a shop that has fine fabrics everywhere, the clothes up to Auntie Mitsuki's standards despite the disparate styles. The medium-sized shop has half pre-made clothes and half fabrics waiting to be made up into clothes. Shoyuta and Hisashi do most of the work, not even looking at the pre-made clothing. Instead, they find a clerk and start poring over fabrics and patterns. Izuku is only asked a few times which cloth patterns he prefers. They choose a pair of trousers with a modest sash in lieu of a belt, a blouse with long, puffy sleeves and a long, ankle-length, unbelted, flared-sleeved, lightweight overrobe made to fan out just a bit when walking from the paper patterns. The trousers are to be made of a yellow gold brocade in a hexagonal pattern, glinting with metallic threads woven through it. The shirt in a yellow gold and gray with the same pattern woven in, also woven with metallic threads that glint every time it catches the light. The robe is a solid dark gray with a yellow, 5-petaled flower pattern climbing upwards from the hems, covering perhaps a third of the material. The design reminds him of an unbelted kimono. Their measurements are taken with a floating tape measure, and the clerk types the results into a tablet-like thing that he's pretty sure is Magitech, not electronic. These will be ready in 2 days. Is there anything else you need while you're here? A few new hunt-worthy outfits for us too and a couple weeks' worth of clothing for our SBMSSV, Hisashi answers. The clerk raises her eyebrows at that. I suggest you take a look at the pre-made clothing, then. We can always alter them to fit. Unless you have specific outfits in mind? Pre-made should be fine, Shoyuta says, shaking his head. She nods. If you need anything or can't find something, let me know. I'm here to help. Will do, Hisashi assures her cheerfully. They spend over 3 hours in the shop and Izuku is ready to be done with shopping. Sadly, this wish is not met, as Hisashi drags them over to a shoe store and finds a pair of sandals, a pair of boots and a pair of walking shoes that should match with his new outfits. Even Izuku can admit that his bright red sneakers don't pair well with the new outfits, so he changes into the walking shoes to match the new outfit he changed into in the clothing store. At least he feels less like sticking out like a sore thumb when they emerge back onto the now crowded street. Are we done shopping yet? He whines. No. You still need jewelry, Shoyuta says firmly. And, while my parents provided enough food for the first couple days, we're expected to do the shopping after that. However, it is time to eat, so we can stop and do that first. We're not going to a fancy restaurant, are we? Izuku asks suspiciously, because the tailor's and the shoe shop were both upscale stores. The skin around Shuta's eyes crinkles in amusement. Not a fancy one, no, but a nice one that my Mara prefers when she comes out to shop. It's a few streets over from here. Izuku thinks about that, then looks down at his new shoes dubiously. What if walking that far makes feet hurt in these shoes? They aren't exactly broken in. He gets a smirk for his complaint. Then tell us and one of us will carry you. No. That's embarrassing, he protests. Hisashi snickers. It really isn't. This is Nevera. The customs are different. I'll walk on my own, he says stubbornly, not buying that for a minute. If you start to limp, you will be carried, Shoyuta warns him. I won't, he insists. And he doesn't, but it's a near thing. He's terribly grateful when he gets a chance to sit down. It's a smallish restaurant with a mix of long tables and small ones, intended for a medium-sized circle and a small circle or just a group of friends, respectively. The menus they are given, though, are rather thick with several pages. As he flips through it he finds a general foods and drinks section, smaller sections for each element and a section for kids, marked with the relevant elements. All I recognize are the curries and I'm not in the mood for curry, he finally admits. Fruit or meat? Shoyuta asks. Both, he answers tentatively. Okay. Are you in the mood for fish, fowl, beef or lamb? Fish. Do they have salmon here? He inquires. No, but they have enfolsa, which is very similar in flavor and texture, Shoyuta returns. What fruit are you in the mood for? Pineapple, he decides after a moment. Now that they do have. Cooked or raw? Shoyuta asks. Cooked, please. Shoyuta checks the menu for a minute, then nods. We'll order you the glazed pineapple stir over enfolsa, then. And a comweb for a drink. Comweb? It acts as a mild tranquilizer, Hisashi explains. You think I need a tranquilizer? He asks in mild horror. I think you will once you start thinking about jewelry, Shoyuta replies bluntly. Oh. Since just the reminder sends zings of nervous energy up his spine, he can't really argue with that. The Anfolsa turns out to be pale blue instead of pink in color, but true to advertising, it does taste remarkably like salmon and he quite enjoys it once he works up the nerve to take a bite. The pineapple stir is quite good, too. By the time the meal is finished and paid for, Izuku is in a remarkably calm state of mind despite the notion of buying jewelry and the implication that this might not be the last time they take him jewelry shopping. Notes section. Fun fact, during Dragil pregnancies, the bearer overproduces magic in order to better support the baby, since Dragil are so highly magical. This results in the bearer needing to use a fair bit of magic every day to drain the excess. TBDH. Presumably the results of not bleeding off the excess magic are not pretty. Magic toxicity or exploding into tinkly little bits or something. I feel like the need to use that much magic could be a dangerous tell on Earth 1, Wizard Earth, and either dangerous or supremely awkward to explain on Earth 3, Superpower Earth, moot point on Earth 2 since it's a forbidden realm, and perfectly normal on Earth 4, former sanctuary realm. Kids are a very far-off possibility for the Aizawa Circle, but they might spend the PRGNNCY in Nevra if it ever becomes a consideration. Not that Earth 4 doesn't still take immigrants, but there's a hell of a lot more bureaucracy involved now. There's less paperwork involved for those moving off-planet. Also, Dragels are considered to be approaching nearing maturity after they pass the 1-century mark. TBDH. Carriers are submissives who choose not to build their own circle for whatever reasons. Most often they are hired by circles to carry a child for the SBMSSV, but a circle can choose to ask if they want to bond in and if they agree, they can do so as the carrier rank even though they are also technically submissives. Mages can be any of the 6 elements or blood mages or necromancers. They, or at least the most powerful ones, generally can't spend a lot of time on Nevra, especially if they aren't bonded, because the sheer scope of their magic existing doesn't necessarily play nice with all the magic that supports Nevra's existence. They frequently take jobs off-realm and may spend weeks to years at a time away from Nevra. Nevra is a sentient realm, so it basically kicks a mage off-realm, and sooner rather than later if they use too much magic in too short a time while on Nevra. I don't know if this applies to all mages or just the more powerful ones like the Kyrothes. So, Nevra is a nevermore realm, which means it doesn't brush up against other realms and it just kind of floats in the void. However, there's something about water that connects to all water in different realms, so the ocean borders can be breached from other realms. Wards are maintained against this happening. It usually works, but historically there's been some breaches. Such as a breach from Earth 1 via Hogwarts Lake by a bunch of Inferi undead. TBDH and a raid on a royal nursery that resulted in the caretakers and guards dead and all the children stolen. These are known as the Lost Children and were scattered through time and various realms, so they are still being hunted for. Only some of them have been recovered. As I write largely fluff, though, this is not likely to be addressed as a plot point in this FIC. Directly from TBDH notes. Dragil Circle, ranks. Alpha, the dominant authority figure, equal to the SBMSSV, within a bonded Dragil Circle. One corner of the operating triad. Beta, mediator between the Alpha and SBMSSV. Usually acts on the Alpha's behalf, when needed. One corner of the operating triad. SBMSSV, the heart of a Dragil Circle and generally the shortest. One corner of the operating triad. Paria, the protector within a circle, usually attuned to the SBMSSV and proficient in defensive magic. Gheyo, the fighter within a circle, usually attuned to the pariahs and proficient in offensive magic. Gayos have multiple titles within their ranks, denoting special fighting skills and establishing a clear authority figure. A circle with all Gayo ranks filled is referenced as having a full suite. They are ACE, King, Queen, Prince, Princess, Knight, Page, Trainee. Mage, a magic-oriented fighter within a circle that does not follow Gayo ranking or authority. They are known for having tremendous magical ability and control. Additional ranks include Healer, Advisor, Rheyo, Royal, Companion, and Carrier. Torvax are crow or raven shifters with black feathered wings and either ice or fire magic. Traditionally they are neutral like Switzerland, but a few decades ago on Earth, the Torvax there suddenly turned to actively hunting Dragels. Or at least the ones in England did. One hunting party made it to Nevra and slaughtered an entire circle and their students before the SBMSSV went feral and returned the favor. Torvax have remained neutral in other realms, including Earth 3 and Earth in TBDH and most of the other HP crossovers. Dumbledore is half Torvak and plots the downfall of Nevra, despite them being an entirely different realm. I in no way want to blanket paint the Torvax as unavoidably evil, nor do I want to say that all Dragels are all upstanding citizens. There are good Torvax. There are bad Dragels, even bad families. They have clan feuds and clan wars and things like that. Killing in self-defense, retaliation for mistreatment or killing an enemy isn't necessarily seen as bad. In fact, retaliation for severe mistreatment is considered right and expected and upheld by the courts. Though this is done by Geos on the behalf of others, if the one mistreated is a child or SBMSSV. Maybe in other cases as well. In most cases, the perpetrators and evidence are dragged to court, which in turn assigns punishment which varies on the severity of the situation and sometimes on what the victim feels like allowing. I really don't feel like covering this in this FIC, so I won't attempt to go into detail. If a case involves a different realm, it can be taken to the inter-realm courts. Since they suspect Izuku is part Marrow, Shoyuta and Hisashi have been careful to keep him hydrated, including having him take nightly showers or baths, drinking more water and making sure his wings are in good condition every day. Marrows have issues with drying out on land that have health repercussions, so it's a good thing to keep on top of. When they learn for sure that he's Marrow Aquakini, they will buy hydrating products meant for Marrows to take back with them. Unrelated, as cool as it would be for Izuku to run into all of his soul bonded, that's not going to happen. He will come across a few, though. Also unrelated, I have a list of scenes, 16 ATM, that need to be written. That doesn't include every scene that will happen, but I'm curious as to if any of you have particular scenes you'd like to see. I'm not quite sure of how the differences between a bubble message like an answering machine message versus how a bubble message call like a Zoom phone call works, since they seem to be referred to the same, but they are apparently physical bubbles that have to be opened. Physically versus verbally depends on the author. In this case, Hisashi made a call and waited for it to be answered. Walking for circle introductions is a public event. A runway walk in a very large stadium, is my impression. The runway is charmed so no one can fall off accidentally. Presumably any circle can walk, both for hunting purposes and for networking purposes. Commoners to nobles to high nobles to royalty and lastly blood titles. Geos walk first and often show off flying tricks. Followed by the Paria and other ranks. Followed by the Beta and Alpha. Followed by the SBMSSV. The children are in there somewhere, not sure where, exactly. Some kind of show is expected, whether that be magic tricks or a dance or whatnot. Very fancy clothes expected. Anyways, not sure what all goes into it. Only a couple people have written it and only the high noble and or royal and blood titles parts. Shoyuta and Hisashi are dressed in Neveran fashion, but Izuku is dressed in Earth 3 clothes and he just looks so out of place. They will be buying one outfit for him to change into for the rest of the day. Fashion varies on Nevra, but there is a lot of pants, trousers, tunics and blouses, some mid to full-length dresses, and plenty of robes from fully fastened full-length robes to waist-length, sleeveless, unfastened robe jackets. Original, flexi suits are also very common, due to being favored Geo wear. As is armor. Shirts made of gauzy scarves to show off bonding marks, harem-style pants and shirts with detached sleeves are also things. A variety of traditional styles from cultures on Earth 1 are also seen. Shops take on extra help during and a month prior to the hunt, due to the increase of business. They also keep longer hours and are open every day of the week. Most outsiders show up at or during the first week of hunt, but there is a population boom that starts up to 3 months before hunt, so the long hours and extra help are needed. It can be very difficult to find accommodations during the hunt due to the huge influx of visitors. TBDH. This is 3 days before the hunt begins. Shoes. Many fewer than he'd get away with if Shoyuta was the heir to his dad's title or if they were high nobility. Fortunately for him, they plan to live on Earth 3, so only the minimum is needed to not look odd as a noble circle. But Izuku is going to mourn wearing his sneakers for a while. I feel like Shoyuta talking so much is a little OOC, but he's not quite the same person as in canon BNHA. Although he's lived on Earth 3 for years now, he is a Neveron native and a noble at that. I don't think he could be called pampered by any means, but he is used to having nice things and following certain customs. Even if he doesn't have much use for the customs on Earth, I think he's more reticent in public on Earth 3, simply because the customs are different and he's still slightly uncomfortable with that. The comweb is not my invention, though I am assuming its tranquilizing effect from the name. The Anfolsa is mine and I don't mind if others use it. It may have started off as salmon and been gradually altered in Nevera's magic-heavy environment, or it may have simply come from a different realm originally or originated in Nevera. I know earth element magic can grow plants, but I don't know if a magical realm can spawn its own animals or if they had to import them. Even if Nevra was able to spawn its own animals, there are probably imports from other realms at this point, just because that's a very people sort of thing to do. Almost certainly magically altered and magic-bred plants and animals as well. Such as Natura, which are guardians that form a bond with an individual or family. They are dragon-type creatures with canine traits. They may be found as companions or guarding homes or may even guard places like the public library, which is a very big building. They can grow to be quite large. I believe they are a magically bred created species. They pair bond and form into little packs when they have offspring. If a place has reached the limit of new pack members, any new offspring will form eggs around them. Such eggs may be found left in dragon nests or they can be gifted to trusted people. Izuku doesn't quite drag his feet entering the jewelry store, but he certainly doesn't hurry. Shoyuta patiently holds the door for him without comment, though, so he doesn't stop walking altogether. It's quite a large store and various customers are being helped in several places scattered throughout it. To his surprise, Hisashi doesn't start them looking at jewelry. Instead, he heads directly for a desk near the back, currently unattended, with a sign saying special orders hanging over it. When they get there, Izuku sees that there's a bell on the desk, which Hisashi promptly rings. A portly Dragil emerges from the back, wiping his hands on a cloth. His eyes skim over Hisashi and Shoyuta before settling on Izuku for a long moment. Finally, he asks, "What can I do for you fine folks today? Sorry to ask it of you, but we would like to make a rush order for our SBMSSV to wear on the introduction walk in 3 days, Hisashi says politely. MMN. And is there a reason you didn't make the order a month ago? We live off-realm and didn't have time off our jobs and school until now. We just arrived yesterday. Also, our SBMSSV has only been inherited for about a month, Hisashi explains. He looks young for his age, the Dragil comments. I'm 14, Izuku says, slightly annoyed at being referred to as if he's not standing right here. The Dragil's blank expression softens momentarily. All right, what do you have in mind? 2 strands of gold set with canary and gray diamonds, with a 5-petaled yellow flower to either side of the hollow of his throat on the top strand and a single flower below and between the two on the second strand. He pulls a scrap of the material being used for the blouses out of a pocket and sets it on the counter. This is what we'll be wearing. Also, matching bangles. Earrings. He's not comfortable with getting piercings, so no. The portly Dragil nods and sets the cloth aside to type on some sort of keyboard below the counter level. A holographic screen pops up a moment later with the outline of a human, then changes to show the head and neck area with a basic necklace that changes several times as he continues to type. Finally, it shows the necklace described with gray stones flanking the yellow flowers and the rest of the strands set with alternating gray and yellow stones. The bottom flower is slightly larger than the other 2. Each flower has a small gray center. This what you want? Perfect. Hisashi praises. The screen flashes the word saved and then changes to show hands and forearms, each gaining a bangle set with alternating gray and yellow stones with a singular yellow flower in the middle of each bangle. This okay? Or are you keeping a theme of 3? That's fine, Hisashi tells him with a wide smile. Saved flashes on the screen again. Is that all? The man asks. If so, I need a name for the order. Well, all for special order. You can put it under Hisashi Yamada, Alpha of the Aizawa Circle. The man grunts and types that in, then looks up as the hologram disappears. Will you be wanting matching earrings for yourselves? Well, of course that would be nice, but we can settle for plain canary diamonds for those. I'm sure you have some in stock, Hisashi says a bit ruefully. No need to settle. Wait here. He disappears into the back. It's a good 5 minutes before he reappears with 2 jewelry boxes in hand. Made these for a pair of sisters last year and they defaulted on paying, so they've just been gathering dust. He sets the boxes down and flips up their lids, revealing 2 identical pairs of 5-petaled yellow diamond flowers with gray diamond centers. They're an uncanny match for the necklace and bracelets just ordered. We'll definitely take those, if you're willing to sell them to us. Hisashi enthuses. I am. He gives the price and Hisashi scans his credit token to pay. Packaging the 2 boxes in a small paper bag, he seals it shut with colored paper tape and hands over a receipt. Don't open it until you've paid for anything else you are planning on buying or they'll have to check the contents against the receipt. Got it, Shoyuta says, taking the bag. There's green jade and emeralds against the far wall. The portly Dragil gestures. Green will look good with his eyes. It will, won't it? Thanks, Hisashi replies and heads across the store to the correct wall. In the end, they find 4 necklaces with matching bracelets. One black choker with an emerald heart and a pair of black wristbands with smaller emerald hearts on them. A second, a gray-green jade pendant carved in the shape of a phoenix with uncarved, matching bangles. A third with round, pale green jade beads the size of a large pea, interspersed with tiny faceted emeralds, with one larger round jade bead as a pendant with nested in a complex knot. With matching wrist cuffs, several strands wide. And lastly, an emerald jade necklace with short, tube-like beads separated by golden links and with a stylized tongue of jade flame for a pendant. With matching bracelets and ear cuffs. All of them have options for pierced ears, but of course they aren't interested in those. One of the clerks is happy to retrieve the ones they want and they don't even have to wait very long to pay. The jewelry is safely stored with the clothes in the black void stone that looks like polished lava stone, set into a wide ring that Shoyuta has only started wearing since they came to Nevera. Honestly, though, Izuku is so ready to be done with shopping. Even if the jewelry is all very pretty and oddly tempting. So, groceries? Izuku asks tiredly after they exit the jewelry shop. Hisashi begins. Shoyuta smirks. No. We have one more stop before that. He leads them one street over, where a grocery store is visible about half a block away. But true to his word, he leads them to a different shop. Izuku looks around curiously. A game shop? Precisely, Shoyuta agrees and leads them to half an aisle of cards and card decks. He eyes them for a couple minutes before swiping up one of the thickest decks and leading them to the cash register. Once he pays, he turns and hands it to Izuku. For you. It's called Canismem and there should be a leaflet included that explains the rules of the game. It's similar to hero cards, except it's a game where you build your circle and gain allies and even familiars if you have the right deck. This is a full deck, so it will have not only basic cards, but also some cards of every social rank and element and a few generic familiar types. Call it a reward for putting up with all the shopping without whining. Izuku feels himself light up in anticipation and he looks at the design depicting the 6 elements with interest. He really wants to open it on the spot, but he also doesn't want to risk losing his cards. He doesn't really understand the money system here, but even he can tell that this deck isn't cheap. Not nearly as expensive as all the jewelry Hisashi just splurged on, but not cheap. Also, if they're like hero cards, they're collectibles and he's always been good at keeping collectibles in good condition. Reluctantly, he hands it back. Can you keep it safe until we're done shopping? Shoyuta gives him a small smile. Of course. Grocery shopping doesn't take as long as he feared and the unfamiliar ingredients are interesting to look at. Soon they're back at the Aizawa estate. As soon as they have the groceries put away and the clothes and jewelry safely stowed in one of the bedrooms, Shoyuta hands the card pack back to him with a little smirk. Enjoy. Izuku beams at him and opens the deck on the table. Thanks. The card on top depicts a beautiful woman with long, blood-red hair so dark it almost looks black, labeled Crown Princess Ebony, Fire. The next card depicts a white blonde man with gray eyes and a friendly face, labeled Prince Periton, Air. A stern-looking brunette man with golden eyes, labeled King Edgar, Earth. The fourth card has a stylized blue figure wearing a coronet, labeled Queen Killigan, Water. Who did you get for your 4 royal cards? Hisashi asks. Izuku shows him. Oh, nice. Getting Prince Periton means you can't deal with a Crown Royal of Air, but it gives you some different options in play. Why does Queen Killigan not have a picture? Shoyuta answers, Aquakini are very protective of their important figures. Only they know what the queen and their blood title look like. You'll find any members of their royal guard don't have pictures either. If you want their actual cards, you have to convince an Aquakini to buy it for you from their own city. Gran Kaveri likes you well enough that she might be convinced to go out of her way to get a deck for you. If she does, you can't trade the cards outside of the family or she'll get in trouble. Oh, I don't want her getting in trouble, he says with a frown. Not that I'd do that, but still. It's up to you if you want to ask, Shoyuta replies with a shrug. I'm sure some of the older adults have extra historical cards that are out of circulation now that they might be willing to give you. Hisashi laughs. Shoyuta would know. He used to be obsessed with the game. Like you were any better? Shoyuta shoots back. I never said I was, but I'm pretty sure your collection is twice as big as mine, Hisashi points out. Shoyuta shrugs again. Point. I made up for it with a pretty sweet collection of hero cards, Hisashi admits. You play too? Is Canismem a popular game? Canismem. And yes, to both questions, Hisashi answers. Literally all my older brothers are Geos. Of course I grew up playing it. It's popular with all the circle ranks, though. You can play with a single deck, but usually everyone has their own deck to play from. It's a really good game for circles to play, because there's no such thing as too many players, Shoyuta explains. Huh? Cool. He turns over the next card. A blonde woman with short hair, wearing armor. Lady Paelda, Blood Whisper, Ace, Air. The next card is a blonde with purple streaks in her hair and lavender eyes, also in armor. Greta Deverain, Blood Rain, King, Storm. Are all the blood titles women? Only half of them, Shoyuta says. Who'd you get? Blood Whisper and Blood Rain. He flips the next card and blinks at the smushed face cat. Kneasel, common familiar. A cat? What's a Kneasel? They're magical cats, smarter than regular cats. From Earth, we're not allowed to import them into Earth 3, though. Good familiars, though, Shoyuta tells him. The next card is also a Kneasel, which is vaguely disappointing. Oh well. Izuku keeps flipping through the new cards, interested in the variety. The fanboy in him loves it. He's definitely going to collect more of these. Oh, Izuku. I want to show you something. Hizashi calls. Izuku places the last clean plate in the cupboard with his new and still shaky magic, pleased that he hasn't dropped anything this time. He's pretty sure the dishes are placed out of reach for the average SBMSSV on purpose. Which, rude. It's not like Shoyuta deserves to get stuck with all the kitchen work. What's up? He asks as he approaches Hizashi. I need you to position your hands like this. He demonstrates. Izuku does so, though he fumbles for a moment. To his surprise, a holoscreen pops up in front of him. What's this? This is where we buy and send favors to people who have caught our eye. Try scrolling right, Hizashi instructs. He obeys hesitantly and is only a little surprised when the entries on the screen change. Keep scrolling. More. More. Okay, you can stop. See the cardstock there? That's good enough quality to represent our circle. Or well, you. Since you're the one choosing circle members. The other things you can choose to send as gifts with the favor. It's better to pick those last minute so you can attempt to tailor them to the individual. They have edible and non-edible. The edible ones have the Fang mark at the bottom. See here? He nods. Then there's wearable and non-wearable. The wearable ones have a claw mark at the bottom. The ones that don't have either are not edible or wearable. Those are things like wing oil, etc. Some people take those personally, though, so take care with that. Edible is generally a good bet, as long as you know what element they are. Hizashi taps the screen that switches to a window featuring the cardstock, then presses his payment token to the screen. A moment later, a pack of cardstock pops out of thin air, causing Izuku to yelp in surprise. Hizashi catches them neatly. Now press your hands together, palm to palm. Yes, like that. The holoscreen disappears. I'll get Shoyuta to show you how to infuse your magic into these. It's no big deal if it takes you several times to get it right. Also, we need to take you to the bank to get your own credit token, so you're not dependent on our presence to buy things. Oh, that would be nice, he admits. What happens if I fail to infuse one? Hizashi snickers. Well, they could just not be infused, but more likely they'll just burn up or be torn apart. It's fine. We can buy more to practice on if you don't get the hang of it quickly. Izuku blinks at him. Is that from personal experience? Yep. I wanted to formally court Shoyuta, so I asked his Mara to teach me. She said I was the worst at it that she ever taught, Hizashi admits cheerfully. I don't think that's something to be proud of, Izuku points out. Being a hero is about overcoming the hardships of life, Hizashi returns without missing a beat. Izuku does not groan in exasperation, but it's a near thing. He still doesn't think Hizashi should be proud of failing multiple times. Overcoming the fails, maybe. Hopefully he won't fail spectacularly and find out the hard way. Notes section. Jewelry. Magitech. Gruff jewelers softened to their plight by Izuku's age. He's not the only jeweler that works for the store, but he is the head jeweler and the one who does the majority of special orders. Realistically, jewelers are probably swamped by special orders of jewels for the hunt, particularly before, at the beginning and in the middle of the hunt. He generally shoos people off to look at pre-made jewelry if they say rush order. If they're polite, he'll even point them in the direction to find what they're looking for. I'm pretty sure voidstones are an unprepossessing black stone, but I don't remember exactly how they were described or who came up with them. They're basically pockets of hammer space where just about anything, including living beings in stasis, can be kept. While handy, they're very expensive, so the only reason Shoyuta has one is because his father's a lord and can afford to outfit his children with voidstones. Shoyuta doesn't normally wear his voidstone ring, because using his capture weapon while wearing it could result in losing a finger. Gems are cheaper on Nevra, because some powerful earth elements can create gems and they also have magitech to be able to create specific gems. Pearls and mother of pearl are more expensive however, because only Aquakini have access to the waters. Natural gems are much more expensive, though, because Nevra doesn't allow mining, so the vast majority of natural gems are imported from off-realm. Geos with titles have collectible cards, usually Geos would obtain these for themselves or others. TBDH. However, since collectible cards is synonymous with card games in my head, I am expanding on that idea. Thus, canismem. So, beyond titled Geo cards there are also generic Geo cards, cards for major and minor nobility, some named and some generic, and notable personages cards. Expanded decks may include other races, both generic and named personages. Hardcore collectors might have cards for all known races, though, of course, a playing deck is limited by number of playable cards. So, one might have 3,000 cards but only be able to play from a 64-card deck chosen from among those cards. Cards are sold as singles, 5-packs, full decks, specialty decks and generic foundation decks, which include generic alphas, betas, submissives, etc. and so forth. I picture it as a build your circle and assemble allies type game, where what type of SBMSSV card you get choose would dictate what form the circle would take and how many high-ranked allies one could make. Since Geo cards are more typically available to Geos, I imagine certain types of cards would be easier to obtain for specific ranks. Sorry, I can't go into more detail, but I don't play those sorts of games, so I don't know a lot of specifics. The game shop has game from nearly every Earth 1 and Earth 3 culture and some from other realms and some never specific games like Canismem, which isn't the most inspired name, but Canismem is very popular and designed to help people learn about how social rules ranks work and who are the important figures. Multiplayer games in general are popular, simply because of how large circles can get. I don't actually remember if Greta Deverain was properly described or not, but this is what she looks like for this particular FIC. The reasoning behind her looks being that Storm is considered a combination of air and water elements. Likewise, Shadow is considered a combination of earth and fire elements. Nevera has Magitech. In fact, it has a Magitech system that allows anyone to buy favors online and send them by entering the name of the chosen without needing to know their address. While such favors can be blocked if someone is not open to being courted, a refund will be issued if that's the case. To access the system, one holds their hands together in a teardrop shape, with some fingers touching and others not, and a holoscreen pops up. Favors can be cheap or expensive, edible or nundable, wearable or nundable, denoted respectively by pricing, Fong symbol at the bottom or claw symbol at the bottom. Favors are gifts but also include a small card that is infused with the magic of the sender, so the receiver can determine magic compatibility without meeting the sender. The sender can also add information about themselves and a message, if they like. TBDH. I don't know how favors are sent to people if one doesn't know their name. Might be part of the reason for the introduction walks? To refuse a favor, one burns them with magic, which is a polite refusal. TBDH. A reference list can be kept, made via magic, to track who sends favors. If a refused sender sends another favor and is still unwanted, the favor is burned with a different color of fire, I forget which, but it might be blue, which is a more emphatic refusal. Something else happens if a third favor is sent and refused, but I don't remember what. Notifying some authority maybe? Anyways. A very clear back off or face consequences. Or maybe straight up consequences. Presumably one can interact with the holoscreen to navigate possible choices of favors and payment. It wouldn't be very good Magitech if one couldn't. Favors can be sorted via magic. Such as sorting out favors that are from people one is inadvertently related to, sorting into piles by rank, sorting out those who have sent more than one favor, etc. TBDH. Favors can also be sent as friendship offers instead. The method of closing the holoscreen is my invention. Shoyuta cautiously prods the favor card. I don't understand how you turned it blue, but it seems to have worked other than that. A success, sort of, on the first try is good, isn't it? He tries again. Interesting, Shoyuta says diplomatically, peering at the now floating card that also now looks fluffy. I think the fibers peeled apart. You mean I shredded it? Izuku clarifies. Looks like it, Shoyuta agrees. He tries again. This one melts into a soggy puddle. Well, I think we can safely say you have a water affinity, Shoyuta says and vanishes the mess. Try again. Izuku obeys. Okay, I understand how you did this one, Shoyuta says with a little laugh. I don't think I could replicate it, but it's cute. You could definitely send it to someone with a shadow element or affinity. He eyes the shadowed card that has seemingly been swallowed by a shadow, which is now crawling around on the table in apparent curiosity. It is weirdly cute. I guess. What am I doing wrong? At a guess? You're infusing it with the element directly instead of infusing your entire magic signature before it separates into elements, Shoyuta says. Izuku squints in confusion, before clarifying, you mean I'm filtering my magic instead of just pushing it out whole? Yes. Huh? He tries again and promptly sputters as teeny tiny pieces of paper plaster across their faces and spray in other directions as well. Oops. Shoyuta summons a damp washcloth and cleans both their faces. That was about 5 times as much magic as the card is designed to hold. Oh. Once more, then. This time the card remains inert to all appearances. Picking it up, Shoyuta checks it over and nods. Almost. Try half again that much. He does. The card vibrates ominously for a few moments before settling down. That's a tiny bit too much, but you succeeded. Good job, Shoyuta praises. It took me 7 tries, he notes glumly. But 3 of those 7 are usable, so that's not bad. It took Mera a week to teach Hizashi how to quit obliterating the cards, Shoyuta says practically. A week? Izuku asks in horror. Shoyuta clears his throat. Hizashi's control of his magic was pretty bad to start with. His aura tried, but the man clearly had no idea how to teach magic. I have no idea how he was assigned as a mentor, even though Hizashi likes him and keeps in touch. Eventually, both Hizashi and I took a semester at one of the magic academies. Fortunately, it fell during summer that year, so we were able to continue at UA afterwards. Once he got the hang of control, I'm pretty sure he learned more than I did. Hizashi is smart. Izuku feels a warm glow of pride on his alpha's behalf. I know. You've got 8 cards left to practice on, Shoyuta reminds. He groans and gets started. Some of them do the vibrating thing and one of them loses a corner, but overall, he succeeds, so he counts it a win. Shuta's portal deposits them in a bustling transportation hub, which surprises Izuku until he realizes that the crowds of yesterday have at least doubled in size and he realizes that the hub must be to keep accidents from happening. The absolute throng of people includes dragels, other creatures, some of which he doesn't recognize, and individuals who are not outwardly magical, but no doubt have magic of some sort. The noise level makes both him and Shoyuta cringe briefly. There's a lot of people talking and laughing. They move off of the transportation circle, which is made up of white stone and marked with softly glowing runes. Izuku wishes briefly that he knew what the runes are for. Hizashi and Shoyuta each grab one of his wrists as they get caught up in the crowd so that they don't get separated in the hustle and bustle of so many people. Safely tucked between them, he doesn't get jostled much. Both of them are tall enough to have people moving out of their way when they can. They make their way to a long, winding line outside gates with a sign that says registration over them and wait. It isn't as nearly as slow as the line at Nevera's entry gate, but it isn't quick. When they finally get to the registration booth, Izuku can see several quills writing in books all on their own. He absolutely has to learn that spell, but don't people here know what ballpoint pens are? The young female Geo at the booth barely looks at them as she says quickly, name, rank, element, circle and social. Please stand on the blue square in your preferred halving form for measuring. Hizashi nudges Izuku forward. Izuku Midoriya, Gaic SBM SSV, nameless probably, Aizawa circle and, he looks at Hizashi for help. Noble, Hizashi answers. Noble, Izuku repeats dutifully, then moves towards the blue square and pulls out his wings so they can properly measure him. The measurement is apparently near instantaneous because the woman at the booth then says, you may proceed through the gates. He's a bit nervous at being separated from Hizashi and Shoyuta, but Shoyuta nods at him, so he obeys. Fortunately, everyone is moving away from the gates, so it's a simple matter to wait for them. On the other side of the gates, in the distance is a massive stadium, with parts of it marked off by various colored flags. Between them and the stadium are tents and stalls. He can't really see what they're for at this distance, despite his improved vision after inheritance, but he can smell food. Want to explore? Hizashi asks. We have a couple hours before we have to be in our seats for the royal introductions. There's food and souvenirs. We aren't going dancing, Shoyuta says firmly. Party pooper, Hizashi accuses mildly. Souvenirs? I'm still full from breakfast and I don't know if I could avoid spilling, Izuku says hesitantly. Good point. Alright, souvenirs. Hizashi enthuses. They enter the stadium at ground level and then take a lift that works like an elevator, just without walls, which makes him nervous. It's spelled so no one can fall out, Hizashi assures him. Right. Though he really doesn't trust magic that much, so it doesn't really help. They only go up a couple levels before Shoyuta leads them off the lift and to the left to find an entrance to the stands. But when they emerge onto the stands area, he sees a private box full of Shuta's family. Shoyuta leads them into the box, which is really just seats with a low wall around them, with lightly tinted glass continuing up from there and over them to form a ceiling as well. The box is crowded, but there's still enough space for them. There's even a small flat area for kids to play in. Well, presumably, at least. Right now, it's serving as standing room for those who don't want to sit on the bleachers. People make space for them to sit on the front bleacher. The noise of the crowd is quieter here, so there must be spells up, he decides. There's a hovering large screen more or less in front of their box, showing a close-up of the arena area, which is nice. And now it's time for the royal introductions. A loud fanfare assaults their ears and tidy rows of dragels file into the arena. Everyone stands and Izuku hastily joins them until another fanfare allows them to sit down. Then, after everyone is done filing in, they stand again. Privacy wards coming down, someone warns. Everyone places a two-fingered salute over their hearts and starts reciting something that Izuku only catches parts of. Young and old. We give thanks, respect and love. We give that which will not destroy us and we build up. We stand as one, united. By Ariel's sacred name. Portgas, Aloras, Styrus. Eternal harmony to us all. When they're done, they sit again. We stand in respect when they announce the processions and then again for our elements, Shoyuta says in his ear. What element am I? He asks. Nameless, so you stand with Hisashi for air. He nods in understanding. First to present, is the royal house of the earth element. We warmly welcome Prince Raspen, the crown prince of the earth royals and his entourage. Welcome to his ministers, his court and the royal guard. The announcer says. Izuku stands with everyone else for the third time. The ground cracks and shifts, until earthen pillars begins to rise from the dusty depths. The entire stadium shakes with the movement of earth. Waves of dirt crumble and spray every which way as the pillars shudder, forming a ceiling-less pavilion, with 4 thrones in the center, each throne facing a specific side, back to back, with stone steps leading up to the newly formed dais. 4 walkways are formed into existence. The dirt molds into hard, packed matter, then whispers away to reveal smooth, gray stone and fancy stonework. At the far right end of the giant circular center a gaping hole begins to yawn up out of the ground. It becomes obvious that there are stairs leading down into that gaping hole as dragels begin coming into view. In solemn procession with musical fanfare, the earth court comes to the surface. Then music begins to fill the air. Almost tribal in nature, they are clad in earthen tones of browns and gold, bearing a royal crest boldly upon the chest and sleeves of their tunics and overtunics. They march in perfect unison. First comes 2 military circles that branch off to stand at attention, while the others file through. The musicians take up the second section of the pathway, lining up with their shiny instruments. The third section is filled with performers, mages with impressive animated replicas trotting along between and beside each other. In the fourth section of the procession, comes the royal court. Advisors and council men and women, all are bedecked in gilded robes. And then, comes the prince. He has golden eyes typical of his element and is dressed in exquisite robes with several layers and shimmering golden embroidery. Atop his head is a simply decorated crown with an even row of points around the circle and a glimmering amber-colored jewel set in each tip. He waves to each side as he walks, escorted by a circle of bodyguards. Matching rings glimmer on each hand. Behind his formal procession an almost grotesque hulk of rippling, dripping mud rises up until it takes the form of a giant golem, faceless, but with gaping holes for a mouth and eyes. It remains silent as it follows obediently, the wetness drying with each step until it looks as if a living statue is trailing after them. Prince Raspen walks to the foot of the stairs leading up to one throne and waits until his court, the advisors and council, have taken their respective positions on the stairs, before gliding forward to take his place on the throne. He smiles when the golem settles down with a huff, slumping into a restful state to his right. He turns to face the crowd as his bodyguards take up protective stances around the throne, with watchful eyes looking out at the general public. I thank you for this warm and hearty welcome, his voice echoes in the air, husky with a touch of warmth. I am pleased to lend my presence to the hunt and I wish everyone health, happiness and eternity in finding their soulmates. May you continue to uphold the reputation of our respected element and embody all that the earth is. The prince sits. A round of applause and cheers start up again. When the noise dies down, he nods and turns to face the crowd once more. It is also my pleasure to introduce to you, Her Royal Highness, the Princess Ebony, Crown Intended, of the Fire Royals with her entourage. Welcome to her ministers, court and the royal guard. The Earth clans extend their warmest welcome and express their sincere appreciation for the alliance between our elements. The sound of marching feet draws attention to the aisle and Izuku stares as solemn ranks of fire geos descends the aisle stairways in single file. They pass just outside of the viewing box in solemn procession. Many of them are clad in bright reds, oranges and yellows, every single one of them have fiery hair and proud expressions. From the far end of the auditorium on the ground floor, twin double doors are open to admit the royal procession. The dragels filing down from the aisles simply vault over the protective railings and into the dirt center. From beyond the double doors comes a rumbling roar. The geos that filled the center now form a line, standing at attention as a giant scaly paw stretches out into the natural light. The shadows of the entryway part to reveal a massive, blood-red dragon in full, true form. The great head is ridged and horned, showing an intelligent face with a wide, fanged mouth, lips curled back in a roar that charges the air. Aerobic performers come next, cartwheeling, flipping and dancing with great, glittering lengths of ribbon, breathing fire and singing a song that seems to be the very fire itself. The crowning moment is the ornate figure perching atop the massive dragon's head. In a sea full of redheads, Princess Ebony is a petite beauty with hair the color of pitch black. It cascades down thin shoulders and streams out behind her, some strands even long enough to splay out behind the crest of the dragon she rides. Her jewelry is simple, flame-colored stones dangling from her ears and nestling in the curve of her generous bosom. Her lips are painted the brightest, boldest red, the same color of the silken cape twining around her shoulders. Her crown is a delicate matter of twisted gold with blood rubies set in each of the 4 points, identical to the signet ring on her right hand. Her procession continues until they reach the base of the stairs leading up to the dais. From the gaggle of performers, certain individuals begin to move forward, taking up the same ranks as Prince Rasputin's royal court had. Their flashy costumes melt away to show respectable robes of office. The great dragon is the last to approach, and when it reaches the bottom of the stairs, it simply bows the great head, allowing the princess to slide down to the ground. She stands tall and proud beside it, whispering something that only the dragon can hear. A moment later, a shimmer of magic shrinks the massive body to 1/10 of the size, allowing it to follow her up the stairs, where it curls around the base of her throne. She curtsies to Prince Rasputin, who solemnly inclines his head to her in turn. She smiles at the crowd. "I thank you for this welcome," Princess Ebony's voice rings out, clear and brisk. "As head of the royal house of our element, I am pleased to lend my presence to the hunt. I wish health, happiness, and eternity to each of you in finding your soulmates. We are all one half of a whole. May you find your missing half. May you uphold the reputation of our element with pride and dignity as you embody all that the power of flame is." A round of applause starts up, accompanying a rush of cheers and happy screeches. Princess Ebony smiles again at the reception and waits until the noise dies down, before continuing her welcome speech. "It is my greatest hope that you will extend this warm welcome to our friends, the Air Clan. It is my honor to introduce to you to our hosting element this season, Her Royal Highness, the Princess Dawn, Crown Intended, of the Air Royals with her full entourage. Welcome to her ministers, her court and her impressive royal guard. On behalf of the Fire Clans, I extend our warmest welcome and express our sincere appreciation for the alliance between our elements." Princess Ebony rises to her feet and cranes her neck upwards. "Look to the sky." Looking up, Izuku rises to his feet alongside of Hisashi, who is visibly restraining himself from using his quirk to yell a welcome. Above them there is a glimmer of light and then a flicker of silver, then the entire overhead sky is filled with glittering, shimmering, reflections of all colors. It's like angels of some religion are descending from the sky. The angle of the light changes and a collective gasp of "oh" rises from the seated crowd below. Princess Dawn and her entire entourage descend from the sky in a flurry of glittering wings, shimmering scales and airy, whispery magic so potent that the air grows thick and heavy with it. As the earth types had taken to soft earthy colors and the fire types had claimed the reds, oranges and yellows of their element, the Air Clan makes full use of white, silver and gold. They descend in ordered ranks, the royal guard first, followed by the royal court of ministers and advisors. The final one to set foot on the smooth ground is Princess Dawn herself. She is clad in numerous layers of shimmery, near-transparent white fabric that expertly swathe her tall, lithe figure. She is at least an entire head and shoulders taller than Princess Ebony and the exact opposite in looks. Where Ebony sports rich, tan skin and hair such a rich shade of red that it appeared black, Dawn is all pale skin and nearly white hair. She waits patiently while her entourage arrange themselves into the respective greeting line. A happy screech overhead has everyone looking up and Princess Dawn merely smiles and holds out an arm. Overhead, a circling shadow gives way to a brilliant white bird that gradually grows smaller as it approaches until it can safely perch on Dawn's slender arm. Princess and familiar greet each other with affectionate nuzzles, before a minister urges them forward. Princess Dawn greets both of her fellow royals with a deep curtsy and a few murmured words that are not broadcasted to the entire auditorium. She does not take her seat, as the other two did, however, instead turning towards the gaping hole that Prince Rasputin's entrance left. The air elementals in the stands take their seats again. A fond smile settles on her face and she waves off her entire court to take their positions by her empty throne. Standing alone off to the edge of the stage, she speaks in a strong, clear voice. As the hosting element for this hunting season, it is my greatest pleasure to welcome the water element, that which completes the foundation of our four corners. I welcome the Aquakini, the Marrow, as we know them. A hearty and honest welcome to the king and his court. Please show your appreciation for King Alcander. At her request, the fine smattering of applause rounds out to a decent-sized cheer of welcome. Princess Dawn favors the excited crowd with a gentle smile in reward and waits for her welcome and invitation to be acknowledged. The applause tapers off and it seems as if nothing is happening. But her smile doesn't waver and instead, it morphs into something showing fond exasperation as a gurgling, bubbling sound draws all eyes to the darkened hole in the floor, where water has begun to spring. At first, it is a pale brown color, then it begins to lighten, until it is vivid, bright blue. Like liquid crystal, the water springs up from the gaping hole and begins to snake towards the royal platform. It pours forth, filling the ground, lapping at the edge of the raised platform of the royals. It is the loveliest shade of blue and almost too clear to be believed, as it settles into a nearly smooth surface. Perfectly safe from the new water, Princess Dawn continues to wait, smiling when her familiar chatters in her ear. She reaches up with one hand to slide the downy feathers and fights to keep the smile on her face from growing wider by the second. A loud sking sound announces a vortex that swirls to life in the center of the hole where the pouring water is now stilled. From the shadowed, nearly black depths, three pointed golden tips emerge, taking on the shape of a trident that towers overhead before a crown is visible. With slow precision, the darkened figures rise from the watery whirlpool one after another. They come into full view, the moment they step free from the transportation portal and the marrow magic makes itself known first. Sweet and cloying almost, a heady rush accompanies the oppressive feeling as the proud marrow march in perfect unison to form the greeting line for their royal. When the last one has stepped from the portal, Prince Alcander steps fully into view. The same collective gasp that had greeted Princess Dawn, now repeats itself in the face of witnessing the ethereal beauty of the haughty Marrow Royal. At first glance, the differences between Marrow and land-walking Dragels are painfully clear. Every single Marrow has skin the color of pale teal, hair the color of rich blue and fluted, scalloped ears that peek out from their unnaturally colored hair. The obvious differences seem to vanish in the face of the reality of a closer look. Every Marrow present is clad in identical sleeveless tunics and slender-fitting trousers with shiny, heeled boots. Jewels and precious metals adorn them from delicate earrings to fat cuffs on a wrist or bicep and cords of gold drape around their necks. Each face wears a look of bland indifference and the court surrounds a section of 20 young Marrows, young, because they are shorter than all of the others present. The Marrow guards are heavily armed and clad in deep purple armor with gleaming shell segments and flexible leathery hides. They are a head and shoulders taller than even the advisors and are draped in their official garb. Not a single scar, mark or blemish is present on any body and it is almost as if they are all operating on some semblance of a hive mind. King Alcander strides forward, head held high, grip firm on his gleaming golden trident. 6 Marrow at the head of his procession steps to the side and raise twisted flutes to their lips, playing a lovely, eerie melody that seems to sum up the strange beauty and attitude of the Marrow. Of all the Marrow present, the king is the only one shirtless. The shirtless state of dress is the only obvious hint to the androgynous features that Alcander is definitely male. His chest, well-defined and bare, sports a ring of gold from each dusky NPL and a fat collar of ornate craftsmanship with jewels the color of the sea. His hair is a deep navy hue and it falls almost to his knees, held away from his face by a few intricate braids interwoven with strands of shimmering gold and pinned with the stately crown perched atop his head. A sumptuous cloak of shimmering greens and blues is draped around his shoulders and falls to the ground, fanning out behind him for several feet in a luxurious train. His body proudly displays the tattoos of his Dragel heritage, the elegant scrolls quite visible on his pale blue skin. In his left hand, he holds a swirling blue orb in a round, gilded cage. It glows with every step that he takes. Every Marrow in the group of 20 is blue in the same way, skin color, eye color, hair color, and so on. It is impossible to tell any of them apart, at least from this distance. They stand proudly a few paces from the royal platform, the cool blue water lapping at their ankles. Why do they all look alike? Izuku asks. Did they choose them based on their looks? Shoyuta snorts. No. They are using illusions. Aquakini love FING with landwalkers. Just ask Gran Kaveri sometime. They do it every hunt, Hisashi agrees. Izuku squints at the group of Marrow, realizing that instead of the darker blues of the advisors and ministers, the 20 are dressed far more openly, compared to the conservative official dress. While the officials wear patterned robes with white, blue and green hues, the 20 in the group are dressed identically in every way. There are no fancy jewels or necklaces either, they all wear matching blue earrings, black corded necklaces and bracelets, and more than one has an anklet on each leg. It is my pleasure to present to you His Royal Majesty, an advisor begins. King Alcander from the clan of Her Royal Highness, Queen Manthestia. I give you her favored son and the people's choice. He has ruled with a kind and firm hand since assuming his duty 27 years ago. I ask that you welcome him with the respect that is due. There is a corresponding roar of approval from the stands. Princess Dawn starts forward to the edge of the royal platform wearing a smile. As Alcander approaches, she holds out both hands to him. The king immediately passes his trident over to the advisor who had spoken and the orb to the one on his left. He inclines his head, grasping both of her pale white hands in his and bringing each of them up to kiss the knuckles in turn. The princess blushes prettily, swatches of color blossoming on her pale features, and she offers him a slight curtsy, leaving her hands in his. A friendly smile cracks across his solemn face, and almost at once, it seems as if everyone relaxes. Princess Dawn, he says, silkily. You have grown infinitely more beautiful than the last occasion I had the pleasure of your company. Eternal harmony to you and yours. Welcome to the hunt, she greets him. Alcander returns. I thank you for this welcome. A smirk plays across his face. Well met to you, dear lady. He inclines his head to the feathered familiar. The long feathered bird stretches her head out and nibbles a tiny blue braid peeking out from beneath his golden crown. Does it suit me? He inquires. He releases Dawn's hands and holds out his arm. Shall we, my dear? Dawn accepts the arm with no small amount of amusement. Chivalrous as ever, she hums. You'll be vicious in a minute, won't you? Why, whomever to. Alcander leads her to the throne and sees to it that she is properly seated. Raspen, he murmurs, stepping down from the dais and crossing over to his own empty throne. Ebony bristles faintly, but holds her head high and says nothing as he deliberately ignores her and takes his place. Guntur, the single name was spoken with a faint hiss. A loud roar erupts from the swirling whirlpool, and with playful roar, a sea dragon's head surfaces, followed by the rest of his gleaming, scaled body. The iridescent shimmer casts a faint rainbow sheen along the tall stone walls of the auditorium. Its significant bulk continues to stream forth from the portal as the giant sea serpent coils around itself around the royal platform, folding the rest of itself into a comfortable coil close to Alcander's throne. One wisp of movement draws attention to the great, flared head, and as the colorful ruff flares out, a young Marrow can be seen perching on the dragon's head, dressed in a wetsuit. That's the royal beastmaster, Shoyuta informs him before he can ask. I believe he is bonded into a land-walking circle these days. And so I wish to impart a few words of wisdom. Those you see standing before you here today are those who have agreed to surface and permit interaction above ground. There are 20 eligible Marrows of varied ranks, none are Alpha and none are SBMSSV. Beyond that, you will have to discover their individuality on your own. During the daytime, our kind will move freely with yours. At night, we will reside in the White Caverns, as we always have, during the hunt. There are no exceptions to this. Each Marrow is required to report in for the night, a failure to do so will incur my immediate displeasure and consequent wrath. Alcander pauses. The Marrow guard stands stiffly at attention, a tangible wave of magic rippling on outward. There is no room for misunderstanding the veiled threat. You should be well aware of the jewelry worn by the eligible, they are marked tokens of favor, and if gifted, you should understand that you have been chosen or accepted to some degree. We are expressive and stuffed creatures, please beware that the term harmless flirting is something entirely different to us. At any time, should an incident of criminal nature occur involving one of our own, we reserve the right to refer to Marrow law. In following with our native laws, expect Marrow justice. Alcander offers a smile. Hopefully I have not discouraged you from befriending these charming young fellows, because I assure you, they are polite and interested. Thank you, Alcander. Princess Dawn speaks next. Next to join us are the respective heads for the remaining 2 elements. I give you Lady Bianca Dracewell, head of the Storm Clan, and those with that unique element. Please welcome her. The expected round of applause starts up. Then a streak of lightning sizzles down on the platform, followed by another and another, framed by the echo of thunder looming in the distance. A ball of white-purple energy forms out of thin air, and then the following successive cracks give way to 8 long legs. The center ball of energy twists and morphs until a spider's shape is visible. The final crack of thunder reveals a short, golden-skinned young woman with bushy, blonde hair and a grim expression. She is dressed in a skin-tight suit of black and purple, and she makes no speech or announcement, but simply settles atop the head of her created spider. The odd creature rises up and walked around the platform, settling down on the space between Alcander and Dawn, the sponsors of her element. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Lady Bianca, Princess Dawn says, formally. You are Dash? My court is here, the lady says, uncomfortably. They need not be acknowledged. Princess Dawn smiles. As you wish. She turns to her left. Ebony? Your turn. Princess Ebony mirrors the smile offered and turns to face her section of the auditorium. I wish to welcome, on behalf of myself and Prince Raspen, our shared element, the Shadow Clans. We welcome Lord Cunningham and his esteemed circle. Like the Marrows had, at first nothing visible appears to happen. Then the shadows. From Princess Ebony's throne stretch over to the shadow from Prince Raspen's throne, and a large square of blackness rises up, from which the wispy folds part and a distinguished, bearded fellow steps forward, holding his arm out for a pretty SBMSSV with her hair done in coiled pigtails. Following the careful duo, the rest of the Cunningham circle steps into the lighted platform. They are all clad in black from head to toe, and while it is clear that they are uncomfortable with being in the spotlight, they present themselves as a unified front. The final Dragil to emerge from the shadow portal is an entirely different story altogether. Tall, with dark hair feathered around a strong, angular face, he wears the expected black and gray hues with one very obvious exception. Two broad sword hilts stick up over his shoulders and his face is obscured by a lovely black mask with golden scrolls along the border and the eyes. Two feathered plumes adorn the right side, one of scarlet, the other of purple. He stands relaxed and uncaring. From the shadows at his feet, a massive hound takes shape with glowing eyes, one red and the other green. It had the appearance of a mastiff with sloped shoulders, a broad head and large paws. It pads around the Cunningham circle and takes up residence at the SBMSSV's feet. With all 6 elements introduced, Izuku leans into Hisashi and gets ready to watch the rest of the proceedings. And now that you have all been patient enough, we thank you for the warm reception and we open the floor to the clan chiefs. Please give them the same warmth of welcome that you have afforded us. Thank you very much. Princess Dawn rises and begins to clap. The other royals immediately follow, rising to their feet and leading the building roar of applause. The cheers continue as the clan chiefs file out from the corners of the auditorium with their respective families. There is not as showy opening as the royals, but it is still quite lovely to look at. They file out in the traditional presentation of the Geos, followed by the Paria, the Betas and Alphas, with the submissives at the rear. The clan heads are bedecked in gilded robes and their circles are similarly outfitted in gorgeous dresswear of complementing colors. They file into ordered ranks, presenting an official front for the public eye, each circle forming an actual circle, creating a lovely visual effect as they organize according to clan. Izuku loses track of things until the announcer's voice draws his attention. And so I present to you, my daughter, the current reigning Earth Champion of the Blood titles, Lady Ilsa Gorgens. My lords and ladies, I give you Bloodwraith. Her arrival draws a round of applause. In a flash of the same golden-white magic, she appears in her full Geo glory on the main stage. Her broad wings stretch out behind her in elegant fashion, but her wings are scarred and carved in a manner that gets mutters of discontent from the audience. Her lone figure fills the small stage that had formed a moment earlier in front of the royal platform. She nods sharply to the Earth Clan's chief, her father, and speaks the spell that amplifies her voice for the next introduction. Thank you for the welcome. Her wings stretch out, the dull scars showing up quite plainly. And I welcome to the stage the Shadows Champion and Blood title, Lord Hadrian Maruk. I give you the Blood Raven. The masked Geo beside Lord Cunningham starts faintly, then in a wisp of blackness ports directly over to the stage to stand to Ilsa's right. He offers a sweeping bow to the crowd at large and then strides forward. The Geos eye each other for a moment, sizing up at a glance, then offer stiff bows of polite courtesy. In turn, the Shadow Champion speaks next. Thank you, he says to Ilsa, before facing the crowd. It is my pleasure to bring to the stage the Air Champion and Blood title, Lady Paelda, Blood Whisper. She materializes on stage beside her fellow champions and offers the required acknowledgement. She smiles and nods at the starting cheers that her arrival brings. Thank you kindly. I invite to the stage the Storm Champion and Blood title, Lady Greta Deverain, Blood Rain. She appears on the stage and Izuku loses track of what is being said again for a couple moments. And so I present the Fire Champion and Blood title, High Noble Zondian, Blood Flame, she cries. A burst of blue-green flame appears to show a muscular figure with flaming blue-green hair and a cocky smile. He takes an exaggerated bow to the sudden rising cheers and then greets his fellow champions with a friendly smile. He shakes hands with the Shadow and Air champions, nodding to the other two. Lords and ladies, your champions. The announcer cries. Show your appreciation. There's no one for the Aquakini, Izuku notes, clapping anyway with the roar of applause that start up at the announcer's prompt. Why? Shoyuta ruffles his hair. It's because they like to F with landwalkers. His title is Crimson Tide, but that's also the title of the Royal Guard. Undoubtedly, he is hidden among them. That sounds about right, Izuku acknowledges. After the royal introductions are over, the clan chiefs announce special entertainment acts from their favored dragels and dragel circles, presenting musicians, dancers, shows of magic and recitations of their historical texts in rhythmical poetry. Overall, it is quite the lavish celebration with plenty of pomp and circumstance. When all the performers come out for a final time to take their bows and wave at the approving crowd, Dakurai says, "That's our cue." Apparently, all the high nobles have walked already and it's time for the regular nobles to be introduced. Everyone gets to their feet and files out of the box and makes their way back to the lift, where they go up several levels to the top of the stadium. There are other people there already, and as they arrive, the first group starts to walk and be announced. Still, it doesn't take long before it's the Elder Aizawa Circle's turn to walk. Presenting, Noble, Geo Ace, Shadow Element, Lucky Aizawa of the Aizawa Circle. The Geos go first, some of them showing off flying tricks or shadow spells. Then the Pariahs. Presenting, Noble, Pariah, Shadow Element, Orion Aizawa of the Aizawa Circle. Nicasio and a couple other sons Izuku hasn't met walk with the Geos, while Shuta's youngest brother walks with the Pariahs. The Pariahs are followed by the Beta Kovet, Dakurai and finally Mardana. Presenting the SBM SSV of Lord Dakurai Aizawa, Noble, Shadow Element, Mardana Aizawa. Our turn, Shoyuta notes and gets ready to go next. Shoyuta strolls out onto the walkway, making an effort to look less deadpan than normal. Presenting a new circle, recently formed, endorsed by the noble house of Lord Dakurai Aizawa, Noble, Shadow Element, Gaic Pariah and son of Lord Aizawa, Shoyuta Aizawa of the Aizawa Circle. A few moments of strolling later, Shoyuta disappears into shadows that rise up around him to cocoon him and reappears at the end of the runway. Presenting Noble, Air Element, Gaic Alpha Hizashi Yamada of the Aizawa Circle. Hizashi steps up into thin air and acts like he's climbing an invisible stair, drawing a roar of approving startlement from the viewers. About halfway down the runway, he pauses at the top of the stairs, bows, waves and then uses his wings to glide down to the foot of the runway. The crowd roars in appreciation. So that's what he meant by the airwalk thing. Presenting the young Gaic SBM SSV of Alpha. Hizashi Yamada, Noble, Nameless Element, Izuku Midoriya of the Aizawa Circle. Izuku walks out onto the runway and manages not to trip. His smile feels plastic, but he waves at the crowd. The Aizawa Circle resides on Earth 3 and are hunting this season. Interested parties may find them under the protection of Lord Dakurai Aizawa's Circle. Act accordingly and be on your best behavior, the announcer continues. Did they have to announce that Izuku is hunting? Aerg. Now he feels super awkward instead of nervous about all the eyes on him. Still, he manages to get to the end of the runway where Shoyuta and Hizashi are waiting for him, without doing anything embarrassing. And the crowd seems to be approving enough. Phew. He never wants to do that again. Fortunately, they can now go back to the box. They watch several more introductions, including one where the circle performs a dance blessing to offer onlookers. Izuku has to admit he's impressed with that one. The Kalziks are the Earth Element healing clan, Hizashi notes. They are very in demand by nobles of all levels and work out of their estate. Only one of them sees people in poorer circumstances, though, and he's bonded into the Gorgon's Knot circle. You don't approve? Izuku asks. Eh? Hizashi makes a SOSO gesture. It's a branding thing more than lack of compassion, I think. If they saw commoners, the nobles wouldn't want to come to them, and admittedly, nobles pay a lot more, so they can afford to live well. I wouldn't be surprised if they donate to clinics for the poor, though. Oh. Izuku blinks at the Kalziks as they file off the runway to let the next circle go. He never really thought about the economics of being a public character before. Do I have to make that choice too? You mean as a hero? Shoyuta clarifies. Yes and no. I choose to serve the less fortunate areas and avoid the cameras. Hizashi caters to the public, but he's also crafted a reputation for helping people in bad circumstances. The societies are different, though, and that makes a difference in how you can market yourself as a hero. That's good. That's really good. Right? Oh, good. A few presentations later, a lunch break is announced. Izuku hadn't realized that it is that late already. A hand ruffles his hair and he looks over his shoulder to see Nicasio grinning at him. You all should scoot or you'll be waylaid by people wanting to hand you favors, despite the announcement that you live on Earth 3. Shoyuta grunts and gets to his feet, pulling Izuku up with him. Let's go. Hizashi trails them out of the box, while the rest of the Aizawas wait for the crowd to thin. They make their way quickly to the nearby lift, but even then, a couple people block their way to hand Izuku favors. After a quick look at Hisashi, who nods, he politely accepts them and they are able to move on. Food or home? Hisashi asks as they emerge outside of the stadium. I think I'd like to try some of the foods. Izuku admits tentatively. I'd like some fried cinnamon bread twists, Shoyuta agrees. Oh, me, too. Food court it is, then. Hisashi enthuses. Fortunately, they're on the forefront of the crowd, so it's only about 10 minutes before they each have a paper sleeve full of cinnamon twists. They are glorious and Izuku makes the appropriate noises of appreciation, which has Shuta's and Hisashi's gazes on him even as they plow through the rapidly thickening crowd. Is there something wrong? He finally asks when he notices. No, but if you keep making those noises, I might have to kiss you silly, Hisashi admits. And I don't want to explain that to your parents. Izuku blinks again and finally realizes that he's talking about his MMMMS of appreciation for the twists. Maybe he shouldn't be making those in public? Oops. Here we go, Shoyuta says suddenly and changes directions towards a food tent with outdoor seating. Izuku eyes the menu suspiciously. What's ramenkraut salad? Hisashi laughs at his expression. Ramen, beans, sour cream and pickled cabbage. The European kind, not the Japanese kind. With options for mushrooms, cheese and beef seasoning, Shoyuta answers. Earth element dish but not element specific. It's pretty good if you like savory with a pop of sour. That does sound good. I'd like to try it. Can I have some sea salad too? He decides. Of course you can, Hisashi reassures him. What do you want to drink? I don't know. He doesn't recognize the drinks other than Comweb, which he doesn't think he needs. You'd probably like the Aqualine, Shoyuta offers. Okay. That then. Izuku squeezes his arm in thanks and hangs back when Hisashi moves forward to make their order. 5 minutes later, they have their hands full of takeout containers and they find an empty table just in time. Someone fills up the last open table just as they take their seats. He really likes the ramenkraut salad and the Aqualine is fantastic, but sea salad remains his first love of never-on foods. When they're done eating, he asks, do we go back to the stadium now? Hisashi shakes his head. No point. It's basically a networking event and we don't live in this realm, so there's no real point in seeing all the other noble circles. That's why we skipped the high noble introductions too. Besides, I'm pretty sure Shoyuta has hit his excitement limit for the day. Yes, Shoyuta says simply. So, they make their way back to the transportation hub and go to their home away from home. After they've showered and changed into more comfortable clothes, Shoyuta offers, you want to try playing Canis Mem? So, they do. Izuku immediately understands why Shoyuta got him a full deck when he sees their custom decks. Even with a full deck, his deck is hopelessly outclassed by theirs. Fortunately, Canis Mem is played more against the game than against other players, so he has a fighting chance. It's an interesting game. Besides the 64 player cards, including familiar cards, there are gameplay cards. There are several types, too. There are action cards that dictate an action or interaction, opportunity cards that dictate some sort of opportunity and character interaction cards specific to every rank of a circle, such as Alpha, Beta or Geo, that dictate an interaction with a character of that rank. Like gameplay cards are separated by category, player cards are separated by circle rank. Familiars are also in their own category and can be added to a circle. In addition to that, there's a 6-sided dice to roll after reacting to an action card to see if one is allowed to make that decision or not, and after drawing a character interaction card to see what interaction that card takes. One builds a circle drawn from player cards, starting with the SBM SSV card, which one only gets 3 draws to try for the one wanted. Alpha and Beta cards each have 6 card draws to choose from. Player cards, even the generic ones, have professions attached to them, that dictate what skills they have outside of their rank and thus what opportunities a circle can accept. Also drawn from player cards are allies. And the rank of the circle, as a whole, dictates if one can accept high-ranked allies. The allowed social composition and size of a circle depends on the social rank of the SBM SSV card, though that can be gotten around with the right named card. Action cards can have anything from receiving a favor to being embroiled in a clan war. Opportunity cards can often only be accepted if one has a corresponding profession in the circle. They can have things like being offered a business deal, an apprenticeship, or a house. Character cards have up to 6 common decisions that can be rolled for. Anything from going out for drinks to being challenged to a rank fight to helping out a neighbor. And that's just the basics. If someone wants more options, they buy a gameplay book with double the options and an extra dice and tally the circle's income via professions against circle costs. There's no paper money like Monopoly, though. Income versus outgo has to be tracked on paper or device. Really serious players can buy massive gameplay books that cover all the specialty deck options available, too, so people can play extra options with mixed decks. Since the game is popular enough that it has spread to other realms, those realms have their own specialty decks and thus their own master playbooks. Hardcore players are known to realm hop or pay a realm run or two in pursuit of specialty decks that aren't sold outside of those realms. Speaking of realm running, apparently that's a profession and a dangerous one at that. They transport goods or people between realms and are known to be hired to apprehend criminals that flee a realm. Apparently, Shoyuta and Hisashi have realm runners in their decks, but his doesn't have any. Shoyuta promptly gets into a clan war with the Devarain twins and his circle is wiped out and he has to start over with new options. He grumbles about that. Apparently if they were playing with income versus outgo, his new circle would have started out deep in debt for such a decisive loss of points. As it is, he just starts over with 0 points. Hisashi manages to ally with the Fey Queen and ends up with trade agreements that make his circle wildly rich. In theory. Since they aren't playing with income, he just gets a lot of points. Izuku, himself, has his ups and downs, but nothing very exciting. A couple hours in, Nicasio shows up with Lycurgo, Coil and a man with sleek black hair down to his waist in tow. Hisashi welcomes them in. Nicasio spies the game and asks, "Oh, are we teaching him how to play?" "Yes. He's doing very well for his first time. We're playing by newcomer rules. Want to join?" Hisashi invites. "We haven't played by newcomer rules since I was 12, Coil grumbles, but sits down next to Shoyuta and pulls a deck out of his own Voidstone. The others sit and pull out their decks as well. Izuku ends up with Nicasio on one side and the unknown man on his other. "So, you're Izuku," the man states. "Yes," he agrees, giving him an uncertain look. "Lash," he says simply. "He's the brother between Miura and Shoyuta," Nicasio clarifies cheerfully. "What are you all doing here?" Shoyuta asks. Lash just grunts. "I'm not hunting," Lycurgo explains. "Missing one day of the hunt won't hurt me," Nicasio says. "And Coil just wants to spend more time with you. He misses you." Coil's ears turn red, but he doesn't argue. Shoyuta gives him a sideways hug, that the boy leans into. Izuku is a little jealous, to be honest, but he bites his tongue. Coil is his brother-in-law, not a rival. With 4 more players, they manage to play until it's time for the evening meal and Izuku's stomach growls pointedly. Everyone laughs or smiles, so it's embarrassing, but he is hungry. They tally up their points and find Lycurgo has won, then put away their cards. Nicasio herds the others to the transportation room after they say goodbye, and then it's only the 3 of them again. They settle into companionable silence as Hisashi and Izuku watch Shoyuta pull out a pre-made meal for supper. It's been a long day, but a good one. In the morning, Shoyuta drags them out of bed for their early morning death run. But this time, Lash shows up again and runs with them, which results in Shoyuta running until he's thoroughly winded and being looked at in amusement by Lash. "You are out of shape." "I am not," Shoyuta wheezes. "You and Nick are just freaks of nature with insane daily workouts. And you're sweating." Lash laughs and ruffles his hair, which gets a squawk of offense from Shoyuta. "Yes, I am. I'm impressed you managed to keep up your routine even on Earth. I work as a hero. I can't afford to be out of shape," Shoyuta complains at the implication. "So, you say, but I'm not very impressed with most of your heroes," Lash says. "Oh, shove off." Hisashi laughs from his spot on the ground. He's got a point. "You aren't very impressed with them either, love." Shoyuta gives him a look. "I strive not to live down to underachievers." Izuku, who has gotten his breath back under control a while ago, peels himself off the ground and goes over to hug Shoyuta. "We know. And you make sure we don't either." "Speaking of workouts, do you want me to train Izuku with knives in the evenings?" Lash asks. "That's a good idea," Hisashi admits. "We're thinking of just attending the hunt in the mornings for the most part, so we don't overstress Izuku." He has to admit, that's a lovely idea. As much as he loves people, the crowds yesterday were a bit much and he's been told that he'll have to separate from Hisashi after the first few days, because no one will approach him otherwise. The very thought makes him nervous, even though Shoyuta has promised to stay nearby to keep an eye on him. Izuku does want betas to approach him, of course, but he'd rather not be alone when they do. Stubbornly, he ignores Shuta's previous prediction that he'll end up with a larger circle. Not that Geos aren't lovely people, he does like his brothers-in-law for the most part, but he doesn't need any of his own. Lash perks up at that, but doesn't say why. Izuku wonders if it has to do with his unstated reason for showing up yesterday. After showers and breakfast, Hisashi visits the study and comes back with a pile of favors. He sets them on the table. He casts a spell and the pile separates into 3. "Izuku, come let me show you how to sort favors," he calls. "Favors?" I thought I only had the 2 from yesterday, he questions in confusion. Hizashi shoves the largest pile at him. Oh, no. Most of these are for you. These were sent to the estate for us and they've been scanned for anything malicious, so they're safe. But let me show you that spell anyways. He suits actions to words and Izuku copies him hesitantly. Nothing about his pile changes. Good. Now this one. What does this one do, he asks. A few of the favors separate into a small pile. It separates out offers of friendship and business offers, Hizashi explains. Set those to the side for now. He pushes the small pile away. Now, we do this spell to separate anyone out who is too closely related to you to be a viable option. Hizashi demonstrates once again. To his surprise, 3 favors separate out. What now? You burn them as a polite refusal. Hizashi leans over and grabs one to demonstrate. The little flash of fire is a very simple spell to follow. Next, we do this spell to keep track of who has sent favors. We compare the list of favors we get later to see if we're getting repeats. If you refuse someone and they send a second favor, you burn it with blue fire instead, and if they send a third one, we report it. It's a complicated little spell, but Izuku manages it after a few tries and ends up with a list of names on a parchment. Good job. Now we separate out the alphas and burn those. If an alpha is sending you a favor that's not for friendship or business, they're not respecting my position as your alpha, Hizashi explains. Izuku performs the spell and grimaces at finding a full 5 alphas have sent him favors. He burns them with a bit of spite. How dare they disrespect Hizashi? Then we perform this spell to separate out anyone who has a time limit of less than 2 weeks. You're not going to be meeting anyone until we're sure you have no seals on you, so that's necessary. So, burn those. It feels a little mean, he comments. It's fine, they'll just move on to their next interest, Hizashi tells him. That gets rid of a whole third of the pile, which is a bit of a relief. Use the same spell you used to separate alphas, but this time for betas. The rest you can set aside for later, Hizashi instructs. Izuku frowns. I'm only hunting for a beta, though. Don't make that decision until after you find a beta. You don't know what your instincts will demand, Hizashi scolds mildly. He huffs and pushes the larger pile away. There are only 6 beta favors. What now? Now you open those and get a feel for their magics. Separate them by like, dislike and neutral, then burn the ones you dislike. Izuku obeys and ends up burning 4 of the 6 and putting the other 2 into the neutral pile. I have a neutral reaction to these. Then you can set up dates with them if you don't get favors you like better. Magic and instinct are important when it comes to bonding. And you will be getting more favors. I don't see why. I'm nothing special and I don't think most of them are going to be willing to live on Earth, he complains. BZZT. Wrong. You are very special. Hizashi corrects. And they may not, but that's their loss. Did either of them have anything to say beyond their stats? He picks up the first favor and inspects it more closely. Not this one. After a look at the second, he scowls and burns it. She wants me to move to Nevera. Hizashi nods in approval. Yes, that's the proper reaction. You don't want someone who disrespects your choices in life. Though it's possible that some may think that we simply can't afford to Nevera. That's stupid. I barely know Shuta's family and I know that they'd pay for it in a heartbeat if we needed funds to move to Nevera, he opines, scowling. That they would, but strangers may not know that. I still don't want them, he decides. And that's a valid decision, Hizashi soothes. Now we see if that beta was smart enough to send favors to both me and Shoyuta as well. To his mild surprise, the favor in front of him stacks with 2 favors, 1 each from the 2 piles in front of Hizashi. Well, we've got a smart one. We can definitely arrange a date if you don't find someone else you prefer first. Hizashi sounds slightly impressed. Then he raises his voice. Shoyuta, I need you to come here to look through friendship and business offers. No. You need to ask Mera and Papa Dakurai, Shoyuta refuses. They'll know reputations and you know I don't keep up with that. Hizashi sighs. Noted. I'll store these, then. Lash shows up an hour after they get home from the hunt. Shoyuta eyes him in exasperation. This is not evening. Who are you avoiding? Finette Montague, Lash grumbles. She keeps clinging and I can't do anything about it other than brush her off, because we're friends with the Montagues. That gets a frown and Shoyuta opens the door wider to let him in. She has no right. I know that. You know that. She apparently has not a clue and she's determined to have me as her ace, Lash says, sounding annoyed. That's harassment, Izuku tells him. It is. And I don't want to talk about it. Want to play Canismem, he asks grouchily. Yes. Izuku makes grabby hands at Shoyuta, who gives a little laugh and pulls Izuku's deck out of his void stone and hands it over. I'll join you later. I promised Hisashi I'd actually go through the favors on a day-to-day basis so they don't build up intolerably, Shoyuta tells them. Okay. That's reasonable, so Izuku settles down happily to play with Lash. Izuku is not having a good day. It's the first day he's spent without Hisashi by his side during this hunt and, even though Shoyuta is discreetly trailing behind him, it's playing merry hell with his instincts. So, he's not in the best frame of mind to begin with when a flashily dressed blonde alpha comes up to him and states, "I should be your alpha." He then proceeds to talk himself up in ways that make it clear that he's blowing hot air. But it's not until he starts talking Hisashi down that Izuku starts to get truly angry. Then he makes the mistake of crowding into Izuku's personal space while still yattering on about how great he is and how substandard Hisashi is. Izuku discovers that he does not like someone he dislikes looming over him and his instincts are riled up to a fever pitch. When the alpha takes a step too close, he doesn't even make a decision consciously, he just lashes out with his claws. It soothes something savage in him when the vanity alpha screams like a little girl. Hisashi Yamada is my soul-bonded alpha. I fail to see how a vanity alpha like you could ever measure up to him in any way, he snaps coldly, dearly tempted to do worse than a little scratch to his belly. Then Shoyuta is there. Maybe you should go see a healer to make sure he didn't nick a gut instead of harassing an underage SBMSSV who already has an alpha, he suggests mildly, then adds, you should be grateful that's all you got from getting in a Gaic SBMSSV's arm reach while talking down his alpha. The man stops whimpering to stare at him like a rat facing a snake, clearly noting the Gaic plating on Shuta's own wings and a lot more intimidated by a tall, grown man than by an underage SBMSSV, Gaic or not. After a couple moments of this, Shoyuta flaps a hand at him. Shoo! The alpha scurries away. Izuku catches sight of some Gaos watching with entertained expressions and glares at them. The nearest one raises her hands in surrender. Nice job, putting him in his place. He huffs and turns back to Shoyuta. Do you think I actually nicked his gut? I didn't mean to hurt him, but I was just so angry. Hisashi is mine. Shoyuta shakes his head. You barely scratched him. It's him who decided he was dying. A healer will probably slap a kid's bandage on it rather than bothering healing it. Particularly if he shares how he got it. By law, he got less than what he deserved for that stunt. Crowding submissives is simply not done unless they're family or bonded. And to do that to a Gaic SBMSSV? He's lucky you didn't try to disembowel him. Izuku blinks at him, trying to reconcile the difference in Neveron law to Earth 3's law. It's not assault, then? Submissives are encouraged to defend themselves if cornered. Most of them wouldn't, but you will only get applauded for doing so. You could file a restraining order against him and it would stick, even if you had nicked his gut, Shoyuta explains. This is so confusing. Should I do that? He asks slowly. I don't think it's necessary. You properly terrified him. Shoyuta gives him one of his eerie grins. As you should have. Huh. Well, okay then. Do you need a comfort feed? Shoyuta asks, startling him. He does rather feel the urge to bite and for blood. Yes. Please. Shoyuta obligingly bends down so he's easy to reach. Izuku nuzzles at his shoulder, then bites. Blood fills his mouth and he immediately feels better. It is very calming. A few mouthfuls later, he licks the bite closed and says politely, thank you. Of course. Shoyuta straightens and gives him a brief hug. Are you up for more hunting? Or do you want to go home? He bites his lip in thought. I think I can manage. Shoyuta gives him a proud little smirk. Then lead on. Izuku huffs slightly and looks around. What was he doing again before that cretin showed up? Alpha, am I dying? Healer, I don't even know why you even bothered to come see me. How did you acquire this? Alpha, a SBMSSV tried to kill me. He probably nicked my intestines. Healer, pauses, right. And what did you do to deserve that? Alpha, mumbles, I might have got too close. But I was just telling him how much better an alpha I would be for him than that gauche commoner he's got. I didn't know that they were soul-bonded. Or that he was underage. He called me a vanity alpha. Me. A vanity alpha. Can you believe it? Healer, reaches for the iodine instead of the antiseptic cream, how terrible, I'm sure. Alpha, ouch. That burns. Healer, well, you know how it is with some potions. You have to use the strong ones to fight infections. It wouldn't do to have your intestines fester, now would it? Alpha, sniffs miserably, oh. I can take it, in that case. How badly did he get me? Healer, well, he didn't quite nick your gut, but it's deep. I'm going to have to use the special bandages on you. Plasters band-aids with cartoons on them over the very shallow, but fairly long scratch, there you go. Come back to me if you start seeing red or black streaks. That could be the start of gangrene, you know. Take the bandages off tomorrow. Alpha, faintly, gangrene. is ushered out brusquely. A couple minutes later. Gaio, what was that all about? Healer, he told a SBMSSV that their soul-bonded alpha was beneath them and they should take him as their alpha instead, and then made the mistake of getting in their personal space. SBMSSV took a tiny swipe at him. Left a scratch a little kid would forget in 2 minutes flat. Called him a vanity alpha. He was very offended by that. Gaio shakes their head, what an idiot. What SBMSSV would ever replace their alpha with some vanity alpha like him? Or replace them at all? Much less a soul-bonded one. Healer, I gave him some kitty bandages, told him they were the special ones and told him to come back if he shows signs of gangrene. Gaio bursts out laughing, so that's why he walked out of here looking like his life flashed before his eyes. Aren't you healers all about no harm? Healer, primly, I did no harm. It's not my fault he equates a little welt to actively dying. Gaio dissolves into laughter again. Healer, right. You can send the next one in once you get a hold of yourself. Notes section. So, apparently, the alpha and beta, whether they be the same gender as the SBMSSV, the opposite gender or mixed genders, is generally indicative of the genders that will be found in the rest of the circle. Martana's circle is a bit atypical this way, but she already knew she'd have a mixed gender circle, because she bonded with Frescura, one of her jokers, first, so even though both her beta and alpha were male, she knew there would possibly be more women in her circle. I saw magical algae used to light marrow cities and thought it was interesting. VMH, DMH granted, I'm sure there are alternatives for lighting, given how advanced their magi tech is, but it's a neat idea. Also, starfish in the Arctic. Cyaneris. It wasn't confirmed to be a thing, merely mentioned, but the idea tickled me. It occurs to me that with fruit being such a big part of Dragil diets and underwater fruits not being a thing, per se, that the marrow probably maintain islands where they grow fruit for their own needs, rather than having such a vital part of their diet dependent on the vagaries of importing them. Who knows, they might even have groves of magical underwater fruits or something similar. Certainly, with Dragels originating from Earth 1, Wizarding Earth, magical plants and animals are a thing they are well acquainted with. Not to mention that they have access to other magical realms, such as the Fey and Elven realms. I still have a question of how much of their plant and animal life was created by the magic that created Nevra and how much of it is imported. It's probably a bit of both. Even if all the plants and animals were originally ordinary, I'm sure over time, given how much magic is contained in Nevra, some of them mutated into magical variants. The divide between fire and water in Nevra is pretty sharp and borderline hostile, as the two elements are inimical to each other. To the point that fire elements refuse to go in the ocean and water elements will usually refuse to bond into a circle that has a fire element. There is no similar divide between earth and air. TBDH. Though actually, everyone without marrow heritage stays out of marrow waters unless invited. It's much safer that way. The beaches anyone can use in the daytime, but at night one should stay away from the water. TBDH. Alphas, betas and aces, but particularly alphas are seen as the dominants of a circle, and as such, most people looking to court aren't willing to approach a SBMSSV in the company of their alpha. Shoyuta has been trained in knives and swords, but it's not something he really keeps up with on Earth, given his choice of weapons, so he's grateful for his brother's offer, but very much not surprised that his brother has offered. Another brother may offer training in something else at a later date. Canon Izuku is helpless at the exam, but I'll be dmed if Dragil Izuku doesn't have several options to his name. Gaic alphas, submissives and pariahs are expected to have proper weapons training and learn basic self-defense and offense. If not by family Gaios, then by way of a training circle or the pits. I'm not sure who came up with Gaic submissives being required to train, but I'm modifying the idea to something less rigorous. Favors. Now you know more about them than you ever wanted to. Lash is having issues. He is attempting to hunt, so he goes out in the mornings, but she always seems to find him, so he hides in the afternoons. They are going to see a lot of him for a while. A SBMSSV's bond to their alpha is particularly strong, so even though he cares about Shoyuta just as much, Izuku is not coping well. Bonding creates a magical and emotional bond between two people. Needless to say, submissives don't even consider upgrading to a better model of alpha once they have one. In theory, one might be able to break a bond, but it would require a very serious offense to even consider it. So, the very fact that he's suggesting it is considered heinous. Izuku's reaction is actually quite mild considering the level of offense involved. Mr. Vanity Alpha is lucky he didn't get his face clawed off. Dragels are both more instinctive and their society revolves around protecting submissives. So, this is considered self-defense or possibly aggravated assault, even if he did worse than scratch him with his very sharp claws. As a Gaic SBMSSV, his reaction is even considered expected. If he had gutted him, it would be considered aggravated assault and it could be an issue because the family might have grounds to declare a family feud. Then again, dragels take victimization very seriously. Abuse, for instance, will result in hunts where the perpetrator is dragged before the courts and sentenced, and usually the perpetrators do not survive. For things like abuse, RPE and murder, the criminal generally pays the price in their own blood. I say generally, because it is possible to be protected by a powerful family or patron such as a royal. I'm not sure that I'm explaining this well. They are in some ways more advanced medically. Have faster healing and have fangs and claws, plus, biting and taking blood is a commonplace act, so they don't necessarily look at injury the same way. Calling someone a vanity alpha is, in fact, an insult. I've only seen the term used once in a FIC. It is, however, very accurate in this case. I thought you might appreciate seeing how utterly ridiculous this pompous a-hole is. Even his mother was terribly unimpressed with him, though she did dutifully give him new bandages for a week. She sent out a pariah to find the ugliest kid's bandages possible, just for him. He felt very loved, but was very self-pitying even after the scratch faded away entirely. As dragels have somewhat heightened healing ability, he wore bandages for days after it was gone. At 15 minutes to 9, they let themselves into Arkan Healing Clinic and make their way to the receptionist's desk. The same Gayo from the bubble call is there, typing industriously with a one-way holoscreen in front of him. Izuku wonders briefly what kind of Gayo voluntarily takes a job as a receptionist. His name tag reads Blaine. He types something and then looks up at them. How can I help you? We're here for Izuku Midoriya's appointment with Healer Yusen at 9 a.m., Hisashi says. Blaine picks up a clipboard with papers and a pen attached. Fill these out while you wait. Someone will come get you when they're ready for you. He uses a mouse and types a bit more. There you go. All checked in. You can sit over there. Thank you, Hisashi says politely, and they move over to the indicated waiting area. He hands the clipboard to Izuku. Fill out what you can. I'd do it, but I don't know your medical information yet. Oh. Izuku's not sure he knows much of it himself, but he's always been healthy. That should count for something, right? Another Gayo comes for them about the time Izuku runs out of things to write on the form. Honestly, he's been struggling with it. This Gayo is dressed in armor instead of weird mix of medical uniform and weapons. Healer Yusen is a brunette with her dark hair pulled back in an elaborate French braid. She's dressed in blue scrubs and her name tag reads Healer Osane Yusen. You must be Izuku. I'm Healer Yusen. You can call me Osane. You're here for a heritage test, affinities test, health scan, and scan for seals, correct? She introduces herself kindly. Yes. He nods. I'd like to start with a medical history scan, since you don't seem to be in our medical system yet. Are you okay with that? Yeah, that's fine. Osane has him sit on an examination table and casts a spell. It creates a scroll that grows longer than Izuku expected it to. She looks it over. You seem to have good health, but I'm concerned at the number of first-degree magical burns you've gotten over the years. Hisashi and Shoyuta have told him a little about how things like abuse are treated and he doesn't want them to go after Kaken. So he shrugs. It was another kid. He wasn't trying to hurt me, just scare me because he has a big ego and he doesn't like my attitude. He's quit doing that now. She gives him a searching look, then decides, if you say so. I won't call for healer's rights at this time. It is a relatively minor matter if it's not ongoing. Now I'd like to check you over for any possible emerging health issues. This will involve some palpitations and I'll need you to take out your wings for me to check their health. Okay. That's standard with doctors everywhere, he thinks. She's brisk, gentle, and professional about it. Excellent, she says when she's done. You're in perfect health. Though I would like to recommend that you take blood a little more often. You can put your wings away now. If it's okay with you, now I'll skin you for seals. The spell may feel slightly invasive. Alright, he agrees. It does feel slightly invasive, but it's over quickly. You have 2 seals. One is a seal on your mentor bond, which I can easily remove today. The second is a family seal, though I don't recognize the family crest. I might. Can I see? Shoyuta volunteers. She hands over the diagnostic parchment. He frowns at it. I don't recognize the family, but it's a water element seal. That means you're part marrow for sure, Izuku. Izuku shrugs. We were already pretty sure of that. Can we do the inheritance test now? Or will it take time to remove the mentor seal? Only a couple minutes. I need you to sit very still while I do this, Osane warns. He obediently sits still while she casts the necessary magic. Suddenly he feels a little pop, similar to the feeling of one's ears popping due to pressure change, and a thin thread of a partial bond hums to life. So that's what a mentor bond feels like. There we go. Osane moves over to a counter and drinks from a bottle of water. Doing that always makes me a little thirsty. Don't be surprised if your mentor shows up before we're done with this appointment. They're going to be worried since you inherited early. Izuku isn't entirely sure he wants to meet his mentor, but it's not really his choice. Okay. We don't usually do heritage tests or affinity tests, but since you want both done, we can use the method invented by Earth-1 goblins. She takes a paper out of a folder. You just need to put 3 drops of blood on this parchment. You can use a claw to make a small cut and I can heal it as soon as you're done. What are goblins? He asks as he takes a moment to figure out how to bring out his claws on purpose. Usually he just has his wings out. A magically short warrior people and bankers, she answers as he carefully drips blood onto the parchment. Hizashi guffaws. I dare you to call them magically short to their faces. Oh, I did once. They thought it was funny, she admits. Apparently no one has ever implied their lack of height is due to magic before. I was warned not to do it again, though. Is it due to magic? Izuku wonders. I have no idea. Magic covers the parchment and the blood is absorbed into it a moment before writing appears on it. Osane hands it to him. Legal assumed name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Real name, Isaiah Silverreef. Element, nameless. Affinities, air, shadow, water. Legal parents. Inko Midoriya. Hisashi Midoriya. Bio parents. Alice Nore, bearer, Pariya. Leander Silverreef, sire, Marrow. Temple Featherfall, 3rd, Alpha. Bonded. Hisashi Yamada, Alpha, soul bonded. Shoyuta Aizawa, Pariya, soul bonded. Vaults, Nevra. Number 397854 Aizawa Circle, Alpha Hisashi Yamada, Circle Vault. Hashtag 71235 D Silverreef Circle, Alpha Temple Featherfall, Heirs Vault, Access Frozen. Bank accounts, Earth 3. XXXX 4141 joint account with Shoyuta Aizawa and Hisashi Yamada. Seals, Family Inheritance Seal, Silverreef Family. Health, uncompromised. What does access frozen mean for a vault? Either they think you're dead or they think someone might use you to access the vault illegally, Shoyuta says bluntly. Oh. I'll send them a message bubble, notifying them that Izuku has been found, Osane says. They most likely will take it better from a healer than from you. Sounds like a plan, Hisashi agrees in a subdued tone. I don't feel like an Isaiah, Izuku says plaintively. You're old enough to choose which name you want to use, Shoyuta assures him. What if they hate me, though? Hisashi shakes his head. No, they'll adore you. Dragels love children. And in the extremely unlikely event that they don't want you, then you still have the Midoriyas as your parents. There's no chance at all that they'll stop loving you. That's probably true. They hadn't stopped loving him when they found out he's not really their son. He doesn't have more questions about the vaults and bank account, because they've discussed that before. As SBM SSV, he has access to the Circle's joint funds as long as he refrains from wildly inappropriate purchases and spending. He has a black credit card at home for access to the bank account. Do I get a credit card for the Circle Vault, too? I knew we were forgetting something, Hisashi says, chagrined. We'll take you and get a credit token like the one Shoyuta and I wear for you. Osane holds her hand out for the parchment. Let me make a copy of that for you. I may need this copy to convince your parents if they think you're dead. He hands it over and she casts a spell that creates an exact copy and hands it to him. She smiles at him. That concludes our appointment. I'll send that message before I take the next appointment. Thank you, he says politely. Message for Alpha Temple Featherfall, immediate vicinity, from healer Osane Yusen, seal specialist. Temple blinks at receiving a message bubble from a healer, a seal specialist at that. Open message. Hello, I'm healer Yusen, seal specialist. This morning, I had a patient who wished to be checked for seals and he has a Silverreef family seal on him. We also did a goblin inheritance test and you, Leander Silverreef and Alice Nore came up as his parents. His name is Izuku Midoriya, but you would know him better under the name Isaiah Silverreef. Let me assure you that he is in perfect health. Please contact me if you wish to know more or get in contact with his circle. A couple minutes later, his SBM SSV, Karani, comes in and gives him a concerned look. What's wrong? You're as pale as ice. He swallows hard and indicates the message bubble. I just got a message from a healer Yusen saying they found Isaiah. Karani frowns. But Isaiah's dead. We buried him. Temple nods jerkily. She said he has a Silverreef family seal and he took a goblin inheritance test. That he's in perfect health. She thinks for a moment. You should request a copy of the inheritance test. If they can't provide that, then we can dismiss it as a cruel joke. But if it's real, it's his turn to nod. That's a good idea. Don't tell Alice or Leander until we know for sure. I would never, she reassures him. Want me to stay with you while you make a reply? Yes, please. Shoyuta leads the way as they make to exit, only to stop when finding himself facing the back of a Geo in armor. He clears his throat. The Geo looks over his shoulder and moves aside. He finds himself facing an Aquakini woman with dark purple hair and a few indigo-tinged peach and silver scales on her face and throat. She looks upset, but perks up when she sees him coming out. At last. I'm Alarisa Akarana and I'm here for my student, Izuku Midoriya. He's right behind me, he tells her and moves forward to let Izuku and Hisashi out. He ends up having to step around her, because she only backs up a couple steps. Izuku Midoriya? Izuku nods, looking nervous. I'm Alarisa Akarana, your mentor. You can call me Oretta. You're bonded already? How did Dash? Hisashi clears his throat. Can we move this to a less public setting? You can accompany us to where we're staying for the hunt. She pauses, looking annoyed at being interrupted, then nods. That's acceptable. Alarisa shudders as Shuta's portal deposits them in front of the wards. Apparently, she doesn't like shadow portals. She holds her tongue as Shoyuta keys her into the outer wards and they walk inside. How about we start over? Hisashi suggests once they're inside the building. I'm Alpha Hisashi Yamada. This is my SBM SSV, Izuku Midoriya, and my Pariya, Shoyuta Aizawa. We're all soul bonded because Izuku let out a soul cry on Earth when he inherited early and we're here for the hunt to find him a beta and possibly others for our circle. SBM SSV Alarisa Akarana. Sorry about earlier. I was upset to find my 14-year-old student suddenly inherited and on Nevra instead of Earth, she apologizes. Understandable, Hisashi agrees. You weren't notified when he inherited because there was a seal on the mentor bond. We got that removed this morning. How long have you been bonded, she asks. A bit over a month, Earth time, plus a bit over a week, Neveron time, he answers. She nods and looks at Izuku. I'm sorry I wasn't able to come for you when you inherited. It's okay. I understand why you couldn't and Hisashi and Shoyuta have been teaching me about Nevera. I'm not sure why you are Aquakini, though. I'm not going to live underwater, he blurts. She smirks at him. No one said you have to. I'm a nameless, which I assume means you are too. I have water, earth, and shadow affinities. What do you have? Air, shadow, and water, he answers. If you have a water affinity, then you're likely to have at least one Aquakini bonded, so you do need to know our customs in addition to landwalking customs. And I can at least teach you SBM SSV specific customs for both landwalkers and Aquakini. That makes us a good match, she explains. Shoyuta stiffens suddenly. Excuse me, someone is knocking on the wards. Probably one of mine, Alarisa admits. I didn't exactly tell anyone when I left. Noted, Shoyuta says, letting himself out the door. On the other side of the wards, Shoyuta finds a big Geo with golden eyes, tousled wheat gold hair falling to his shoulders and large metallic bronze wings, all complementing his naturally slightly bronzed complexion. Why are you knocking on the wards? The Geo looks faintly disgusted. I wasn't knocking. My portal broke on them. My SBM SSV is in there. Name? Hers or mine? Both. She's Alarisa Akarana and I'm Jarden Aquarana, Geo King, he answers without fuss. I have no idea why she's here or how. Shoyuta Aizawa, Gaic Pariya. I can answer that. Her student is here, Shoyuta shares. She's here because her student is here and she's inside because I let her through the wards. He adds the Geo to the temporary permission list in the wards. You can come in. The wards will let you through now. Thanks. I thought her student was too young to inherit still. Jarden asks. He is. He inherited a bit over 4 months ago, never on time, and gave a soul cry. He had a seal on his mentor bond until about 20 minutes ago, he explains. Ah, that explains it. She didn't tell anyone she was going. She must have been frantic. You're his? I am. She was definitely unhappy about being kept out of the examining room. Shoyuta opens the door and walks inside, willing to trust the Geo at his back for this much. Jarden follows and closes the door behind them. Jarden. Alarisa greets. You left without notifying anyone. You know better than that, Jarden scolds. I know. I'm sorry. I should have brought backup, even if it delayed me, she apologizes. I understand why. Don't do it again, he says sternly. I won't. I promise. She looks earnest. Meet my student, Izuku. Isn't he cute? Jarden eyes Izuku, then smiles. He is. Plant Fae or Dryad? Hisashi chuckles. Marrow, actually. He's a thirdling. The Geo raises an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you are? Alarisa exclaims. What family? Silver Reef, Izuku answers. A high-ranking merchant family. They do a lot of business with nobles. There are even rumors that the head of the family might be offered a title, she says in approval. I didn't realize that one of them is on Earth 3. Izuku winces. They aren't, as far as I know. We think I was stolen from them as a baby. Alarisa gasps in shock. No. He grimaces. Well, it's either that or they willingly swapped me for my parent's son, probably at the hospital directly after birth. She suddenly looks very serious. I promise you, no Aquakini would ever do such a thing. I hadn't heard of a child going missing since the lost children, but if it happened in a landwalking circle, I wouldn't have heard about it. Your family misses you and they'll be beside themselves to have you back. You think they'll want me back, he says a little fearfully as if he believes the opposite. I know they will, she assures him. He falls into her arms, sobbing, and the men exchange worried glances. This was really weighing on him, wasn't it? I think she has it handled, Jarden says after a moment. We should give them some space. In response, Hisashi motions and leads them to the table. They can find us here easily when they're ready. Do you want to play Canis Mem? Jarden, the Geo supplies. I don't have a deck on me. You can use one of our backup decks. Do you want to use mine or Shuta's? Hisashi says with fake cheer. Jarden looks between them warily, then decides, Shuta's. Shoyuta shrugs and pulls Hisashi's deck out of his Voidstone, then his own and his backup deck. He actually has a lot more cards than 2 decks worth, but he keeps most of them in decks. He's not actually sure which backup deck he pulls out this time. It's a bit random, but it has good cards in there. The big Geo nods. That's fine. Nicasio feels the banging on the outer wards and portals to the edge of the property line where the wards are still ringing a little bit. Unfortunately, it had taken him a few minutes to find a safe spot to portal from, so his response isn't as immediate as he'd like. No one is outside the wards and the wards aren't damaged, which is a positive sign, but concerningly the spot is outside the guesthouse Shoyuta and his new circle are using for the hunt. He's not sure if the intruder went away or somehow found a way to slip through the wards. He walks towards the house and lets himself in silently, noting that the door isn't locked. In the living room he finds Izuku and an unknown Aquakini woman talking quietly and notes dried tear tracks on Izuku's face. The boy seems calm enough, so he continues into the house. Hey! You could at least be concerned about finding a strange marrow in your house, the woman calls just before he leaves the room. Nicasio turns and blinks at her. Why? There's Aquakini in the family and Izuku obviously knows who you are. She scowls at him. Fine, be that way. Thanks for the permission, he snarks and walks towards the dining room, where he can hear voices. There he finds Shoyuta and Hisashi playing Canis Mem with an unknown Geo. You started without me? I'm hurt. Shoyuta looks at him. You didn't have to come. I'm on ward duty for the hunt, so yes, I did. I didn't realize you were home. Izuku had his healer's appointment, there was a seal on the mentor's bond and his mentor showed up before we left the office. Jarden here followed her and his portal broke on the wards, Shoyuta explains briefly. Join if you want. Don't mind if I do, he says and casually flops in the seat next to Jarden, ignoring the big man's twitch at the action. He pulls his deck out of his Voidstone and deals out cards. Shamelessly, he peeks at Jarden's circle cards and remarks, playing with Shuta's Geo deck? He doesn't usually share. That gets another twitch. It was offered. I didn't have a deck on me. Nicasio raises a brow at Hisashi, who looks vaguely sheepish. The blonde must have been flustered by the earlier crying if he'd suggested the game instead of just entertaining the stranger. He must like you then. Shoyuta flicks him an exasperated look, seeing right through his sheet stirring. I don't think he knows me enough to like me or not, Jarden says with a hint of dryness. He hums agreeably, deciding not to PSS his little brother off when he's being nice and lending something he values to a stranger. Maybe later he can convince him to go a few rounds with that strange, frustrating weapon of his. The Bank of Nevera is, in a word, huge. It takes up an entire block of its own and features several stories and the building practically thrums with protective magics. It's so big, Izuku says in wonder. There's several underground stories to it as well, Hisashi tells him. Each city has at least one of these banks. Unlike Earth 3 banks, they have individual vaults where things besides money can be stored as well, so they need all that space. I think the ground floor is all offices though. The vaults are why you can practically see the magic on everything. The building is layered so thickly with it that the wards are almost visible, Shoyuta explains. The sense of looming magic pulls back sharply as they enter, so the ground floor must be shielded. The inside is spacious and there's at least 10 tellers busy with lines of customers. There are also people waiting beside the lines and one of them comes over to them as they enter. Do you need to see a banker? Yes, please, Hisashi says. We need to get another bank token for our SBMSSV. Right this way. They are led to a private office, where a woman with violet eyes sits behind a large desk with a nameplate reading Lena Arubis. How can I help you today? She asks after the door closes and they've taken seats. We need another bank token for our SBMSSV. Hizashi indicates Izuku. Aizawa Circle Vault, Alpha Hizashi Yamada. She types that in and pulls up the information on her holoscreen. Please verify your vault number. Vault number 397854, Hizashi replies. Very good. Your SBMSSV's name? Izuku Midoriya, birth name Isaiah Silverreef. Place of residence? She asks. Current Nevra residence, Aizawa Main Estate, Guesthouse 9. Current Earth 3 residence dash, he gives the Midoriya's address. She frowns at the screen. Have you moved? Or is he not living with you? I live with my parents, Izuku answers. Earth 3 doesn't allow for early emancipation due to inheritance, Hizashi explains. I'm aware, she says briefly. Age? 14. Any credit limit? None. Just the standard fraud alert. She nods and types something in. There's a chime and she reaches into a drawer and draws out a credit token and pushes it across the desk. Then she pulls out a form. I just need you to fill out this paper and sign it and you are good to go. Hizashi obediently picks up a pen out of the pen container on her desk and starts filling in the blanks. It takes him a couple minutes and then he pushes the paper back to her. Lena scans it critically, then nods. That's all I need. Is there anything else I can help you with today? We need to deposit some credits. They're in Earth 3 Japanese currency. She, very professionally, pulls out more papers and pushes them across to him. Then she pulls up another screen to check something. The current exchange rate is 1.3 to 1. Hizashi's eyebrows lift. That's gone down. Nice. I believe there was recently some call for Japanese currency and we keep a limited stock of it, she explains, which she probably shouldn't. The paperwork and deposit take less than 10 minutes and then they're on their way. Izuku sees two familiar-looking redheads and perks up. He hurries over to the stall that they're at. Fabian. Gideon. The twins turn at their names, but then he realizes that this pair of redheads, while looking very similar to Gideon and Fabian, look a bit younger. Do my eyes deceive me, Gred? I don't think they do, Forge. Am I seeing a greener, tiny Asian Harry? I believe so, Forge. What's your name? Harry the Second? Izuku. I'm not tiny. I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else, Izuku apologizes. I do believe you're right, Forge agrees easily to the correction. You're taller than Harry. Harry's tiny, they say together. Also, it's fine, Gred reassures him. Fabian and Gideon are our uncles. On our mother's side, Forge finishes. We're pariahs. Of the Gorgon's Knot Circle. Gred and Forge. Weasley, they say together. Nice to meet you. Izuku wonders how often people are confused by their twin speak habits. They're even worse about it than Fabian and Gideon. Nice to meet you too. I'm Izuku Midoriya, SBMSSV of the Aizawa Circle and this is Dash. He looks around and finds Shoyuta standing behind his shoulder. Shoyuta Aizawa, Pariah of the Aizawa Circle, Shoyuta finishes smoothly. Pleased to meet you, Fred and George. He blinks. Those names make so much more sense. Apparently, these twins like confusing people. Likewise, they chorus with sharp grins. GRE, Fred asks, would you be interested in buying prank supplies? We are the purveyors of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, for George finishes. Maybe another day, Shoyuta replies drily. Our alpha hasn't been annoying lately. Understandable, George replies. You're always welcome to visit our shop on Turmeric Street. I'll make note of it, Shoyuta promises non-committally. On another subject, Fred begins. How do you know our uncles? We met them at the entry gate last week, Izuku admits. We became friends. They tell good stories. In that case, George starts. We must be friends. 2, because our uncles have good taste, Fred continues. We'll have to introduce you to Harry. We're sure you'll get on like a house on fire, Fred finishes. Izuku blinks at the comparison, confused. With screaming and the crackle of flames? The twins and Shoyuta burst into laughter. What did he miss? It's an English phrase that means, to get along very well, Shoyuta finally explains, still chuckling. He considers that English is weird, he finally opines. That sets the twins off again for some reason. Izuku huffs, rolls his eyes and leans back against Shoyuta to wait them out. They can't laugh forever, can they? Notes section. When Jarden's portal broke, he got dropped mid-air and that's why he's got his wings out and is feeling disgusted. He's a bit ruffled. The wards bounced him a couple times before he was able to get far enough away from them not to hit them on his way down. The wards aren't malicious, because he means no harm, but they are strong and he nearly broke a wing on them the first time that he hit them after his portal shattered on them. Alarisa is a noble, thus the circle took her last name as the circle name and most of the circle took it as their last name too. Let me introduce the term thirdling as opposed to halfling, since it's nearly impossible for someone with 3 parents to be half anything. Izuku is not handling the reality of thinking about another set of parents very well. This is mostly because of how people treat him when they find out he's quirkless. He doesn't want to be rejected, to the point of actively fearing it when it comes to something this important. Nicasio, not terribly bothered to be missing a day of hunt. He's mostly hunting because it's expected, not because he expects to find anyone. Okay, reading through Cyanirus Dragil Handbook and I thought the hunt was 4 months, apparently it's 8 weeks 2 months, so I guess I need to decide if they spend the extra couple months in Nevra or go home after the hunt and spend an extra couple weeks settling in. Also, I won't be following the full, traditional courting rituals, in part because it's never specified who is giving what, so I'm confused. I assume it's the SBMSSV giving the courting gifts given some of the wording, but that seems awfully one-sided. Very big bank. Basing it loosely on the Goblin Bank, what with the vaults and different levels. No mistreated dragons or wild cart rides, though. The bank wards are on par with war wards. It's worth more than the average bank robber's life to try and get through the wards. The ground floor is warded to keep the sensation of the heavier wards from bothering customers and staff. When visiting a vault, though, the sensation is even worse, because one is right in the middle of all the wards. Mistaken identity. Reasonably so, though. Fred and George have been in Nevra for a couple decades, so they're fully grown. They're fire dragels. I responded with something very similar to what Izuku says when someone said that phrase to me years ago. Whether or not he'll ever meet Harry, I don't know. He doesn't know it, but the Gorgon's Knots are a high noble circle, and even if he only ever meets the twins, he's made reasonably powerful friends via his mistake. I'm not going to draw him into politics, though. Politics are a pitta to write. Canonically, Izuku is short by American standards. He's at about that height already, so he won't grow much more. This is information taken directly from Cyanirus Dragil Handbook, which is the only place I've seen 60% plus of this information. This does not include world building by other authors, some of which has been adopted widely by the fandom. Also, you will find Cyanirus has a lot of Dragil-oriented fics listed solely under the HP fandom, including the Dragil Handbook. Geo ranks. ACE. In the event that the Alpha is absent or unable to make decisions for the circle's well-being, the Beta and Geo ACE will handle this. A Geo ACE is the only Dragil rank that can shift to an Alpha rank. They will typically handle the overall defense and protection of their circle, delegating certain tasks down the lines of their rank. The Geo ACE is the only rank that can level up to an Alpha ranking. ACE Advanced Combat Expert. Every ACE is trained in a specific style or class of magic, martial arts, or titled weapon. Every ACE has 2 passwords. I believe passwords is referring to a password allowing access to their magic. I know the SBMSSV is able to access the magics of their circle members, but I've never seen it written where an Alpha can. One for their SBMSSV and one for the Alpha. Due to their rank and nature, they can settle social disputes through a simple duel with the opposing circle or accept physical retribution on behalf of the entire circle. An ACE is courted by the SBMSSV, but will only accept if they feel the circle is worthy of their protection or strength. There are multiple types of aces, but most of them tend to be complementary to their respective king or joker counterpart. King. The second-in-command Geo for an ACE. Usually complementary to their queen or beta. The king handles the more specific details of the Geo suite, as opposed to the ACE's overall viewpoint. They are more focused on the individual Geo and their performance, than whether everything is working together smoothly. They have a tendency to specialize in 3 or 4 weapons or a titled weapon of some sort. A king is the only rank that can accept reward or punishment in the ACE's place or on their behalf. A king can act independently of their respective circle, without fear of full suite or circle retribution. The king relies on the queen for their own personal needs, rather than the ACE. Queen. 1 rank down from the Geo. King. A queen is finely attuned to their respective king and usually able to break through their blood or battle-lust moods. They usually specialize in the opposite type of weapon or fighting style than their king. Most queens have a tendency to be spoiled or pampered by their respective king and will usually be the flashiest Geo out of a full suite. It is their duty to look after the prince and princess. They will handle all matters of DSPLN and minor authority shifts that do not require the weight of an ACE or king. The Geo queens are known for having their own secret court. Prince. 1 rank below the Geo queen, a prince is the first Geo to respond to the queen. They are only specialized in a single fighting style or magic. All Geo princes have long stamina and stealth skills. They are often the shadow to the Geo queen, working behind the scenes to keep a suite organized and running according to the ACE or king. They will usually be closer to the Geo queen and more open to their suggestions and opinions. A Geo prince thrives beneath a well-balanced queen and will try to protect the princess when the queen is guarded. Princess. One rank below the Geo prince, a princess is the staunch supporter of a Geo prince, defending them against all upper or lower ranks. They will usually focus on their own well-being in relation to the prince and can fill in for a Geo queen, when necessary. A Geo princess uses multiple magic styles and spellwork to differentiate themselves. They tend to be long-range warriors and rarely engage in close quarters. They are usually casting, maintaining and shattering wards, barriers or portals. A Geo princess will take her concerns to her prince first and then to the king, if not addressed. The princess is the only lower rank that can step in on behalf of all ranks below the king. Knight. One of the 3 lower Geo ranks, a knight is usually a Geo that has been formally trained, but shows no particular inclination towards an upper rank. They tend to listen to the ACE without question or the Geo king. All magic and skill sets are at a slightly elevated level in relation to a squire or page. Knights are usually given guarding positions in a full suite, until they show a specific talent or skill to rank up. Squire. The second rank in the 3 lower Geo ranks, a squire is partially through formal training and in the process of being sorted into an upper rank. They will listen to their training ACE or a king-queen authority figure. They usually show some sort of magical aptitude. Page. A Geo in training with no rank and the lowest of the 3 lower Geo ranks. They are usually the youngest age group and are trained by shadowing the rank they show the most affinity for. They will usually be chosen as a squire and placed under a training ACE as their training progresses. A page is never in a bonded circle. Joker. The wild card in a Geo suite with a tendency towards a berserker behavior. The Joker is the only rank capable of going head-to-head with the Alpha and the ACE, without repercussion. They are usually exceptionally strong in magic and wield a titled blade. Jokers can get along with each other, but rarely with any other Geo ranks. They will occasionally answer to a specific bonded, uncaring of rank, especially if they are soul bonded. Most Jokers are bonded solely to the Alpha or the SBMSSV. Exceptions will depend on the individual relationships, such as friends to lovers or before Joker ranking is assigned. Joker is the only Geo rank achieved through significant emotional, physical and magical distress. It is a forceful evolution of a Geo into a near-feral form. Courting gifts. There are 4 traditional courting gifts exchanged between old-fashioned suitors. A knife, a piece of matching jewelry, a new set of clothes and the intended's rank-appropriate clan crest. The only variation to this is that Geos prefer a new set of armor in addition or in place of a new set of clothes. Creatures, creature types living within Navera, or seeking sanctuary. Vampires, they have their own realm and queen. Light and dark fae, they have their own realm and queen. Were creatures of all kinds, no realm, scattered, but has an elder council. Merfolk belonging to Marrow jurisdiction. Demons belonging to Death's Court. Hellhounds belonging to Death's Court. Grim Reapers belonging to Death's Court. Banshees belonging to Death's Court. Also, elves. They have their own realm and royals, I believe. Seals. Seals are magical barriers used as limiters or filters for excess magical power, non-familial magical contracts and outside disputes. They have a variety of functions and sizes, with limits varying by the initiator and intent. Inheritance seals are used in some clans that hold Caspers, to limit a child's magic until their physical body is able to handle the strain. Death seals are used largely between Geos or military circles, to settle disputes that could be resolved by a blood price, but neither side is willing to forgive. This postpones a death duel until a later point in time. Elemental seals can be used to develop one affinity over another or mute a troublesome element until better control is learned. Most half-marrows or circles with marrows will have suppression or elemental seals on fire bonded, to ease instinct. Favors. Physical trinkets or gifts to show interest in another. Some favors are accompanied by basic calling cards listing the individual's attributes from elemental preference to social status. During the hunt, multiple stalls sell various kinds of gifts and trinkets. To accept a favor, blood or magic must activate and accept the token given. A return favor is also expected to be gifted. To reject a favor, simply set it on fire or tear it in half. There is no need to mention it again within the sender's presence. Mentors Oreta. Every young Dragil coming into their inheritance, between ages 18 and 25 are eligible for an assigned mentor. The position of mentor can be filled by a suitable family member, as long as elemental and rank requirements are met. Exceptions are alphas and aces. They are never assigned, due to potential fluctuations in rank. All mentors are submissives or pariahs, unless the situation is deemed otherwise by court of law. A male mentor is Orit, a female mentor is Oretta. Nameless. If an individual has an affinity for more than 2 elements, or is the result of 3 parents with different elemental inclinations, they will earn the distinction of nameless. A nameless element is a power that has no elemental inclination, but is still powerful in its own right. This includes telekinesis, empathy, rune magic, bone magic, blood magic, etc. While it is possible to wield 2 primary elements, one will always take preference and that will be the assigned element. Secondary elemental traits may display through hair, eye, and scale color. Nameless can hold multiple elemental affinities, usually stronger towards their parents' elements. Elemental affinity. Nameless holders tend to have multiple elemental affinities depending on their heritage. An Earth Father, Fire Mother and Air Carrier will produce a nameless child that may have an affinity to one, none or all 3 elements. Elemental affinity is dependent on the individual's magical strength and growth. Circle ranks, inheritance. All ranks are born as SBMSSV. During the first 18 years, leading up to their inheritance, natural inclination will lead to a specific rank. The most obvious change is wing and scale color, as submissives are known for a pearlescent silver and peach color combination. Inheritances can be as early as 10 years of age or as late as 30. There is some leeway, depending on magical strength, heritage and parental lottery, if other creature types are part of the genetic makeup, as a Dragel's inherent nature is to peacefully coexist, though it is usually the dominant creature type. Nevera. The Nevermore realm and home of all Dragels. Nevermore realms are semi-active and suspended between pockets of time and space, resulting in multiple points of access, various climates and expansion of the realm in any direction, as needed. Nevera has narrowed points of entry to 12 gates, monitored by their respective guardians. Dragel architecture is different than Japanese architecture and Izuku is taking advantage of how sparingly populated the streets are this early in the morning to take a good look at it as they walk. He doesn't know what bug bit Shoyuta, but he dragged them out of bed at the ass crack of pre-dawn for their morning run and breakfast, and now they're wandering around early enough that only half the shops and stalls are open so far. Looking at the buildings means he isn't paying a lot of attention to where he's going, though. Look dash, Shoyuta starts. Izuku bounces off of someone and falls on his butt. He looks up and sees a Mero with pale blue skin and silvery mauve purple hair, who is older and looks less androgynous than the 20 Mero who came to the surface for hunting this year. The Mero is also wearing a gorgeous necklace that confirms that he's not one of the 20. Out, Shoyuta finishes lamely. Sorry about him. He wasn't paying attention to where he was going. It's alright. I wasn't paying attention either and he got the worst of it, the Mero says in a rumbly deep voice. Your magic feels nice. Are you open to courting? Izuku's mouth blurts without his permission. He dreads the scornful no to come. The Mero pps his head and stares down at him assessingly. I didn't come to the surface to hunt, no. But I can't say that I'm opposed to it if you're asking. His eyes widen in amazement. Really? He accepts the hand offered to help him up. Then I'm asking. Will you allow me to court you? Yes. As long as my king permits it, I will allow you to court me for the position of Mero, the Mero answers. No. He blurts, then winces. I mean, you're a beta, right? I need a beta. The Mero pps a curious brow. That's a big ask of a land-walking circle. If it helps, he says sheepishly, because he knows that he's right. One of the many things he's discussed with his Oretta. I'm a Mero thirdling. Truly? I would have pegged you as a plant fey or dryad mix. I know my sire is Aquakini and my bearer and third are Dragel, but I don't know if they have mixed blood or not. The inheritance test didn't say, he admits. I don't have any earth affinity, though, which I probably would if they did. There's a story there, the Mero observes. There is, Shoyuta agrees. But it's a story for another day. Fair enough. I will have to ask my king for permission, little SBMSSV, he informs Izuku. Can I come with you? It's only fair that I help ask, he points out, though he really could do without facing royalty. The Mero gives him an amused look. Is this an excuse to meet King Alcander? No. He shakes his head violently. But like you said, what I'm asking is a big ask, right? I don't want to be a coward. Oh, he'll like you. What's your name, little one? I'm Travis Welk. Izuku Midoriya. Shoyuta clears his throat. Okay, this is nice, but there's something you should know before you agree to court Izuku. Izuku whines. Travis looks at Shoyuta alertly. Oh? We live on Earth 3 and we intend to keep living there indefinitely. Hisashi, our alpha, and I have careers there in law enforcement, and Izuku also intends to go into that career, Shoyuta says bluntly. The family who raised Izuku also live there. I see. I have concerns, but my biggest concern is, would I be able to make a living as a jeweler there? Travis says with admirable resilience. You might have to go through a few accreditation courses, but I see no reason why not, Shoyuta tells him. We come back for a couple weeks every summer, but that's once every 4 years in never on time. Travis is silent for a long moment, then finally says, I see no issues with that. My Mara won't care for it, but she's been after me for ages to find a circle, so she can live with it. So, is that a yes? Izuku ventures after a minute. That earns him a rumbly laugh. Yes, you can come talk to King Alcander with me. Izuku beams. But first I need to stop by several stalls that sell gems cheaper during the hunt. Meet me outside the White Caverns at noon. I'm relatively certain King Alcander will be there for the lunch hour and perhaps longer, Travis continues. He won't be angry at being interrupted? Izuku worries. Not seriously so. Izuku isn't terribly reassured by that, but this was his idea, so he can't really complain. Fortunately, Travis is waiting for them a good distance from the guarded entrance to the White Caverns, so they don't have to explain themselves to the guards. He leads them past the guards, who glance over them curiously, but make no move to stop them. They follow him down a long stairway and into rooms with a layer of water on the stone floor. To Izuku's surprise, none of the guards spot them, even when they enter a room to find the king sitting on a couch, his long navy hair pulled back in a clasp, reading on a holoscreen. Instead, they walk right up and wait until Alcander shifts his attention to them. What is it? That is. We would like to ask you a question. Travis stumbles over his words and then stops. So, ask, Alcander says impatiently, but his eyes are fixed on Izuku with a sort of knowing humor hidden in them. Taking his courage into his claws, Izuku gives a half bow and says politely, King Alcander, I ask that I be allowed to court Travis Welk as my beta-to-be. Surprise crosses Alcander's face. But before he says anything, Shoyuta clears his throat pointedly. Izuku looks over his shoulder and sees that his Pariya has been separated from them by a guard blocking his way. This in no way stops Shoyuta from raising his brows pointedly. Izuku whips back around, blushing. Before you say anything, I need to tell you that I live on Earth 3 and my circle intends to keep living there, he amends. Amusement crosses Alcander's face. So, you're asking me to let you court a Mero who did not come for the hunt for the position of beta in a landwalking circle based on Earth 3 and you expect me to say yes? Izuku shakes his head. I'm not expecting that, honestly. But I'd very much appreciate it if you did. You're a bold little plant fae. I'm not plant fae to my knowledge. I'm an Aquakini thirdling, he corrects hesitantly. Really? What family? Alcander doesn't seem to believe him. Silver Reef. Alcander's eyes narrow slightly. No Silver Reef has joined a landwalker in the last 20 years. He shakes his head. I was, we think, born on Nevera, but I've lived the last 14 years on Earth 3. So, 56 years, Alcander says thoughtfully, instantly doing the calculation in his head. You think? I was raised by humans. We don't know for sure, but we think I was probably stolen from the Silver Reef Circle and then exchanged for my parents' biological son in the hospital before I could be found. None of us had any clue I'm not human until I inherited unexpectedly, he explains. You're awfully comfortable talking to royalty, Alcander observes. Well, he decides. Talking to you isn't any scarier than talking to All Might. The worst you can do is say no and kill me for wasting your time. Alcander smiles maliciously. No, the worst I could do is kill your bonded in front of you. He JRKS back as if slapped and clenches his teeth and fists, ignoring his claws and fangs digging into tender flesh, and beats down the urge to attack the king. Said king waves a hand dismissively. I didn't say I was going to do it. Good control, little SBMSSV. And who is All Might? Izuku bites down on a growl and then forces himself to answer. The world's, Earth 3's strongest hero. Hero is Dash. A career in magical law enforcement, Alcander cuts him off. I'm not that out of touch. How strong is this All Might? He can change the weather with a punch. Izuku might not be excited by All Might anymore, but he was still his inspiration and the ignorance offends him the slightest bit. And I can cause a tsunami with magic, Alcander rejoins lazily. Fine. I'll accept he's reasonably powerful for a human. Have you talked to this All Might? Yes. Izuku says indignantly. Then he falters. He told me I should be realistic about my goals. Good advice, Alcander observes. He eyes Izuku in silence for a moment. You intend to court Travis traditionally? Of course. And treat him well? Obviously, he bites out. As if he would ever treat any of his bonded or intended otherwise. Then you have my permission. If I find out otherwise, you will regret it. Now, shoo. I don't want you meeting Killigan. They'd try to adopt you and I don't like your face enough to look at it that much, Alcander says dismissively. What? Travis tugs his arm and gets him to move away from the king, who has gone back to reading. He's so confused. Wait. Did they just receive permission? They did, right? Dazedly, he lets Shoyuta and Travis guide him back up the stairs and back out onto the street. Well, that went unexpectedly well, Shoyuta says. I think he likes you. Izuku looks up at him in disbelief. He threatened to kill you. No, he pointed out that he had the ability to. Which was pretty mild considering you said you didn't find him scary, Shoyuta refutes calmly. And a very standard reaction for an Aquakini. He's right. We appreciate straightforwardness and lack of fear, Travis agrees. Sorry for leaving the conversation to you. He silenced me. What? Izuku looks at him in puzzlement. Then it clicks. Why would he do that? Shoyuta scoffs. He wanted to see if you had enough courage to speak for yourself. If you hadn't, he would have said no. That makes sense in a very Dragile sort of way. He did say yes, though? I didn't imagine that. You didn't imagine it, Travis assures him. Well, that's something, at least. As soon as they part ways with Travis, Izuku stops and sends the faux kelp blanket favor that he discussed sending earlier. Shoyuta had recommended it as a way to keep any Aquakini bonded from drying out if they wanted to spend the night with the rest of them in the resting room. It does have to be soaked before use, but it's spelled to provide steady moisture for hours. Something that any Aquakini potential bonded is sure to appreciate. That done, Shoyuta portals them home for the day. When they get there, Hizashi is already waiting, looking concerned that they didn't beat him home. Izuku crawls into his lap with a tired, plaintive trill and gets a reassuring rumble and a cuddle in return. What happened? I see blood, Hizashi asks. Do you want the good news, the mildly concerning news or the very good news first? Shoyuta returns. The mildly concerning news. Izuku cut himself up refraining from attacking King Alcander when an easily misconstrued comment was made. Definitely concerning. And the good news? Izuku found himself a beta. An Aquakini beta who is alright with moving to Earth. That's amazing. What's the very good news, then? King Alcander likes Izuku and agreed to let him court said beta, even though he isn't one of the 20 who came to hunt, Shoyuta relays in a bland tone. Huh? That's also amazing, if more than a little concerning. How did King Alcander get involved? The beta said he needed to ask. Izuku insisted on going with him to ask. Hizashi half laughs, half sighs. That sounds about right. Izuku? Do you want a comfort feed? MMPH. He sort of does, but he can't work up the mental energy to lift his head. Why don't you take him into the resting room for a nap while I make lunch? Shoyuta suggests. Clean up his hands first. He might need bandages. I can do that, Hizashi agrees and lifts Izuku. Izuku makes an objecting warble when Hizashi sets him down on the toilet seat. I know, but I need to make sure your hands are okay. Can you bear with it for me? Hizashi soothes. That's not fair. But Izuku grumbles agreement. Hizashi is gentle and thorough, cleaning the cuts with efficiency and wrapping bandages around his palms when he's through. Izuku practically falls into him when Hizashi lifts him again, to carry him to the resting room. He's asleep before Hizashi gets him there. He doesn't hear Hizashi's coo at his adorableness as he settles him on the mattress or feel Hizashi kissing his forehead. Today has been a big day for you, hasn't it, SBMSSV mine? Have a nice nap. Hizashi has mixed feelings on the whole meets Alcander thing. On the one hand, Izuku has found a beta and gotten permission to court him. That's something they need. On the other, he hurt himself doing it and that's never okay. He'll have to talk with Shoyuta later and make sure Shoyuta is okay, because watching that had to be worse than hearing about it. Later. For now he has a SBMSSV to cuddle. I don't think it qualifies as a nameless gift, but Izuku is able to do a minor form of something like aura reading. If he touches someone, he gets a sense of their magic and rank without them projecting either magic or presence. It's something along the lines of his magic automatically reaching out and liking their magic. The rank sensing part is not a big deal, because it's nothing someone with an experienced eye can't do with a glance. Meet Travis, water beta. Alcander. Being Alcander. Hopefully that came out well. It was pretty obvious to the Marrow contingent exactly what was going on, what with Travis showing up with a land-walking SBMSSV in tow. They're pretty amused, because this invariably happens at least once per hunt, that someone who came along as an unofficial part of the Marrow retinue changes their mind and asks to court. It's practically a tradition. They separated Shoyuta because he's armed and you don't let armed strangers near the king you are guarding. Shura's more surprised that they didn't stop him sooner. Alcander, later, I never did get his name. Advisor, who? Alcander, just a landwalking guppy who came to see me today. Advisor, okay? I refuse to believe that, with all that magic tech, they don't have something for Meros in landwalking circles to allow them to sleep comfortably with their bonded. Shoyuta is definitely not okay after seeing Izuku hurt himself, but at the same time, it's not something he has time to deal with, because Izuku has already disassociated once and he needs attention. One thing I regret about writing so quickly is that I don't have the extra time to recall details I may be forgetting, in order to add them in. The extra time normal writing speed allows doesn't guarantee it, but it helps. I will eventually slow down. Right now, I'm working off of a surprisingly long list of scenes for the hunt and adding in cozy scenes as I see fit. I'm also open to adding scenes if you want to see more of certain characters interacting or interactions with characters that haven't been seen yet. I realize that most people just want to see what I come up with or some worry about dictating my writing. Both are understandable, but please don't worry about the latter. Well, let's just say that no one dictates my writing, and if I'm asking for input, it's because I genuinely could use some. A writer doesn't exist in a vacuum. I consume ideas from all over. I do have tentative plans for certain BNHA characters once they return home, but they aren't on the list yet, simply because I don't want to intimidate myself. The list is long enough as is and grows occasionally. I am willing to listen to ideas for it already, though. So, if you were wondering what their claim marks look like, Hisashi's is a trio of notes. Shura's is a sword being swallowed by shadow, which is the central theme of most Aizawa crests. Izuku's has two overlapping triangles, one pointed up, one pointed down, to form a 6-pointed star. The corners of the down-facing triangle have nothing next to them, but the up-facing triangle's corners each have a rune by them, the runes for shadow, air, and water. The catch is that none of them know runes, so they don't actually know what it says. I probably won't come up with the rest of the claim marks, but these had been bugging me for a while. While Cyaneris places inheritance between 10 and 30 years, Fanon places it at 16 to 21, which is the figure I'm working off of. Again, taken from the Dragil Handbook. Primary elements. Earth. Earth elementals are known by their signature golden gaze. When happy and contented, their eyes are a bright, cheerful gold, and as they shift from annoyed to disturbed and raging it becomes pitch black. It is the most obvious warning sign among all of the elements. Most earth elementals have scales with some variation of gold or brown present, but not always. Earth dragels tend to bond within their element, because they appreciate each other's grounding influence. If an earth type bonds into a mixed element circle, they will immediately seek out the bonded with the same element or earth affinity, to stay grounded. They have 3 clan chiefs. Air. Air elementals prefer high places, lots of light and music. Some air types have gray eyes or variations with gray included. Most scale colors tend to be lighter or pastel-hued. Their wingspans are significantly larger than most other dragels and many are compact and light. Some are tall and willowy. Air elemental magic is slightly unpredictable, requiring some measure of control for large-scale spellwork. At times, they can appear distracted or distant, depending on if they've spent enough time flying. Wing care is extremely important to air dragels. They have 3 clan chiefs. Fire. Fire elementals prefer high temperatures, as little clothes as they can get away with and spontaneous bonded. They prefer not to be confined by routines or rules, though they will mature as they age past their first century. A fire dragel's strength is proven in the color of their hair, which typically tends to range from bright red or pink, to red so dark, it appears black. Tricolor hair red at the roots and golden at the tips, is proof of excellent, balanced fire magic. The more colors, the stronger magic. Some fire types have orange eyes. They tan very well, often preferring to spend a great deal of time outdoors, acquiring said tan. They can recover and heal from plenty of outdoor, natural light exposure. They dislike the cold and are prone to snuffle flu. Fire elementals also generally like to cuddle and be cuddled, though sometimes their tempers get in the way of asking for the affection they crave. Like their element, fire types have a flare-and-flow nature. They have 3 clan chiefs. Water. Water is the odd element out among dragels. They are known as Mero or Aquakini, a blanket term for all shapes and variations of water dragels, as some are finned and others are not. Their blood runs blue and cold, allowing them to blush purple and handle unusual or underwater conditions. They have a tendency to be dismissive of landwalker dragels on principle, but will bond with them if there are no fire types in a circle. Exceptions to the fire element rule are only when soul bonds are in play, and instinctively, the Mero will spend more time away from the circle, because it feels safer. Meros tend to be all shades of blue and purple, with hair colors ranging from silver to bright teal. They are extremely devoted to their chosen bonded, nearing the point of possessive, and will go out of their way to grant their bonded whatever they desire. Meros guard the waterway portals into Nevera and are the only dragels that do not rely on blood magic. Meros are quite fond of pretty things and shiny trinkets. Female Meros rarely surface. They do not have clan chiefs like the other three primary elements. Secondary elements. Storm. Storm is the elemental product of water and air. All storm elements have violet eyes and a tendency to store excess power in themselves. Most storm elementals prefer to court rather than be courted and are easily offended when affections are pushed on them. Their transportation portals are more like slivers and cracks, appearing as a bolt of lightning. They are one of the last elements to produce a suitable royal bloodline. Shadow. Shadow is the elemental product of fire and earth. All shadow elements have access to their own shadow and various forms of shadow manipulation. Most shadow elementals tend to group together, as they are more comfortable among each other. Shadow elemental affinity can manifest in multiple ways and ranges. They are one of the last elements to produce a suitable royal bloodline. Izuku sits up suddenly. What was that? What was what? Hisashi asks. It's hard to explain. It feels like something accepted something? Izuku struggles to explain. Ah? Hisashi sounds enlightened, but before he can say anything else, a small holoscreen pops up in front of Izuku's nose. The favor you sent Travis Welk was accepted. Congratulations. He blinks at it. There we go. The system tracks favors and tells you if they're accepted or refused, so if you've sent favors to multiple people, you know who did what. The holoscreen with its message disappears slowly. What happens if you're asleep when you get the message? He asks slowly. That's the beauty of it. Hisashi grins at him. It tracks whether you're awake or not and only delivers messages when you're awake. That seems a little invasive, he says with a frown. Not as much as you'd think. It's an impersonal rudimentary magical AI system, so it's not like there's someone who can watch to see when you're awake or asleep. There are system logs, but operators only look at them when there's complaints and only to figure out what's going wrong and how to fix it. There are also set hours during which all notifications are delivered, unless you deliberately go in and change your settings to allow other hours, Hisashi elaborates. That's mostly to accommodate night shift workers, which are largely law enforcement, guards, and medical professionals. Oh. Well, that's not so bad. You think you can face lunch now? It should be about ready, Hisashi prompts. Yeah. Sorry I shut down on you, he apologizes sheepishly. Hisashi gets up and reaches down to help him up. No worries. It happens to the best of us. They find Lash and Shoyuta eating quietly in the dining room. Shuta's color is better, so Lash must have gotten him to talk about what happened. Hisashi still intends to talk to him later, though. Lunch is on the counter under warming charms. Shoyuta greets them. Lash grins at Izuku. I hear you had a conversation with King Elkander and managed not to faint to get out of it. Izuku giggles. Just barely. Well, good for you. What's this I hear about a beta? Lash asks. Hisashi decides to go ahead and serve both Izuku and himself some food. His name is Travis Welk. He's a Mero and a jeweler, and his magic is really nice. Izuku says with dawning enthusiasm. He listens contentedly as Izuku talks, glad that he's recovered so quickly. They go through favors for the day after they're done eating. Lash watches them curiously, since they haven't told him to go away. When Izuku starts reaching for the pile of ones that aren't on a time limit, Lash says, Wait, let me teach you another spell. He pulls out a few favors from his void stone and demonstrates. This one separates out the ones with magic you dislike from the ones with neutral magic from the ones that your magic finds pleasant. The spell has to be demonstrated twice more before Izuku gets the hang of it. He only gets one pile for his pains. Well, one pile and two solitary favors. One that, when he checks it, turns out to be a neutral. One to add to his tiny pile of neutral beta favors. Not that he's really interested in them, but until he bonds with Travis he should keep them just in case. The other one turns out to be from Travis, but he's tempted to accept it without even looking at who sent it, because it's a pack of Canis Mem cards. How do I accept it? He asks. Either smear a drop of your blood on the card or smear a little bit of magic on the card, Hisashi instructs him. Obediently, Izuku takes a small piece of magic and pushes it onto the card. The card crumples a little in response, but nothing more dramatic happens, so Izuku takes it as a win. You could use about half that and get the same result, Lash observes. But good job. Izuku turns his attention to the cards. The wrapping proclaims, Water Exclusive Pack. Beta cards, 50% guaranteed named cards. 20 card pack. Hisashi gives a low whistle. He's got you pegged. A water-exclusive pack is thoughtful, since it's hard to get your hands on those if you're not a Mero. There are 12 named cards in the pack, all with pictures, and to his surprise one of them is Travis, with his occupation listed as jeweler. How is there one of Travis, he asks, showing Hisashi the card. Huh? He must sell to nobles on the regular or possibly has done a commission for the royal family, Hisashi conjectures. This isn't a commissioned card pack and a normal jeweler wouldn't get a named card. He's not listed as royal jeweler, though, so he doesn't do a lot of work for the royal family. Let me see. Lash holds out his hand, so Izuku passes it over. Lash studies it for a moment. DMN, you snagged a good one. The lettering on jeweler is gold, so he's done at least one known commission for the royal family. He's definitely in high demand for potential bondings, so you must have impressed him a lot somehow. Izuku flushes a little. I don't know how. I just ran into him and then blurted that his magic felt nice and could I court him. It might simply be that you don't know who he is and didn't ask because of that or because he's Aquakini, Shoyuta offers. Magical compatibility is far more important than either of those when it comes to bonding. Plus, you are not subtle. It was very obvious that you're attracted to both his looks and the sound of his voice. Shoulda, he wails in embarrassment. What? In this case it's a good thing. He's on a named card, so he's certainly used to having a lot of offers simply for the prestige he can offer, and on land it would be because of the prestige having an Aquakini in the circle, Shoyuta responds. He's right, Lash agrees, handing the card back. Being wanted only for what you can offer isn't fun in the least. Izuku gathers the cards back into their mini deck and hands it to Shoyuta to put with his other cards. I should use the spell you taught me to separate out all the other ranks. Hisashi, can you get my other favors we've saved? That pile is getting kind of large, isn't it? Sure. Hisashi gets up and goes to retrieve it. He does the separation by feel of magic spell again and unsurprisingly, the largest pile is rejects, followed by a medium pile of neutrals and a tiny pile of likes. Izuku burns the pile of rejects, then waits for Hisashi to return. You should burn the neutrals, too, Lash advises. You'll never be fully comfortable with someone whose magic registers as neutral and that's not something you want in a circle. Okay. He may feel unnecessary glee as he burns the neutrals pile. This means that he can burn all the beta favors other than Travis. Hisashi returns with a towering armload of favors. It surprises Izuku to see how large the pile has gotten in a little over a week. There must be hundreds of favors, most accompanied with small gifts. With a huff, Hisashi sets them down in front of him. I brought all of them. He doesn't hesitate to do the spell again and burn the quite large reject and neutral piles. That leaves him with a pile of maybe 30 favors. Are you looking for Geos? Lash asks. Izuku would like to say no, but he's been reminded multiple times that he shouldn't dismiss the possibility. Not at this time. Then separate those out and look through the others to see if they have anything interesting or conditions that you don't like, Lash instructs. That's simple enough. About half of them are Geos, so he pushes them to the side and starts opening the others. Annoyingly, a full 10 of them mention him moving to Nevra or how prestigious their jobs are. He burns those. Which leaves him with 1 healer, 1 mage, 1 carrier and 3 potential pariahs. Do we need a healer, mage or carrier? He asks plaintively. Healers are always useful, Shoyuta opines. Unless you want kids within the next 5 or 10 years, a carrier is unnecessary, Lash contributes. As for the mage, it depends on what profession they'd want to take up on Earth, Hisashi says. Mages have enough magic that it needs to be used regularly and there aren't a lot of professions other than hero that allow that. The carrier wants to contract to the circle rather than bonding in, which probably means they are expecting to carry a child sooner than later, so he decides to burn that one and pushes the others over to Hisashi to look at. Hisashi picks out one of the pariahs and hands it to him. Burn that. Their magic doesn't vibe with mine at all. The others are worth at least meeting up with them, in my opinion. Shoyuta? You want to look at these? He asks, hoping to cut down the possibilities further. It's not necessary. Only you and Hisashi need to bond with everyone, Shoyuta points out. I'd feel better if I can run them past you, Izuku wheedles. Fine. Shoyuta comes and sits on the other side of Hisashi. He takes the offered favors and checks them over briefly. Well, if you're concerned with how they feel to my magic, I'm vetoing the healer. The pariahs are pleasant enough and the mage is neutral. The favors get handed back and Izuku burns the healer's favor. So, I accept these and send a return favor? After you bond your beta, Lash warns. Very few are willing to bond into a circle without the operating triad in place. If you want to keep your possibilities pile small, I suggest going through the Geos now, with whichever criteria you used for the others. That's an appealing option, so Izuku obediently goes through the Geos one by one and promptly burns each one. That bad? Lash asks. They all want us to move to Nevra, he huffs. Not all of them had said it outright, but they'd said other things that implied it. Ah. Well, better to know now than later, he says sympathetically. There is that. And now his pile of maybes is suitably tiny. For potentials are much better than heaping armfuls. Temple Featherfall opens the package from Arkan Healing Clinic, then blinks at the paper. When he'd asked for a copy of the inheritance test, he hadn't expected to get the actual document instead of a copy. It's clearly blood magic made, which rules out a fake. Maybe that's why they'd sent the original? He needs to show this to Karani and then to Leander and Alice. And to be prepared for the ensuing meltdown, because neither of the latter two are going to take this well. Sighing, he sets the test down on his desk and runs a finger over Isaiah's name. This is the son he's been wrongly mourning for over half a century, and he doesn't know how he feels about that. Even with proof, the very real grief he's used to doesn't go away. Excited, maybe? But now he needs to find out whose child is in Isaiah's grave and inform the parents. If the parents are even still alive. And how does he react to the people who raised Isaiah as their own for his entire life? Maybe that's getting ahead of himself, though. First, he needs to work through his reaction to Isaiah being alive so he can have his head on straight when he talks to Alice and Leander. Notes section. Okay, so. People burn favors or accept them, but how is the sender notified? Does the magic tell them? Or does the favor system inform them? I couldn't decide, so I decided on a little bit of both. It seems to me that someone would be notified if their favor was burned or accepted by their magic, but what if they'd sent several favors? How would they know who did which action? Thus, the addition of the favor system tracking the favors for informative purposes. I do realize that people send return favors, thus they'd know that way, but I wasn't really thinking about that, and it'd still leave them in limbo until they received said favor and sorted through all their favors to find it. Izuku is enthusiastic about finding a beta whose magic appeals more than just neutral reaction, and is also nice to look at and listen to. That said, he doesn't know a whole lot about Travis as of yet. Even though they have permission to court, they still need to get to know each other a little better before deciding if it'll work out between them or not. Okay, I did not plan Travis being on a named card. It was a stray thought and I asked a writing bot and it said I should, so? Travis mostly sells to nobles and rich commoners. Queen Killigan bought one of his pieces and was perfectly willing to tell anyone who asked where he got it. He doesn't actually know he's on a named card, though. No one has mentioned it to him, and while he's bought several sets of water beta cards, he's never gotten one of himself. Besides the reasons that Shoyuta mentioned, Travis experienced an instant attraction draw to Izuku, which is very rare in his experience and something he's never felt for a SBM SSV before. Izuku asking for Hisashi's and Shuta's opinions on favors for potential circle members isn't a normal thing to do. Temple is experiencing a storm of emotion. Excitement, lingering grief, renewed feelings of betrayal directed at the thief responsible for the mess, and anger at being deprived of so much of Izuku's life. He's also not processing that Isaiah might go by Izuku now. Their clothes for the hunt do show off their bonding marks, though if Izuku had a large amount of marks they wouldn't all be visible in the clothing he currently has. I'm glad you enjoyed how I wrote Alcander. I was really nervous about it. Since this is his downtime, he's reading a romance about a Marrow political circle written by a non-Marrow, which he finds immensely entertaining in its inaccuracies. The couch he's on is designed from materials meant to be submerged, since the rooms can be flooded, either deliberately or if there's an unusually high tide. There are several floors in the White Caverns, created via earth magic, of course, with the middle floors being flooded at high tide and the lower floors being flooded consistently. There are magical protections that keeps the tide from messing with anything other than water levels inside, creating a still water environment. Shoyuta, in the background, didn't react to Alcander's threat, but he did give a warning rumble when the scent of blood cut through the air. The guard is relatively impressed with his control. Travis kept going back and forth between neutral face, concerned face, and glowering at Alcander for keeping him out of the conversation. He growled, unheard because he was silenced magically, when Izuku heard himself. Izuku wasn't watching him, but Alcander definitely was. I have been thinking off and on about the Magi tech system. I think besides the gesture that opens up the favors shop, there is a gesture to open the equivalent of a personal computer instead, with all the options that opens up. Offices tend to use physical keyboards and mouses connected to the HoloNet, because using physical equipment makes it easier to anchor privacy spells to a network for things such as governmental offices, law enforcement databases, healers' offices, and private companies and businesses. I also think that, outside of the hunt and maybe even during it, the gesture to open the favors shop also connects to something along the lines of Amazon, just starting in the favors section by default. It probably started primarily as a favor shop system and expanded from there over the centuries. Though it could just offer the option to jump to the general holonet with all the shop options instead of being a direct connection to the favors system. That's probably more likely, now that I think about it. Again, taken from the Dragile Handbook. Circle ranks, this is just the non-Geo ranks. Geo ranks can be found in Chapter 12 of this FIC. Again, all ranks are born as SBMSSV. During the first 18 years, leading up to their inheritance, natural inclination will lead to a specific rank. The most obvious change is wing and scale color, as submissives are known for a pearlescent silver and peach color combination. Inheritances can be as early as 10 years of age or as late as 30. There is some leeway, depending on magical strength, heritage and parental lottery, if other creature types are part of the genetic makeup, as a Dragile's inherent nature is to peacefully coexist, though it is usually the dominant creature type. Alpha. The overall leader and highest ranked Dragile within a circle. They wield equal authority to their SBMSSV. They must accept all bonded into the circle. Instinctively, they will work to protect their circle as a whole and attempt to provide all safety and security, allowing division of that as the circle expands. Beta. The secondary authority within a circle, the second in command to the alpha and sub. They are generally the opposite personality of the alpha and their primary function is to mediate between all bonded within a circle. RHEYO. A second beta in a large or merged circle. If a large circle, the Reo will answer to the beta, before going to the alpha. If a merged circle, the Reo's authority is a combination of both betas and they will go directly to the dominant alpha. They usually handle all small matters that do not require an alpha or beta's specific attention. SBMSSV. The heart and soul of a circle. They wield equal authority to the alpha and can nullify decisions, if necessary, so that an issue is revisited and handled accordingly. They are the only Dragile that will bear a claim mark for every single one of their bonded and often display them quite openly. Their wings are always a silver-white peach color scheme, no matter the age, dragon breed or elemental affinity. Most submissives are the shortest Dragile in the group. Pariah. The protectors within a circle, often considered the shield. Their primary function is to handle the day-to-day affairs of things within the circle, such as chores, estate upkeep, formal attire, and children. They thrive on being useful and like to stay busy, proving that they are protecting their circle at all times whether from a literal physical threat or the thought of gossip at a public function. Some pariahs have specific distinctions for housekeeping, child-rearing, or social grifting and most circles will attempt to court one of each, to balance things out. Pariahs prefer to have at least one or two of their rank within a circle and enjoy seeing their bonded happy and healthy. During periodical resting PRDS, pariah will keep guard while the Geos sleep. Their magic is primarily defensive rather than offensive. Healer. Healers are often fully licensed medical professions, either general health or specialized. They oversee the well-being of their circle, extended family, if requested, and may open and operate an independent clinic. Depending on the circle, a healer may decide to let their professional license lapse, but retain circle authority. All healers follow specific training, diets and magical requirements to hold their title in full capacity. A healer can override a pariah. Medic. A rank down from a full healer, often with a minor specialty in medicine or healing magic. They tend to work as field medics with Geos and may occasionally work their way up to a healer rank. Most medics choose their rank on account of a specific magical affinity. Medics often work in tandem with healers. Carrier. Depending on circle preference, a carrier can be bonded in or contracted out. They carry the circle's children to term and are generously looked after in return. Most circles retain their preferred carrier as a companion or nanny. Carriers tend to show pariahic and SBMSSV tendencies and either physically carry a child or magically carry the symptoms. They are generally quite close to the SBMSSV or most dominant pariah. Companion. A rank assigned to non-Dragile bonded that do not fall into the ranking system. This can work for soul-bonded pairs that are half-Dragile or different creature types. It allows them to function within a circle's authority. Companions are close to their respective soulmate or the SBMSSV. They are more attentive than a pariah, in terms of working to make themselves useful due to either lacking an instinctive edge or trying to find a position within the circle. Some companions hold the rank as generally as possible, until they are ready to shift into something like carrier, advisor, or mage. Companions can also be platonic individuals wishing to join a circle for safety, social or personal reasons. They are not required to be physical with any bonded with a circle, but they must swear an oath of loyalty to the circle triad. Mage. The only non-Geo and non-pariah rank that is defense-offense based. Mages are independent of a Geo suite and possess equal measures of defensive and offensive magic. They usually handle the heavier magic in a circle, taking care of seal casting, ward strengthening, and extended protective barriers. They are usually schooled in their elemental magic academy. Advisor. Usually found in political or highly social circles, an advisor tends to be the oldest or second to oldest rank in a circle that brings a wealth of experience with their rank. Most hold multiple degrees in specialized studies, languages, and social connections. They often have no Geo or Pariah inclinations and hold a rather neutral viewpoint until bonded into a circle. After bonding, the advisor will weigh everything against the circle's overall social standing and well-being. They will usually accompany the Alpha or Beta during certain functions. They will also take over the legalities of interrealm transportation, visas, and academic studies for their bonded, children included. Advisors are never mentors. Royal. A crown royal or dragil of the royal elemental bloodline. This is chosen through test of blood and magical strengths. Crown royals tend to cultivate a Beta Pariah personality and are removed from circle authority rankings after their natural instinct is sealed away. Royals not in line for the throne are free to grow into their natural rank, but often take up a general rank and keep to the sidelines. They do not shift circle authority, though they elevate the circle's social rank. A reigning royal queen-king does not need to be bonded to each other. They can have their own respective circles or consorts. Some royals have claimed solitary to preserve perceived authority and will choose an unranked consort or partner, whose rank is either renounced or sealed like their own. Geo Suite. The fighters within a circle, often considered the weapon. Their primary function is the immediate physical safety of their bonded and circle reputation. They are physical beings that prefer a more hands-on approach to everything and tend to run close to instinct. They have a secondary ranking system among their ranks, within a circle, which is referred to as their suite. Geos have their own dueling events within Navera, every 5 years. There are two types of Geo: 1, those who are born into the rank by way of having 2 Geo parents. 2, those who are forced into the rank by way of extreme physical, emotional, and mental distress, usually a life-threatening situation resulting in a near-death. Circle types. Standard circles operate on the basic triad of Alpha Beta Sub, with a Geo triad of Ace King Queen, with 2 Pariah. This can be rounded out by adding a healer or medic, a carrier, or an advisor. Solitary pairs are not circles, but hold the same circle status. They are usually complementary pairs, such as Alpha Beta, Beta Pariah, Pariah Geo, or Pariah Pariah. A pure-blooded Dragil SBMSSV would not be happy in a solitary pair bonding. They would require a third. New circles can appear unbalanced if they add in pairs without building on the proper ranks, causing resentment, stress, and anxiety for all involved. Friendship circles are friends to lovers, based on friendships that form before romantic attachments. The fluid nature of a friendship circle is when all ranks are present, but not yet bonded with each other. They will usually behave as a bonded circle, with some shuffling until all ranks are content. Most friendship circles are usually missing an Alpha, Beta, or SBMSSV, which is the key reason as to why they have not bonded. Non-romantic friendship circles tend to be a complementary social group that mirrors a bonded circle, providing ranked support and friendship without encroaching on each other's respective circle authority. Military circles are denoted by excess Geos and 1 or no Pariahs. Most military circles tend to have a Geo-born SBMSSV, Alpha or Beta. This allows them to handle the quirks of most Geos, while maintaining a different level of authority. A standard circle may be more relaxed or social. Geo-heavy circles are stricter and more feral. Most military circles are employed in rotation by their respective elemental royal. They often have 1 or 2 master wielders in their circle, such as a mage. Merged circles have no designation on type, as only like-type circles will merge. Military, standard, or friendship standard. A merged circle comes about if both operating triads are agreeable and there are multiple soul bonded across their respective ranks. The entire Geo suite will shuffle and reorder ranks during a circle merge. Paraic covens are the opposite of a military circle and will have 1 joker or no Geos whatsoever. They tend to operate with a far more relaxed authority than any other circle formation and are the most peaceable. The most dominant Pariah may seem to hold more authority overall, but it is rarely enforced, if ever. Paraic covens tend to work in industries such as healer circles, entertainment, large bands groups, performers, artists, musicians, etc., childcare, etc. They will often seek the services of a Geo Joker for protection, when traveling off-realm or during the hunt, to minimize friction. Political circles tend to have multiple advisors, an equal number of Pariah and Geos, with more general ranks, such as carrier and healer. They often have their own healer or medic and tend to move in the upper social side of Navera. They are often filled with scholars or teachers and travel extensively through various realms. Political circles may employ up to 3 or 4 military circles to accompany them when traveling. Royal circles have 1 or more dragels with royal titles or blood within their rank. They rarely travel outside of Nevera. Crowned royals will live within the elemental royal estate, with their own wing or floor for privacy. Lycurgo shows up with an offer of teaching him basic hand-to-hand and self-defense, which Izuku accepts. So, they spend the next hour working on a couple self-defense moves, using his Bonded and Lash as training dummies with Lycurgo spotting him and offering tips. Lash does warn him that the extra training is just that, extra. And he will not be getting out of his knife fighting lessons. But Izuku doesn't mind that. Both are things he can put to good use as a hero, he's sure. Not all heroes use weapons, but plenty do, and it's stupid to turn down an advantage in a fight. Granted, he's as bad with knives as he is with magic at this point, but that's only a good reason to work harder at both. After self-defense training, they dust themselves off and, because the only damage is to their clothes, use switching spells to swap clothes and pull out their cards to play Canismem as a breather before the evening meal. This means Izuku can switch out most of his generic beta cards for his new named cards, which is both new and exciting to him. Though he does realize belatedly that one of his named cards is a double when Lycurgo offers to swap it with an older named Water Geo card he has a double for. Izuku does so happily once he's assured that card swapping is such an established tradition that Travis won't hold it against him. While favors are treasured to some extent, they're not on the same level as bonding gifts, he is told, nor should they be. Playing the game with the new options is a bit different, but not terribly so. He's as pleased as Punch when he manages to draw Travis' card for his beta card on his second try, though. Temple finds Alice and Leander alone, snuggled on one of the couches, and goes to retrieve the inheritance test. Karani catches him on the way back, takes one look at his face and falls into step with him. When they return to the living room, it is to find that Yora, Karani's son, has joined Alice and Leander, but this isn't something he can just put off for ideal circumstances, and asking Yora to leave would do more harm than good. He clears his throat. I need to tell you that Isaiah has been found. Instantly, Leander is on his feet, bristling with outrage. His grave was robbed and you didn't think to tell us? No, that's not it. Here. He moves the inheritance test at Leander. Read this. Leander grabs it and reads over it, disbelief overcoming his features as he does so. Is this Dash? This is real. It's blood magic. You tell me, Temple says gently. He gets it. He really does. Isaiah is his son too, after all, and the 3 of them had taken his loss harder than the rest of the circle had. And everyone had taken it hard. It had taken over 20 years before they risked having Yora. Leander turns and hands the test to a reluctant Alice. Then whose son did we bury? At a guess, the Midoriya's son. How they got exchanged, I couldn't tell you, Temple answers. I want to see him, Alice croaks, eyes glued to the test. He winces as he remembers Alice's hysterical insistence that the dead baby wasn't hers and how long it had taken to convince her. Now it seems that she was right all along. They should have listened to her and never stopped searching. Wait, you mean my brother isn't dead? Yora asks, looking confused. That's exactly what we mean, Karani tells him. Somehow, the thief managed to substitute a different child for Isaiah. Though how they stumbled upon one who looked so much like him is beyond me. Then I want to go with you when you see him, Yora decides. That's doable, Karani agrees. Is that, Lash? They haven't run across him in public since the introductions, before Izuku had even been introduced to him. He slows his pace a bit and watches as the SBMSSV girl next to him glomps onto his arm, only for Lash to free himself irritably, and a moment later, the girl repeats the action. Izuku frowns and changes directions. This must be the stalker Lash had mentioned that one day. As he gets closer, he notices that the girl has a pariah hovering behind her, but the man is doing nothing to interfere, which makes him angry. Shoyuta would never let me get away with acting like that, even if I wanted to. Izuku shoulders between them just as the girl tries to cling to Lash again, startling them and knocking them apart. Hey! Watch where you're going, the girl cries indignantly. I'm going exactly where I'm needed, he snaps. Hands off the goods. She scoffs. Like you have any say in it. You're his brother's SBMSSV and Lash doesn't share. You might be surprised at what I'd be willing to share, Lash mutters loud enough for her to hear, going by her peeved expression. Izuku knows he doesn't mean it, that Lash has only brotherly feelings for him, but he understands why he'd imply it in this situation. And as his brother-in-law I have every right to step in. He told you no. That doesn't mean he's flirting, it doesn't mean he wants to be pursued, and it sure as hell doesn't mean yes. No means no. So quit touching him. He quite obviously does not want you touching him, clinging to him and in general stalking him. If you don't cease and desist, I will be filing a restraining order against you on his behalf. You can't do that, she scoffs again. His eyes narrow and, without his knowledge, seem to gleam eerily with an inner light. Just watch me. Shoyuta steps up beside him, further separating Lash from her. His tone is cold when he speaks. You know, I remember your parents pretty well and they wouldn't stand for this behavior. I wonder what, exactly, you've told them, because I'm perfectly willing to tell them the truth if this happens again. Do I need to tell them? She blanches dramatically, telling Izuku that either they knew nothing or she'd been lying to them. No. Excellent. You move on to someone who is willing and we won't have to revisit this conversation. Otherwise, Shoyuta trails off threateningly. Then he grins evilly, making her shudder and step back into her Pariya, who steadies her. We won't, she yelps and hurries off, Pariya in tow. You didn't have to do that, Lash says quietly. Izuku turns around to look up at him. Yes, we did. Harassment is never okay and you should never have had to put up with it. Beside him, Shoyuta shrugs. To be honest, I'm telling Papa and Mera, no matter what you think about it, because they won't let this pass and neither will her parents once they find out she's been lying to them. I'm not one of your human civilians to save. Lash says sharply, even though his body language still screams relieved. Shoyuta shakes his head. Never said you were. Anyone can be harassed and everyone has the right to be protected from harassment. When you said she was clinging, I didn't realize she was physically clinging to you or I'd have done something about it earlier. But her parents absolutely will not tolerate that behavior from her. You may never have spent time with them because you were always off doing Gayo things, but I have. Trust me, they didn't raise her to act entitled like that, Shoyuta tells him firmly. Lash finally relaxes at that. Then thank you. I do appreciate it. Izuku hugs him and after a moment, he hugs back. Message for Alpha Hisashi Yamada, immediate vicinity, from Alpha Temple Featherfall. Finally. Hisashi ducks into a restaurant and asks for a private booth. When he's situated, he says, open message. Hello. I'm Alpha Temple Featherfall of the Silver Reef Circle. If you are amenable, myself, my SBM SSV, Alice, Leander and our son Yora would like to arrange a meeting with you and Isaiah. We are very much looking forward to seeing him again. Please contact me when you are able, so we may discuss this. Well, that's promising. It looks like Izuku has nothing to fear on the rejection front. Message for Alpha Temple Featherfall of the Silver Reef Circle, immediate vicinity, from Alpha Hisashi Yamada of the Aizawa Circle. This is Alpha Hisashi Yamada of the Aizawa Circle on behalf of my SBM SSV Izuku Midoriya. We are amenable to a meeting with the named parties in your message. However, there are a couple things you should know before meeting. First is that Isaiah prefers to go by Izuku, given that is the name he has known himself by his entire life. I ask very seriously for you and yours to address him by Izuku rather than by Isaiah. Second, Izuku fears that you and yours will reject him for various reasons that I will not enumerate. So, if you or any of yours intend to come into a meeting with the idea of seeing if he's worthy, I'm going to say up front, that isn't going to fly. I will rather reject a meeting rather than see my SBM SSV torn down for not living up to some dead idol you've built up in your heads of what he should be, when he is nothing of the sort. Third, we live on Earth 3 and intend to keep doing so. Our careers and Izuku's schooling dictate that we can only visit once a year Earth time for any length of time, so you won't be seeing us frequently. If that's an issue, I'm willing to discuss options, but none of those options will involve moving to Nevera. I will give you a face-to-face call sometime this afternoon to arrange a meeting, so please consider these things seriously in the meantime. He ends the message and sends it, blowing out a breath. Then he orders a light meal, mostly fruit and a drink, to pay for the time he's spent in the booth so far, because it's polite. Hopefully Alpha Featherfall takes his caution seriously or this could be a big mess that he's not looking forward to untangling. Izuku sits at a couple's table at the food court, trying to not mind too much when Shoyuta moves away to sit at a nearby table. He has to, Izuku knows that. This is a date with Travis, so they can get to know each other a little better before jumping to the exchanging pre-bonding presents bit. A couple minutes later, Travis takes the seat across from him. Hello, Izuku. He perks up. Hi. How come you didn't tell me that you have a Canismem named Card? Travis blinks, looking disconcerted. I do. I was unaware. There's no reason for me to have one that I know of. Lash, that's one of Shuta's brothers, said it's because you've made jewels for the royals, he confides. Ah, right. Queen Killigan stopped by my market stall one time and bought a necklace and bracelet set. I don't know what he said, but I was swamped with orders for weeks after that. I'd forgotten that. Or I tried to, at least. He laughs ruefully. Aren't more orders a good thing? Izuku asks. Only when you have time to keep up with them. I barely ate or slept for the next 4 months, I think, trying to catch up. My Mara finally staged an intervention and I started telling customers a more reasonable projected wait time until they got their order. The extra wait time didn't please a lot of them, so they went back to their better-known jewelers. I still have some customers I gained then, though, Travis explains. Izuku frowns, are you sure you're okay with moving to Earth? You'll have to rebuild your entire customer base. I'm sure. And not entirely. I'll probably visit every weekend Earth time, to maintain some of my customer base here. If only to keep my hand in with enchantments. Somehow, I doubt there will be a big market for spelled jewelry on Earth, he confesses. Actually, there's probably a big market for it, but being known for it could put you in danger from villains. Those are people using their magic to harm others or for other illegal purposes, and a bigger target for thieves. We'd also have to find some way to register that as your quirk. Humans each only have one, possibly 2 kinds of magic called quirks. And, well, they have to register them with the government. You also have to get a license in order to use them in public or at a job, Izuku tells him. I see. That's strange seeming, but I don't know much about humans. Tell me about this law enforcement career you plan to go into. I'm not familiar with the human version, Travis prompts. From there they talk about everything from families to favorite foods and possible substitutes between realms. Travis thinks cars are baffling and the pollution of Earth is unthinkable, and Izuku realizes that he needs to meet Travis' family, probably sooner than later. By the time Shoyuta wanders over to remind them that Hisashi is probably nervously wondering where they are, several hours have passed in pleasant conversation and Izuku knows for sure that he wants Travis to be his and Travis conveys the same sentiment to him before they part ways. Shoyuta ports them home and they find Lash, Lycurgo, Coil and Hisashi playing cards to pass the time. Hisashi takes one look at them and smiles broadly. So, I take it things went well? They did. Izuku enthuses and claims the chair next to him, practically vibrating from excitement. Time to start looking for bonding. Presents then? Lash asks. Izuku freezes as he realizes that he needs to go shopping again. Yes. Heinex is still the best place to buy blades, Lycurgo offers. Thanks, he replies politely, genuinely grateful. At least he has some place to start. Notes section. Yes, Dragels have a switching spell that allows them to change clothes with just a bit of magic. They don't even have to have the extra set of clothes on hand, just owning them is enough. Amazingly handy in my opinion. I think I'm going to have to go back and change the number of cards in a deck to something higher. 64 cards doesn't really cut it given the way I'm picturing the game being played. Oh well. Alice was the only one who held Izuku as a baby before he was stolen, so her instincts were more attuned to him, but she couldn't explain what was wrong with the dead baby that she was claiming he wasn't hers, so they ended up writing it off as hysteria. R.I.P. Finette. His eyes aren't actually glowing, it's a lighting effect. It scared Finette, though, even before Shoyuta stepped up and put his 2 cents in. She's also going to be in for the lecture of a lifetime once her parents are informed of what she's been up to. Finette is, barely, smart enough to have said nothing about attempting to court Lash, because she knows very well that Lash would have said nothing of the sort to his parents and her parents would inevitably mention it to his parents, who would ask him and the story would come out and then she'd be in trouble. Suffice it to say that she's never going to try pulling this again on someone else. The parents will stay friends, though, once this is sorted out. So poor Lash was worried for nothing. The fallout would have been worse, however, if Shoyuta had taken it directly to her parents instead of routing it through his parents. Something Finette is cognizant of when he threatens it. Her Alpha and Beta were aware that she was attempting to court Lash, but they weren't aware that Lash was not on board with it. She'll be in for a second round of lectures and some punishment when they find out. Her Pariah will also be punished for not pulling her up short instead of letting the behavior continue. At the very least, he should have brought it up with the Alpha or Beta. Checks and balances, you know? Hisashi is well aware of how unintentionally unreasonable people can be. He has no intention of letting it backlash on Izuku more than he can help. Date talk. And then I realized that the conversation could stretch out quite a long way and I'd already hit my 2K chapter size. Travis is also appalled at world peace not being a thing. Nevra has clan wars occasionally, but never outright wars between different races or elements. Obviously, they know not every realm is that peaceful. Nevra is a sanctuary realm, after all. But Travis has never considered living outside of Nevra before, so it wasn't something he's thought much about. Even though Shoyuta and Hisashi are both 30 currently, Hisashi spent the first 15 years of his life on Earth, so he's actually older than Shoyuta if one goes by birth date, because where Shoyuta would be 75 if he still lived in Nevera, if Hisashi was born in and lived in Nevera all this time, he'd be so. If Marrow blood is blue and Dragil blood is presumably red, does that mean Izuku's blood is purple? My cat's legal name is Harry. I call him Hal, but different people use different names for him. Anyways, he's been shedding lately to the point of getting handfuls of cat hair. So, I keep telling him he's Harry and then remembering he's technically Harry, so I'm probably just confusing him. Again, taken from the Dragil handbook. If someone wants to see all the Paria types, let me know, but otherwise I think I'm done using it. There are a lot of Paria types, fully Fabrin. The common term used for a creature of darkness that carries ill will. They are often born of resentment, hatred, and greed. While Fabrin can take many forms, the most common is a wispy, shadowy appearance that can produce claws, poison or fangs, to break through a protective barrier. Clan Chiefs. Second-tier authorities beneath the reigning royal, to keep order and peace in the elemental ranks. The three most powerful clans within each element, produce a suitable leader by voting in the clan chief. Various responsibilities are awarded to each chief in turn and they are expected to champion their native element when matters are brought to the royals. Marrows, water dragels, are the only element that does not support this. Caspers. Maid Casper. A semi-conscious soul manifestation of the dead, largely crafted by magic and bearing the original individual soul. It is formed from a soul fragment, trapping the spirit in death's realm, confined to their court until the condition that required the manifestation is properly fulfilled. Some family members or friends may choose this option to stay behind a bit longer and protect or guard the one who Caspers them. Forged Casper. Every element has a specific Casper, often summoned like a guardian and given demigod status. They were the original heralds from the first Dragil circle. Their selfless sacrifice earned the immortal status that allows them to exist infinitely. Because their personalities and soul fragments are still a part of them, they are not considered true immortals. Rune Master. Runic magic is only accessible and manipulated by a successful rune master or mistress. It requires a minimum of 15 years of study and practice before the user can be tested for the title. Runic magic is one of the three absolute magic types: wild, ancient, and runic. Certain runes can be used without repercussion for the general public, such as basic healing, a simple shield and a CNTRCPTN spell. Shoyuta and Hisashi do know these commonly used runes and will be teaching them to Izuku. Most rune magic requires blood and a knife or a verbal chant to activate. Rune masters can alter time or reality, depending on the strength and depth of their magic. Blood titles. Blood titles are ranked titles awarded to Geos of a certain elite skill level, usually those who hold an assigned kill count and hours off Nevera. It is a title that must be fought for and defended every 5 years. It cannot be handed over. The current title holders are considered the royal champions of their respective element. It is possible for one circle to have up to 2 blood titles, if there is a clear hierarchy within the Geo suite. The Devarain Circle is famous for having the Earth and Storm blood titles within their ranks. Circle. Polyamorous mateship and preferred relationship of dragels, either romantically or platonically. Circle refers to all dragels in that mateship, each mate is called bonded if already in the circle or intended if currently being courted. Claim marks. Symbol of bonded circle and proof of all ranks. Usually displayed along the shoulders or back. Blood magic turns an intended, accepted bite into a symbol within a circle. Mark will not take shape or form, unless accepted and initiated by both parties. Consent must be mutual. Some claim marks may vary in color along dark jewel tones. Typically, black navy blue are the most common colors, with plum, burgundy and forest green making up the rest. Occasionally, a dark orange may appear. Exchanging scales. After initiating claim bites, a token of proof and affection is to exchange scales between bonded. Usually worn as a necklace or bracelet, a collection of scales serves the same purpose as displaying claim marks, while allowing the wearer to adopt a more conservative or modest outfit. For non-Dragil bonded, things such as hair, claws, fangs or feathers may be substituted for the scales they do not possess. Fandom. In most cases, Geos prefer to wear a necklace or bracelet, as their marks are rarely on display due to their armor. Bonded. Legal and recognized partnership between soul-bonded lovers. Intended. Potential bonded, being courted. May accept, display or request a claim mark to show proof of intent and warn away other potential suitors. Remember that intimacy is required to finalize a bond after a claim mark is made. The Hunt. An 8-week open courtship PRD that occurs every 10 years. Newly inherited dragels or those coming of age within that year make their debut at this time. Available and eligible dragels will return to the realm for the sole purpose of courting, visiting family or meeting up with their circle after extensive travels. There is 1 week for each of the 6 elements, in addition to a welcome week and a farewell week. The clan chiefs are expected to throw at least 2 parties or events, one solely for those with their element and one that is all-inclusive. The hosting element is expected to throw a festival-styled welcome week, complete with entertainment and elemental-specific magic and rituals. HEARTCRY. To accept a suitor's affections and agree to a bonding, the interested Dragil will produce a heart cry, a sound between a chirp and a warble, to draw their intended's attention. If accepted, the intended will return the heart cry with one of their own. If rejected, the intended will not return the heart cry and will usually provide a reason for not doing so. If the heart cry persists, the intended may react harshly. SOULCRY, Aya. I could swear I saw a different definition somewhere, in that it's able to draw soul bonded who are close by. Maybe TBDH? I could be wrong, but not many fics cover that definition in that particular setting. But that's the thing about definitions. They tend to evolve as you write. And the Dragil Handbook Glossary is apparently 2019 definitions. Anyways, if I'm wrong with my premise of a soul cry, I apologize. Just accept that it's the premise this FIC was built on. To answer a soul-bonded cry, the receiving Dragil will reciprocate in kind at once. Magical compatibility is usually displayed through visible spellwork from both Dragels, and they will usually give into instinct right there. A soul cry can be induced through heightened mutual affection and obvious magical compatibility. Soul-bonded Dragels will gradually be compelled to grow closer to each other over time, once the cry is heard by one or more suitable soulmates. An incomplete soul bond can occur when one soul-bonded mate already belongs to one circle and a new bonded appears. Depending on the circle's social and magical standing, 2 circles may merge, or the soul-bonded Dragil will be given priority in arranging the necessary requirements for physical contact, magical release, and blood sharing. SOULSCREAM. Unlike a soul cry or heart cry, producing a soul scream is not voluntary. It is pulled from a Dragil SBMSSV through extreme pain, or in a few rare cases, extreme pleasure, usually by one who is already soul-bonded to them or within immediate physical range. A soul scream from a Dragil free of seals, inheritances and other limiting restrictions, will see their wish fulfilled immediately. Regardless of distance, current bonded status or personal preference, every single tested soul-bonded will be transported immediately to the distressed SBMSSV side. Instincts will take over once the soul scream is answered, and some Dragels may turn feral during or after the bonding has taken place. An incomplete soul scream may occur if one soul bonded is in a physically demanding or dangerous position and rejects the portal, which is only possible if the portal will do more harm than good, as magic will take the intent into account. Incomplete soul bonds can also occur if an activating soul cry is interrupted or refused. Seals or inheritance limiters can also affect this. Earlier, message for Alpha Temple Featherfall, immediate vicinity, from Alpha Hisashi Yamada. Hisashi initiates the call he'd promised and hopes for the best. A moment later, he gets a holo of a tall golden brown-haired man with pale green eyes rimmed in gray. Hello, Alpha Yamada. I am Temple Featherfall. Do you mind if some of my bonded listen in on this call? I have no objection, he says in polite sincerity. Have you considered what I said in my message? We have. We agree to your terms. Thank you for looking out for Izuku. I apologize. We may slip a bit on the name at first. Not intentionally, though, I promise. I'm assuming that Izuku was raised on Earth 3 and that he has little knowledge of Dragil society. Temple asks. Hisashi nods. Essentially correct. We've done our best and his mentor is starting to fill in those gaps, but there are a lot of things he's unfamiliar with custom-wise and magic-wise. He was unable to access any magic prior to his inheritance, so magic is inherently new to him, despite growing up around human magics. None? A male voice off-screen asks sharply. The family seal should have faded significantly by age or 8 at latest. He should at least have had access to water manipulation magic. I'm surprised the seal is there at all anymore. None, he confirms. Healer Yusin didn't mention any fraying or fading of the family seal, so I assume that it's fully intact. There's a spate of muffled swearing off-screen. Then a Marrow with blue-green eyes and dark green-blue hair shoves Temple sideways to share the view. I will absolutely remove that as soon as possible. The only reason I can think of for it not fading away properly is insufficient contact with his element. That's only a guess. He should not be hunting without access to all of his magic. Am I right that he is hunting this hunt? He is. And we will definitely take you up on that offer, Hisashi agrees. Temple recovers from almost being shoved off his chair and pulls the Marrow, presumably Leander Silver Reef, down onto his lap. When and where can we meet? I assume you want some place neutral, but getting a hold of a spot may prove difficult during the hunt. Honestly, I agree. But thinking of Izuku's comfort, I suggest we meet at the Aizawa guest house our circle is staying at this hunt. As for when, I'd say the day after tomorrow around 2 p.m. Izuku is meeting with a potential beta today, and I have the feeling that either we will be shopping for courting presents tomorrow or Izuku will be crying his eyes out because it didn't work out after he went to the trouble of asking King Elkander for permission to court him, Hisashi offers. Presumably Leander chokes at that. Temple looks blank for a moment, then nods slowly. That would be fine with us. Thank you for affording us this opportunity. Hisashi smiles at him. It's just as important to us as it is to you. Thank you for being willing to adapt. They exchange a couple more pleasantries before the call is ended and Hisashi blows out a breath. Now he just needs to inform Izuku and Shoyuta. Now. Hinex is still the best place to buy blades, Lycurgo offers. Thanks, Izuku says. Hisashi grins at his reluctant-looking SBMSSV. Not to interrupt, but I have news. Izuku, your biological parents got in touch with me. We're going to meet them, their SBMSSV and their son the day after tomorrow at 2 p.m. They'll be coming here. I did ask that they call you Izuku, but I think they've been calling you Isaiah so long that they'll definitely slip up on the name a few times. We can just gently correct them if they don't correct themselves. They also understand that we are going to continue living on Earth. And they're not upset about that? Izuku worries. Even if they are, they won't try to change your mind, but they didn't seem upset, Hisashi assures him. He feels a faint tug on their bond from Shoyuta and sends a feeling of "it's fine" down the bond to assuage Shuta's worry that he might be glossing over things. 5 of them? Lycurgo asks. I don't like that you're outnumbered, Lash agrees. You should ask Izuku's mentor to come. And have one of us with you as well, Coil adds. Hisashi looks at Shoyuta for his opinion. Mentor, yes. And one of her Pariya. And Ageo, Lycurgo insists. Definitely Ageo, Coil agrees. Lash's lips turn up in amusement. How about I'll meet them at the ward line to let them in, and if they bring Geos, I'll stay. That works, Hisashi allows. It is quite likely that the Silver Reef Geos aren't going to let both their SBMSSV and Alpha meet up with strangers without guards, never mind that there's a son involved. Having Izuku's mentor involved will prevent them from claiming obscure Marrow laws that may or may not exist to claim some advantage. Not that he thinks they will, but he's been wrong before. Hinex Weapons and Accoutrements is a deceptively small store, much larger on the inside than on the apparent outside. Izuku is sure some sort of space-stretching magic is involved, because there's no real way for the outside of the store to have one large window and the inside to have 3 without magic involved. Inside, there are quite a few aisles, holding everything from flexi-suits and armor to blades, crossbows and whips. Granted, mostly blades. In all sizes and shapes. Shoyuta leads him down an aisle with short blades, while Hisashi wanders off to look at something else. Stopping in front of one of the glass cases, Shoyuta indicates the top tray. These are Hinex and the other tray is Workalio's. Both of them should be suitable as presents, and if you can't find a pattern you like, then we can special order one. All of them have inlays, etched or engraved patterns, or complicated, crafted hilts. Eventually he settles on a 4-inch blade with a wave pattern inlaid with some blue stone. They almost seem to move as the light shines on the pattern. He's not sure if it's an effect of the lighting or some magical effect applied to the knife itself, but it draws his eyes over the more ornate pieces. Find something you like, someone asks, and Izuku looks up to find a store employee on the other side of the case. Yes, the, Workalio's blade with the wave pattern, he answers. Oh, that's a nice one, the man says approvingly and opens the case to retrieve it. Will you be wanting a sheath with that? Is there a matching one? Shoyuta asks. Unfortunately, no. Then only a basic edge guard, please, Shoyuta answers, which is good, because Izuku had no idea what to say. Alright, I'll get that for you at the cash register. Is this all you're shopping for today? The clerk asks. I don't know. Hisashi-Izuku begins. He can pay separately, Shoyuta cuts in. This all we came for. Hisashi is waiting a short distance from the cash register with a package in hand. He waits as they pay for the knife, then hands Shoyuta his package to add to the voidstone storage. Ready to go back to the jewelry store? Izuku sighs. Yes, I guess so. I love the enthusiasm there, Hisashi teases. He gives a little whine of protest and gets a side hug for his pains. At the jewelry store, they don't find any pre-made pieces they like for matching jewelry, so they talk to the special orders guy again and he recommends head chains. In the end they order simple silver head chains with an amethyst teardrop pendant in the middle, and a second chain that drapes from the center to the temples and drops a short length of chain from there, with smaller amethyst teardrops at the ends, hanging just in front of the ears. One head chain for each of them and one for Travis. That is less painful than he expected, but shopping is a pain and Hisashi still wants to buy him more clothes, now that he's almost to the end of his new outfits. Apparently being seen in the same outfit twice is basically a sin in noble circles or something. He personally thinks it's a waste of money and time, since he'll likely never use these clothes back on Earth, but both his bonded are insistent on it. It does give him time to shop for an outfit for Travis, for his third courting gift, though. By the time they're done clothes shopping, he's revised his opinion. Shopping isn't just a pain, it's evil and whoever came up with it should be shot. Or doused in glitter. The punishment should fit the crime, after all. When he voices that opinion, both his bonded laugh at him, but he's pretty sure that Shoyuta actually agrees with him. Hisashi just promises to drag him out on another, much longer shopping adventure if he gets doused in glitter for the purpose of dissuading him from shopping. Izuku sulks a little at that. It was such a good idea. When they get home, Hisashi shows him how to send something via express mail, which is a related but separate system to how favors are sent. It takes a little longer and costs a little more, but it's not hard, so he's able to send the wrapped knife to Travis without any hassle. He sends a note asking if they can set up another date for the morning after tomorrow, since tomorrow is when he's meeting his bio parents and also, because he needs time for the jeweler to make the head chains. Izuku would really prefer to hand over his second courting gift in person. Lash waits at the wards until the Silver Reef's portal in at 2 minutes to 2 p.m. As anticipated, there's a Gayo among the arrivals. Looks like he'll be staying after all. The Alpha looks at him and asks, "Shoyuta Aizawa?" He shakes his head. "Lash Aizawa, one of Shuta's older brothers. I'll let you through the wards." "Appreciated," the Alpha acknowledges. Lash considers warning them that Izuku's mentor is in attendance, but decides against it. They didn't warn them about their Gayo coming along, so no reciprocal courtesy is needed. When he lets them into the house, the Pariya and Mero go first, followed by the Sun, then the SBM SSV and Alpha with the Gayo bringing up the rear. He lets himself in behind them and closes the door. Izuku watches anxiously as a woman that has inky, curly black hair pulled back in a double-comb type hair clip enters first, accompanied by a man with light blue-green skin, stunning blue-green eyes and dark green-blue hair. The woman looks stunningly like his mother, Inko, other than the differences in hair type and coloring. She's also a bit taller than Inko. This must be his bearer and sire, then. They are followed by a younger man with braided rich brown hair and golden eyes. An Earth type? Izuku thinks this must be the Sun, his brother. He wonders if they'll get along or if they'll despise each other. Another woman follows the Sun, and Izuku can see the resemblance between them in her features. She is short, with dark brown hair and gray-blue eyes. Probably the SBM SSV, given her smaller size. A tall man with golden brown hair and an air of authority about him comes next and Izuku knows without being told that this is his third. Last is a Gayo with long auburn hair pulled back in a loose braid, wearing a flexi suit and in general looking suspicious but hopeful. Izuku isn't sure if that's positive or negative, to be honest. Hopefully positive. Lash follows the Gayo in and Izuku finds himself rather grateful that his brother-in-law is staying. Hisashi smoothly introduces their side and then Alpha Featherfall reciprocates. In order, the parental side is Alice, Pariya bearer who looks like Inko, Leander, sire and Aquakini, Yora, Pariya and his brother, Karani, SBM SSV, Temple, Alpha and third, and Sajin, Gayo. Alice walks over to stand in front of Izuku. "Can I hug you?" Yes, he answers a bit uncertainly. She hugs him like she's afraid he'll disappear if she doesn't hold tight enough. "I knew you weren't dead," she whispers. Everyone hears the whisper, of course. Izuku sees Hisashi wince at the revelation. They'd suspected given how easily the Silver Reefs had agreed to see him, but they'd been hoping to be wrong. "It's true," Karani corroborates. "She never was convinced that the babe we buried was you." Gingerly, Izuku hugs Alice back. It seems the least he can do for a woman who has been missing his presence for half a century and change. "The Midoriya's baby is dead, then?" Hisashi verifies. Sajin clears his throat. "Yes, he was dead when we caught up to the thief. There was no evidence that the thief killed him and the thief claimed to not be responsible, so we're not exactly sure what happened." Hisashi HMNS, softly. "Sudden infant death syndrome, perhaps? Unfortunately, I doubt there's any way to verify that now." "Perhaps." Sajin answers uncertainly. "And correct. The thief is long dead. That's unfortunate. I had hoped for better news to deliver," Hisashi says sadly. "Are they going to be difficult about it?" Sajin asks plainly. Izuku stiffens at the implication. Does he mean about their real baby being dead or does he mean about sharing Izuku? Sajin. Temple says sharply. "I beg your pardon. We are entirely willing to accept what time you are able to share with us, and we have no intention of taking you from the parents who raised you, Izuku. He relaxes at that. Not that he thinks that's entirely true, but an alpha's word is law within a circle, particularly when the SBMSSV is in agreement and Karani is nodding. Sajin frowns, but settles with a huff. Leander moves up and nudges Alice. My turn. Her grip tightens uncomfortably for a moment before she lets go and steps back. Somewhat to Izuku's surprise, Leander doesn't immediately hug him, though he looks like he wants to. Can you lay down on the couch? I want to remove that seal before we go further. Having it on is only going to impede your hunting, and that's not okay. Izuku blinks at him, then complies, laying his head in Shuta's lap. Leander kneels next to him. This might feel a little invasive, but do your best not to fight it and it will be easier to remove the seal. He nods in acknowledgement. His sire's magic feels a little like a warm wave of water closing over his whole body at once, then there's the sensation of something dissolving away and the magic withdraws. It leaves no emptiness in its stead. Instead, a wave of internal magic wells up within him, filling up a gap he hadn't even known was there. It might take a few days for your magic to settle from the change, Leander cautions and gets up. You might want to lay still for a few minutes before attempting to sit up. Shoyuta strokes his hair as Alarisa, his Oretta, changes the subject by asking Yora how old he is and what he does for a career. Izuku purrs softly at the attention. I'm 33 and I teach math at our local elementary school, Yora answers easily. Do you enjoy it? Oretta asks. I do. The kids are sweethearts and it's satisfying to see them grasp new concepts and apply them, he replies. Any bonding prospects? She inquires nosily. Fortunately, Yora doesn't take it wrong, instead giving her a rueful smile. I've sent out a few favors, but nothing I expect to hear back about. An elementary school teacher is not the most exciting prospect out there, by any means. A teaching career is worthy of respect, she contradicts. Anyone who deserves you will know that. Oretta is right, Izuku agrees. My Shoyuta and Hizashi are high school teachers. It's a worthwhile career. Yora looks surprised. Truly? Hizashi laughs. Yeah, we are. I teach English and Shoyuta is a homeroom teacher. He's got the tough job, teaching baby heroes to be how to stay alive in the field. Heroes? As in magical law enforcement? Yora asks, curiosity on his face. Yes, Hizashi answers. Both of us are also heroes, so we teach hero students. Izuku will take the entry exam for the school we teach at after we return home. So, you want to be a hero too? Or does the school prepare you for a variety of careers? Yora inquires. UA caters to a variety of careers, but it's the top hero school in Japan. I want to be a hero, Izuku tells him. Do you also want to be a teacher? Yora wants to know. Izuku wrinkles his nose. I'm not against it, but I want to be a hero first. I don't think I could handle extra classes on top of the classes the hero course is required to take. Hero course students have an extra class PRD compared to other students, Shoyuta clarifies. And teaching classes are college level. And law enforcement classes aren't? Yora asks, looking taken aback. It depends on what you want to specialize in. But no, most heroes start with a high school education and learn more in the field by working as sidekicks to established heroes, Shoyuta explains. It's kind of a shitty system, because what you can learn is dictated by who you work under and their specialty. It's definitely not perfect, Hizashi agrees. But it does mostly work. A lot of heroes that stay in it for more than 5 years do take at least a course or two of college-level work. One can't always get by with just flashy fights, after all. Flashy fights are for the pits, Sajin observes with a frown. Hizashi sighs. How to explain? Pit fights would be illegal on Earth 3 because they're done with real weapons and people can get seriously injured or die. So, when people get the urge to hurt someone or cause havoc, they go out and start using their magic to commit crimes or just to terrorize people in broad daylight. Heroes are supposed to stop that from happening, which results in something like if pit fights had no rules and heroes all had the popularity of ranked titles. Sajin looks horrified. That's dash. It's not uncommon for villains to cause damage on par with a bad Fabrin attack, Hizashi finishes. Sajin gapes in wordless dismay. And you are allowing your SBMSSV to attempt this career? Moswan, Oretta's Pariya asks, voice full of judgment. He only grunts softly when Oretta elbows him sharply for the question. Izuku has the instincts of a hero, Shoyuta answers. Refusing to let him train would not stop him from jumping into fights to save people. At least by training him properly, we can ensure that he's more likely to survive doing so. Nor would he forgive us for forbidding something so near and dear to his heart. It's such an unexpected answer that everyone falls silent for a moment. Then Leander crouches down to put himself closer to eye level with Izuku. We Aquakini believe in being able to defend ourselves and our families and children, but even for us, a SBMSSV willing and able to put themselves on the front lines is rare, nearly unheard of. If this is something you truly want, I will never ask you not to do it, but I do ask that you be careful in the fights you step into. Don't be reckless. You are not an acceptable sacrifice for your bonded or either of your families. Don't kill yourself trying to save someone. Losses are terrible, but you save more if you live to fight another day. Do you understand? Izuku swallows hard. This is the first time a parent has directly confronted him with this. Oh, his mom worries about him and cites danger, but she's never laid it out for him like this. His dad is just proud of him. Even his bonded have only accepted that he will be a hero without cautioning him. The reality that he cannot save everyone is a hard truth. He is not, in fact, All Might. And even All Might hasn't been able to save everyone. I understand. I promise I'll be as careful as I can. To try and come back alive every time. Leander holds his gaze in silence for a long moment before replying. Good. Because your bonded might not survive if you die, and I'm not sure Alice, Temple, or I could bear losing you again. Dragels and Marrow alike love quickly and love hard. We do not recover from losses easily, if at all. In protecting yourself, you are protecting those near and dear to you. That's even harder to hear. But everything he's learned about Dragel supports it. If he dies, his bonded are likely to grieve themselves to death. Which means that everyone who has ever told him he's worthless is wrong, and he needs to accept that. He needs not to prove that he has merit, but accept that he already does have merit and needs to behave like it. While he'd gladly save every stranger he can never justify sacrificing his bonded for the life of one person, which is essentially what he'd be doing if he gave his life to save someone. He hates hearing it, but he's not stupid, just stubborn. He can't afford to be stubborn on this point. Shoyuta tugs on his hair gently, getting him to look up questioningly. If you cannot find the balance, there's always more than one kind of hero. Don't worry so much. Izuku gives a short humorless laugh, because that's true. There are rescue heroes and support heroes. And he has all of UA to decide if he wants to be a limelighter or a different kind of hero. Okay. Sorry. Hisashi seems to take that as a cue, because he speaks up. How about we change the subject for now? This is important, but it's also not why we're here. Fortunately, everyone seems to decide that dwelling on such a heavy subject is best not done, because they all accept the suggestion. Eventually, he gets used to the new magic enough to risk sitting up, and after that, somehow manages to end up being hugged by all of his parental circle, one by one, and even gets a hug from his older younger brother. It's weird being younger than his younger brother. They're all good hugs, though most of them feel a little desperate. They talk about various things, and he learns a little about his biological family, a little about his Oretta and her family, and even a little about his bonded. Lash mostly keeps his mouth shut, just observing, so he doesn't really learn anything about him that he hadn't already known. A couple hours in, he climbs Hisashi like a tree, feeling clingy. Temple observes this and makes their excuses, and Izuku's newfound family takes their leave. As much as Izuku has unexpectedly enjoyed their presence, he can't say he's sad about the break from emotionally charged socializing. He's just done for the day. Oretta and Mozwan leave a few minutes later, and then Lash borrows their transportation room to go home. Hisashi sits down next to Shoyuta, and they just sit there cuddling for a while. They must fall asleep like that, because they wake to Lash being back and rousing them to eat, saying he'll let Izuku skip knife fighting for once, but meals are not to be missed. Izuku makes a protesting warble, which gets him soft laughs from the others, and then he's being lifted off of Hisashi and Shoyuta, so he has no choice in being transported to the table. Fortunately, they don't have to risk trying Lash's food-making skills, because it appears he pulled Shuta's pre-made meal out of the refrigerator. It's a nice, light meal and succeeds in making him feel human again. Or, well, Dragel. Since he's not human. Whatever. Capable of facing the rest of the evening at least. He's not sure today is a good day, but at least he survived it intact, which is what really counts. Travis sends a note back, asking to postpone the date for a day and thanking him for the courting gift. Izuku proceeds to pout for a good 10 minutes before he turns his mind to other things. The postponement turns out to be a good thing, though, because the amethyst head chains won't be ready until evening, due to an order that came in at the last second and couldn't be put off until later. It's not said outright, but there's the implication that the order came from a high noble, giving it higher priority. That makes him a little mopey until Shoyuta takes him to a museum display of fashions through the ages. A good 20% of which are so flashy and revealing, that current fashions on the whole look downright prim and demure. People really wore these? He asks at some point, looking at an outfit that is mostly see-through cloth, tinged with glittering gold over the privates and at the tips of the ruffles on it. If the outfit were more opaque, one could actually call it modest, but as is, it's no such thing. He's seen bikinis with better coverage. Yes. These are only the primary or the more extreme fashions of the time PRDS. There are people who wear things almost as revealing today. I'm surprised you haven't noticed them, to be honest, Shoyuta tells him bluntly. You know human fashions over the ages aren't any less outrageous, right? Izuku thinks about that. I didn't, actually. I've only been interested in Quirk society history. I guess there are people who wear things just as revealing, though. I just thought that was for beaches or heroes like Midnight. Shoyuta outright laughs. She'd love to hear that. And then she'll lecture you for hours on fashions being used to control women and minorities. He glances at Shoyuta in startlement. You know Midnight? She was a year ahead of us in UA and she teaches there now. She's a friend. You've probably heard Hisashi mention her as Namuri. Huh. He has, actually. Do you think she'd give me her autograph? I'm sure she would, Shoyuta says in a dry tone. That evening, they go over to the main house to visit Izuku, and get advice on whether or not to accept friendship and business proposals, Shoyuta and Hisashi. Izuku idly watches as Dakurai, Mardana and a short, dark-haired, curvy woman named Umbra get up and meet Shoyuta and Hisashi halfway to the table and immediately sit down at said table, where Shoyuta pulls out the stack of favors they've received, to sort through properly. When he turns back around, he finds himself facing a man with short, shaggy black hair, standing on one leg, the other stretched straight upwards in a standing split. Another commoner? I don't know where Shoyuta finds people to ride on his noble status and thinks they're a good idea, the man says and puts his leg down so he has both feet on the floor. Hoza, do I have to beat your butt again? Shoyuta calls. He's going to think you don't like him. The man, Hoza, must be one of Shuta's younger brothers, Izuku decides. Hoza has the gall to look injured by the accusation. I don't dislike him. I just don't know him, he complains. Izuku has been taking absent note of the conversation, but it doesn't really register. That's so cool. Does your flexibility help you in a fight? What else can you do? Have you ever considered gymnastics as a career? I'm sure you could make it big on the national circuit if you tried. What kind of routine do you do daily? Do you think dash? Hoza kind of lunges forward and gently claps a hand over Izuku's mouth. Ariel, kid. Do you ever breathe? How am I supposed to remember all those questions, much less answer them while you're still talking? He considers the questions for a moment, then employs the appropriate response. Shuta's brother JRKS back with a grossed out look. Don't lick me. Who even does that to someone they don't know? Izuku beams at him. I could have bitten you instead. It would have been better. Hoza yelps. Noted, for next time you put your hand over my mouth, Izuku tells him cheerfully. Yes, he does know he'd been insulted, thank you very much. The real question is, are you insulting me or insulting Shuta's taste in bonded? Hoza hesitates. Both? You do know there's soul bonds involved? Izuku asks. Just checking, Izuku says with a smile and steps forwards and delivers a punch like Lycurgo taught him. Hoza squawks and curls over his stomach protectively. Hey! Don't insult my bonded, Izuku tells him sweetly, still smiling widely. He straightens up, patting at his stomach to make sure it doesn't really hurt. If it left a bruise, Izuku will be surprised, and gazes at Izuku for a moment. Then he calls out, Shoyuta, I like this one. You should keep him. Not that I'm considering your opinion valid when it comes to my circle, but I intend to, Shoyuta says drily. In penance for being a brat, you can answer all of Izuku's questions. Hoza gapes at him, then looks at Izuku and closes his mouth with a snap. Only if they're one at a time. That's fair, Izuku admits. I tend to just voice whatever I'm thinking when I get excited. Does your flexibility help in a fight? It does. Both with dodging and with catching a foe off guard. What else can you do? I could show you but dash. Not indoors, several people chorus. Yeah, that, Hoza finishes lamely. Would you show me later? Sure. Have you ever considered gymnastics as a career? I think you'd be very successful at it. Gymnatics? Is that some Earth 3 profession? Izuku blinks. I should have expected that, I guess. Yes, gymnastics is showing off your flexibility and body control. Like the acrobatics that the fire people did during the royal introductions. Most people stick with amateur gymnastics, but if they go professional, they can be recorded while competing with others, and if they compete at a national level the record is broadcast across the nation or even around the world. Hoza looks perplexed, but Izuku doesn't think it's because he's confused. So, like holovision? I didn't think Earth 3 was advanced enough for that. Well, it's television. We have monitors that receive a signal rather than the hollow version Nevra has. What's your daily routine? For flexibility? Hoza huffs and rolls his eyes. I can show you later. Okay. Izuku beams at him. Will you teach me some of the easier ones? Hoza opens his mouth. Nikasio's laughter cuts him off. You don't want to try that. Little brother is a terrible teacher. The last time he tried to teach someone something, he ended up kicking them in the face. That was one time. And it wasn't my fault. She walked straight into it. Hoza protests. I can teach just fine. Do you want to risk Izuku walking straight into it? Nikasio counters. On the other claw, I don't want to die, Hoza corrects himself. Shoyuta gets murdery when he gets protective. Izuku pouts briefly. Hoza gives his face a considering look and then turns to Nikasio. Cheer him up. You made him sad. He blinks at Hoza and then looks at Nikasio. I have an open lap, Nikasio offers, opening his arms for emphasis. Izuku looks around and sees that the room is somehow much smaller than last time he saw it. Definitely magic at work there. It's still full, but it isn't overflowing with people this time. Just Shuta's parents and brothers. There is actually space for everyone to sit without using sofa arms or occupying laps, but cuddles sound good. With a shrug, he goes and sits on Nikasio's lap. He's going to be wrapped around his SBMSSV's little claw, isn't he? Nikasio stage whispers, earning a glare from Hoza and a giggle and a nod from Izuku. Amused, Izuku settles down. Once comfortable, he's easily drawn into the conversations around them. He meets the rest of Shuta's parents, several for the second time, which is handy, since he by no means can keep everyone straight that he met the first time around. Izuku hardly notices the passage of time until it's time to go home. They are able to pick up both the jewelry and the set of clothing for Travis, so he has both courting gifts ready to go for their date later that morning. Maybe it's rushing, but he wants his beta, sooner rather than later. If that's selfish, then he'll be selfish this once. This time, they meet at a restaurant with numerous small tables meant for 2 to 4 people outside, while the bigger tables sitting full circles are indoors. Izuku arrives early, determined to have a table by the time Travis shows up, only to find that Travis has beat him to it and the maitre d' shows him to one of the outdoor tables on the outer edge, close to some trees and a pond with an artificial waterfall. Izuku wonders if that's done with Earth 3 type tech or if it's Magi tech. Travis grins at him when he arrives and is seated. I knew you were going to show up early. He gives a self-directed chirp of amusement. Then he shoves the packages across the table. You were right. Here. With a raised eyebrow, Travis opens the smaller package first and lifts out the amethyst head chain. He eyes it and then eyes the identical one Izuku is wearing. Ah, bonding jewelry? I was going to make those for the circle, but this is beautiful too. It can't hurt to have double the bonding jewelry. He smirks and puts it on. Then tilts his head winsomely. How does it look? You're gorgeous, Izuku blurts, then tries to recover by addressing the actual question. You make it look good. Travis laughs softly and opens the second package. Clothes? So soon? Izuku bites his lip worriedly. Is it okay? I know it's quick, but dash. It's fine. I'm flattered, Travis reassures him. Then he uses a switching spell to change into the new clothes in an instant. Shoyuta and Hizashi were right, that shade of blue does complement his skin and hair. Izuku takes several deep breaths, fighting down the urge to show his approval in a much more personal manner. They're in public, after all. It looks nice. I'm glad you approve, since it was your choice, Travis teases. He blushes and puts his last item down and pushes it over. It's a scrap of paper with a design on it. We don't exactly have a clan mark yet, but Hizashi had some ideas and we settled on this one. We just need to know if you like it or have changes, before we get it made. Travis studies it and HMNS. Your Hizashi has a good eye. I like it. Is this a copy or the original? The original, I think. Well then. Travis pushes the paper back to him. I brought something for you, as well. He sets a wide jewelry box down and pushes it over to Izuku. Izuku gives him wide eyes, because this is unexpected. Opening it, he gasps. Inside is a beautiful necklace and ear cuff set with brilliant blue stones. Paraiba tourmaline, Travis answers his unspoken question. It may be a bit presumptuous, but I would like to mark you as mine. I love it, Izuku breathes, his inner Dragil cooing over what a good beta he has. After a bit, he realizes he's purring and stops with an embarrassed little chirp. He takes off the necklace he's wearing and replaces it with the gift and then fiddles with the ear cuffs. Travis smiles at him. They have a sticking charm and resizing charm on them, so just put them on and they'll stay. Oh. He obeys and as advertised, they tighten slightly to fit and stay in place perfectly. They complement your natural beauty, Travis says lazily. Izuku blushes. I'm not beautiful. Travis loses his smile. Who told you that? No one? I just know I'm kind of plain, he admits. Travis visibly turns something over in his head, then nods. I think you're judging yourself by human standards. And maybe not taking into account any changes you've had since your inheritance. I'd like you to work on not doing that. Suitably chastised, Izuku says, in a small voice. Okay. I'll try. Good SBMSSV, Travis praises, making him flush happily. Then he changes the subject. What would you like to eat? They have hollow menus here. Just place your palms together and then pull them apart sharply. He demonstrates, getting a pop-up hollow. Izuku copies him, getting a hollow menu of his own. The page has tabs on it, denoting entrees, sides, drinks, desserts, breakfast specials, lunch specials and dinner specials. He chooses the entree tab and looks through it, pleased to find that there are descriptions of the ingredients, not that he recognizes all of them. After a bit, he settles on a fruit and meat dish that he's never heard of before. Switching to the sides tab, he searches for sea salad and is very happy to find that it's available in small and large. Choosing the large, he switches to the drinks tab and picks Aqualine. Last, he switches to the desserts tab and scrolls through a wide variety and chooses something called ambrosia, which seems to be a mix of various fruits and whipped cream. He holds up the bank token to pay for each item as he goes. Done, he looks at Travis again. How do I close it? Just reverse the action. Hold your palms apart, then clap them together. Again, he demonstrates, apparently done with his own order, and Izuku copies him with good results. There's a brief pause before Travis asks a question and he answers, and they settle into the chit-chat phase of the date. When they're done, having set up another date at the guest house this time, and have parted ways, Izuku is still a very happy SBMSSV. He can't wait to tell his bonded how the date went. By some miracle, when they go in to order the little clan mark pendants, the proprietor has a lull and is caught up on orders. You only want 4, she verifies. At this time, we're waiting to see if our SBMSSV's instincts want more than just a beta before we order more, Hisashi clarifies. Understandable. Can you wait? This should only take about 15 minutes, she asks. Yeah. We'd be happy to wait, Hisashi tells her enthusiastically. Thanks for taking the time to help us. She rolls her eyes at him. It's literally my job to help customers. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be thanked for it. Hisashi grins at her. With an amused huff, she disappears into the back. She reappears with the pendants about 16 minutes later. Here you are. I copied your design directly, so if there's flaws, blame your shitty drawing skills. Hisashi cackles. My drawing skills are fine, thank you very much. Ariel knows I've been drilled on my sketching skills enough, I'd be ashamed if they were still bad. He inspects the pendants she sets on the counter and nods. Perfect. Thank you again. She huffs. Just pay me for my superior work and that'll be thanks enough. He snickers at her and pays. They each add 1 to their hair cords and Izuku gets the spare to hold for Travis. They're getting so close to having a beta and he cannot wait. Though, really, Hisashi does hope that Izuku wants more than just the 3 of them. Shoyuta misses his large family and Hisashi is social by nature, so having extra bodies around would be more than welcome. Not only that, but all 3 of them so far are Gaic, so it makes sense to add Gaos. He doesn't think there'll be a military circle or Izuku would already be looking at Gaos despite the current lack of beta, but they should at least have a joker or 2 to balance out their instincts properly. Shoyuta is somehow not surprised when, as he gets to the ward line 5 minutes early, a water portal deposits Izuku's beta on the other side of them. Nerves, he thinks. Travis Welk comes over as abnormally laid back for a marrow, but there's no need to get there early in this case. Well, they're all a bit nervous about today. It's a big change for their circle. Not that he doesn't trust Izuku's judgment and instincts, of course he does, but having a beta will change the dynamics of the circle. It just remains to be seen how much it changes. Travis sends him a sharp smile in greeting. Definitely nerves. The Aquakini isn't that much more smiley than Shoyuta himself, though he's sure it stems from something other than Shuta's innate grumpiness and limited tolerance for people. Granted, Shuta's notably less grumpy when not working 2 full-time jobs. Shoyuta adds Travis to the allowed list in the wards and motions him to follow him. Izuku's probably going to want to exchange bites as soon as possible, he warns. Travis draws in a sharp breath and lets it out slowly. I'm anything but opposed to that. Good to know. Shoyuta can respect that and it reassures him that Travis really does want this. It's been something of a concern, what with him not being a soul bond. Not that people don't do fine in NTMT relationships without soul bonds, but it's all they've known up until now. I have a question, Travis says suddenly. I know you have soul bonds with Izuku and Hisashi, but would you be willing to bond with me, too? Shoyuta pauses mid-step and turns his head to look at him. The beta doesn't actually need to bond with him. I'm not against it, but I'm also not going to jump into it without knowing you. That's fair, Travis admits. Is that all? Yes. Sorry. I was just a bit worried about it because I'm not Gaic. Ah. It's fine. I seriously doubt we'll be a military circle, Gaiism aside. And you're Aquakini. I trust you've had enough training to protect yourself and Izuku in a pinch. Travis looks relieved. More than a little worried, apparently. That's fine. Shoyuta wasn't lying when he said he's not against it. Everyone needs to give in a relationship if there's going to be any hope of it working well. Shoyuta starts walking again and shows Travis inside. Izuku and Hisashi are waiting in the living room, both of them practically vibrating in excitement. That's expected, but the sudden hug from Izuku before the boy steps over to Travis is less expected. Has he been that obvious about his own nerves? Or is this just an Izuku thing? Privately, he decides that he may never know. Unless he asks. He thinks it over, then shrugs it off. Now is not the time. Izuku hands him a tiny clan token and he attaches it to his bank token for now. Then he realizes that Izuku is staring at him expectantly. Expecting what? Finally, Izuku smirks in realization. Travis, you're too tall. You're going to have to sit or bend over for me to bite you. Oh. He thinks about it, then lifts Izuku by his waist, pulling him in close for easier access. Good. Izuku giggles, but nods and leans over to bite the juncture of his neck. He takes a swallow, hesitates and then takes a second swallow before liking the bite closed and leaning back to look him in the eyes. His eyes are dilated. He licks his lips. Wow, Aquakini blood packs a punch. Travis winces. I should have warned you. Sorry, I forgot it might affect you more. The boy shrugs. Your turn. He hefts him up a little more to put him at an easy height for biting and then stakes his claim. Now he can taste that landwalker blood is milder. Interesting. He'd heard that, but experiencing it is different. Travis makes sure to only take one mouthful, though, since Izuku really isn't big enough to support further blood loss. Liking the bite closed, he takes a moment to admire his mark, which ironically is his maker's mark, a whelk shell on top of a jeweler's hammer. Then he sets Izuku down. The alpha, Hisashi, he remembers, clears his throat and Travis turns to face him. He doesn't want the alpha's position, but he's also marrow enough to want to test his alpha. I am beta, I have no wish to be alpha, he says formally. There's a beat of silence, then the alpha prompts, but? If you can't hold your own against a mere jeweler, then you don't deserve to be alpha. To his surprise, the alpha just nods. Fair enough. Do you want to fight here or outdoors? The pariah, Shoyuta, glares at both of them. Outdoors. He pauses, then adds reluctantly, please. So, they go outdoors. To SBMSN, the alpha clarifies. That's fine. I'm not much of a fighter, he admits qualmlessly. They eye each other and then the alpha faints. Travis is frankly shit at fighting for all that he's a dominant personality and he falls for it, only to get punched for his pains. He reels back and then lashes out with claws, which draws a pained squawk before Hisashi also turns to using claws. Claws he's evidently been trained in using because Travis is now sporting about double the amount of gashes that he gave. Frustrated, he tries wrestling, even knowing he isn't going to last long, he's still bigger than the skinny alpha. It doesn't take long for him to end up face down, one arm bent behind his back. I give, he surrenders. The alpha releases him immediately and sits down beside him. You okay? He makes a whining grumble. So much for being a fierce Aquakini. I'm fine. Or I will be once I stop bleeding. Oh, right. Up, up. Hisashi tugs him upright insistently. All right. Shirt off. Why? He asks suspiciously. Healing runes, the alpha prompts. Ah. Landwalkers do blood magic, don't they? Might as well quit bleeding, though. He takes off his shirt and grimaces as Hisashi dips his finger in Travis' blood and paints runes on his skin. With a tingle of magic, the gashes close up neatly. What about you? The pariah stalks over and vanishes Hisashi's shirt, getting a squawk of, my shirt is ruined. Hold still, Shoyuta snaps and draws the runes on his exposed skin, closing his wounds. The pariah casts a cleaning spell on both of them, vanishing the drying blood. There. Now you can get to biting each other. They eye each other again, then the alpha shrugs. You can go first if you like. Warily, he leans forward and bites the tall BSTRD low on his throat. Ha! His blood is even milder than Izuku's, good tasting, but mild. Something he'll have to get used to, he supposes. He licks the bite closed and is unaccountably filled with smug satisfaction to see his mark on the alp, Hisashi. Hisashi looks pleased, then leans over and bites him high on his neck. Possessive much? He licks the bite closed and straightens. He's right. That's quite a kick. I warned you, Shoyuta says. Yeah, you did. Good Pariya, Hisashi praises. Shoyuta flushes a little, which is the first active sign Travis has seen him show of feelings outside of his obvious affection for Izuku. Which is nice to see, because frankly the Pariya is a bit intimidating. Travis is of the opinion that it's habitual rather than deliberate, but he could be wrong. I got permission to stay the nights after we bond, as long as I check in every evening. Really? Izuku asks excitedly. He smiles at the boy. Yes, really. I can put to use that blanket you gave me. First, hair cord, Hisashi says authoritatively. He reaches out slowly, then runs his hands through Travis' hair when he doesn't react negatively, brushing out a few strands, then twisting them together into a cord, joining the ends together and then placing it around Travis' neck. Then he pulls his wings out and Izuku does the same. Take your pick. Travis moves around behind his alpha and gently scratches at a patch of loose scales, marveling a bit at the differences between marrow and dragile scales. Getting a small handful, he sorts through them and picks a white one with an edge of gold on one side and attaches it to his necklace, vanishing the spare scales. Then it's Izuku's turn and he picks a small silver and peach scale with one end more distinctly blue than most of his scales show, vanishing the rest and attaching it to his hair cord. Done with that, he pulls a stash of shed scales out of the voidstone pendant attached to his bank token and offers it to Izuku. Marrow only shed occasionally, so I keep the intact ones for future bonded. Izuku picks through the light blue scales and chooses one that might have the faintest tinge of the silvery purple of his hair, attaches it to his own cord and then beams at Travis. It's beautiful. Travis smiles at him, pleased, and offers the scales to Hisashi who picks one that is indistinguishable from the others to Travis' eyes. Sometimes he wishes his scales had more shading to them, but Hisashi seems happy enough. It strikes him then. This is his circle. His alpha, his SBMSSV, his Pariya. They have soul bonds, a connection like none other, and yet they chose him. Hisashi touches his shoulder to get his attention. You're crying. He sniffs. Don't mind me, I'm just happy. Ah, us too. Hisashi says cheerfully and pulls him in for a hug, which is shortly joined by Izuku. Even Shoyuta comes over and lays a hand on his shoulder in camaraderie. The gestures don't dry his tears, but he doesn't care. These are his bonded. It doesn't matter if he cries in front of them. They'll love him anyways. No Izuku POV this chapter. Once he calms down, Travis says, I made something for all of us. Then he pulls out wrist cuffs and hands them out. Izuku knew he was planning on making bonding jewelry, of course, but he studies it curiously, since Travis hadn't given him any hint. It's a wide silver cuff, with 3 wide-angled triangular stones in black, white and blue forming a bigger triangle, surrounded by the 6-pointed star and runes of Izuku's bonding mark, only with the runes inside the points like on their clan mark, with small cabochon stones, one each outside the rune star points. Pale pink at the top, light blue mottled with cream veins and brown splotches on the veins on the lower right and a clear smoke gray stone shot through with black threads at the bottom left. What are the stones? Hisashi asks. That black one in the center looks a lot like a void stone. That's because it is a void stone. The other two with it are white jade and sapphire. The outer stones are rose quartz by the rune for air, aquaprace by the rune for water and black rutile quartz by the rune for shadow, Travis explains. So that's what they are, Shoyuta remarks. None of us. No runes outside of a few basic ones like the healing spell, so we weren't sure. Travis blinks at them for a moment. Yes. Aren't void stones extremely expensive, though? Izuku worries. He knows white jade and sapphire are valuable and he's not sure of the value of the others, but considering his bonded hadn't offered to get him a void stone, despite it being a terribly handy thing, he assumed the cost is prohibitive. Only if you don't enchant them yourself. I did a 10-year unpaid internship in exchange for learning how and it's definitely worth it. The base stone is worth a fraction of an enchanted one. My teacher allowed me to enchant and sell a couple through him and the sale of the first one paid for my first year in business for myself, Travis clarifies. Shoyuta nods. My family buys each child a void stone ring at maturity, but it's not an expense the average commoner can afford. Travis' brows raise. How many children does your family have? 10, including me. Generally, only the main family line does so, because of the expense. So, my sister's kids will get rings, whereas my brother's kids probably won't unless they join a wealthy circle. Travis chokes a little. Are you all near the same age? No, the oldest 3 are close together and the youngest 5 are 2, 4, 5 and 5 years apart. Lash and I are 5 years apart, a bit over 20 years younger than the older ones and 43 years older than the younger ones. The current youngest is 16, so he'll be 17 when the baby is born, Shoyuta tells him easily. Still a big chunk of money, Travis opines. Shoyuta shrugs. They save it up ahead of time, I'm pretty sure. They're not rich, but they are well off. Travis takes a deep breath and lets it out. Well, for our circle, if any others are needed, I'll make them. Sounds good. Hisashi says cheerfully. Izuku finally puts his cuff on, pleased when it shrinks to fit him. He knew that Travis could do that, but it's still neat to see. Perfect size. Cool. There's some protective spells tied to the stones, too, Travis tells him. The sapphire has a spell for Shoyuta and Hisashi that allows them to breathe underwater, but since you should have a marrow form as a thirdling, yours is heat protection. It won't keep you from drying out from normal things, but on hot days or if you're near a fire, it should protect you somewhat. He beams at his beta, because a few of the days of the hunt have been hot enough that he's had to buy himself a large drink every half hour after 10 am. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Hisashi echoes him. That's very thoughtful of you. Breathing underwater is useful, Shoyuta agrees. Travis blushes a little, cheeks turning a darker blue. I'm glad you like it. The white jade has a shield that protects against projectiles or great force such as explosions. The rose quartz protects the cuff from damages, the rutile quartz protects against mental magics and the aquapraise protects your hearing from loud sounds. I thought that might be useful with your voice magic, Hisashi. That's fabulous. Hisashi promptly wraps him in a hug that has him blushing darker and then nuzzling into Hisashi's neck. You really thought of everything. I can't begin to emphasize how very brilliant each of those is for hero work. You did good, our beta. Izuku chirps and joins the hug, because he can, and Shoyuta pats Travis' shoulder a couple times in approbation. Excellent job, beta, Shoyuta praises with a croon of approval. Thank you, Travis. This is amazing, Izuku adds. It really is. He had no idea a single piece of jewelry could hold so many spells. You guys are going to make me cry again, Travis protests. Then we'll have to praise you more often, so you get used to deserved compliments, Hisashi decides. Then makes a sound of surprise when Travis bites him in retaliation. He laughs a little. That's not going to dissuade me. It's really not, Shoyuta agrees. Travis grumbles wordlessly and licks the bite closed. Worth a shot. You say that like the average Dragil has any problem with being bitten by bonded or other family, Hisashi points out, lips curving up in amusement. Yeah, Travis concedes. Shoyuta vanishes Travis' bloody and shredded shirt. Much as I like looking, the two of you might want to take showers and put on clean clothes. He has a point. That dried blood can't be comfortable. Hisashi and Travis seem to agree, so they all traipse back inside where Shoyuta and Izuku decide to go through favors while the other two take showers and change. Going through favors is a little quicker now that he can just burn the entire beta pile. And separate all incompatible magic out too. He separates out all the ones with time limits as well, then hesitates. Should I keep sorting out the ones with time limits now that I've got Travis? Shoyuta considers. You may as well go through them and see if any of them catches your eye or feels extra compatible. That means going through all of them one by one. He does so reluctantly. A lot of them either mention they'd like to stay in Nevra or are concerned about the danger to him as a SBM SSV choosing to live off-realm. It's not exactly an invalid fear, but he's under no illusion that Dragels as a whole are more righteous and law-abiding than humans. It's his career that's going to put him in danger, not where he happens to live. If they can't be convinced that he'll be safe without knowing his career choice, there's no way they'll agree to let him be a hero, so he burns those. Another one mentions looking forward to having kids of their own, which he grimaces at and burns. He's not looking to have kids for a few decades yet, better they look for a different circle. Others are just boring. He has no other word for it. No real personal information or expectations mentioned. Almost just stat sheets. That leaves him with 3, but something bothers him about them. Shoyuta? These 3 are interesting, but something about them bothers me and I don't know what, he explains. Shoyuta studies them after he hands them over, then asks, what gifts did they send with their favors? None? He gets raised brows at that and Shoyuta burns the favors for him. Then they aren't actually serious about you. In fact, if you want, you can just separate out all favors that came without gifts and burn them. Dragels send at least a token gift if they want to be taken seriously. Some of these are probably being pressured by family to send out favors and you just happen to look unobjectionable to them. Okay. He does so and is happy when a lot of the favors end up in the burn pile. There's no mages or healers this time, so he goes through the Pariah favors and then pushes them over to Shoyuta for approval. Shoyuta sorts through them quickly and separates out about half the pile and pushes both piles back. Burn these. The rest are neutral. You should go through your Gayo favors now that we have Travis. If nothing else, look for a joker. I don't think your instincts are going to settle for no Gayos, given that you're Gayic. Izuku grimaces. He doesn't really think he agrees. I guess. He gets up and retrieves his Gayo pile from the study to go through as well. There's about 30 altogether with his new ones included. Several of the older ones don't have gifts with them, so he burns those. Then he starts opening them. Several of them clearly have no idea he plans to live on Earth. Is it hubris that makes him think they could have stood to at least find that much out? About him? Izuku sighs, then impulsively burns them. He's allowed to have standards. Several of them clearly have no idea that he's underage and his cheeks heat in embarrassment as he reads them. One of them mentions wanting a THRSM with him and Shoyuta, referred to as that tall drink of water your Pariya is. With a squeak, he hands that one to Shoyuta, who reads it, rolls his eyes, burns it and says, burn any who can't tell at a glance that you're clearly underage. Their observation skills are clearly lacking. Got it. So, he burns those too, honestly relieved that he doesn't have to face explaining that. That leaves him with about 10 favors. He pushes them over to Shoyuta, who goes through them with a thoughtful expression. Shoyuta burns 3 of them himself, then pushes the others back. Those 3 have bad reputations. I'm unhappy that you've caught their attention. Hopefully they won't push the matter. The others are unobjectionable. Oh. He bites his lip. Did I do something wrong? No, you did not. Honestly, they may be more interested in me than in you, due to the Aizawa name and the fact that I look so much like my father. I hope that's the case. They're noble-born, which is probably the only reason they aren't pariahs or haven't had their wings ripped off. Nevera isn't any different than Earth, in that wealth and social power can buy immunity to being prosecuted for crimes. There is a line that can be crossed, where their families are no longer able to protect them, but apparently, they know how to toe that line, Shoyuta explains. Izuku frowns. Then shouldn't my magic be able to tell that they're not suitable? Not necessarily. Personality doesn't always affect magic, and if they haven't been twisting their magic with the use of dark magics, then you wouldn't notice. If you met them in person, though, you would probably recoil from them without knowing why. Instincts measure more than magic. Oh. That's reassuring. Hisashi and Travis return from showering about then, Hisashi braiding his long hair absently to keep it neat. Izuku's going to miss him having his hair down once they get back to Earth. It's so pretty and soft when it's not gelled to death in a crest. Travis sits by Izuku. Favors? Found any interesting ones? A few, he admits. He pushes the small piles of pariahs and Gayos over to him. Go through those and tell me your impressions of their magic. Me? Travis looks astonished. Why would I have any input? Because I don't want anyone uncomfortable with each other. So, those interested have to pass by my bonded, not just me, Izuku explains. He knows why Travis is so surprised. Apparently, it's common for a SBM SSV to maintain complete control over who joins their circle, outside of maybe the alpha bringing in a joker. Oh, let me go get the ones from the study, too, Hisashi volunteers. Okay, it's just the Pariah and Mage ones, though. I got the Gayo ones earlier, Izuku tells him. It only takes a couple minutes for Hisashi to return with them and drop them in front of Travis, who is sorting the favors into 3 piles. Finally, he pushes one, the biggest, pile back. I don't like these. He pushes the second pile back. I'm neutral to these. He pushes the third and smallest pile back. These are good. Izuku promptly burns the don't like pile and pushes the other 2 piles across the table to Hisashi. They look pathetically meager. 4 in one pile, 3 in the other. Hisashi flicks one from each pile back to him, keeping the ones Travis likes in one pile and separating the others into 2 piles. Burn. I'm neutral to the ones Travis likes and these 2. This one, I like. Izuku checks the 2 that both of them are neutral to, finds that they aren't the older favors that Shoyuta liked and decides that he doesn't need the ones that literally everyone besides him is neutral to and looks at the 3 remaining ones. 2 pariahs and 1 Gayo princess. Ugh. Why not a joker instead? He can't do anything about the princess unless he decides he needs a full Gayo suite. So, I send favors back to these 2? That depends, says Travis. Are your instincts telling you to add more people to the circle? He pauses and actually checks. His inner Dragel is positively cooing over the idea of the 3 Dragels on the other end of the favors. The heck? Izuku sighs. Okay, yes. Then you have your answer, Travis says equably. Izuku whines and puts his head down for a moment before straightening back up determinedly and opening the favors store. He'd been hoping to be done with hunting, but he can do this. Izuku scratches an itch on his hand and then on his belly. His toe itches and he squirms in discomfort, then his eye starts itching like mad and he squinches his eyes closed in an effort to not scratch at his eyeball. Is something wrong? My eye itches. And my toe. And my belly and my hand and now my nose, he complains. Let me see your hand. He holds it out to Shoyuta blindly. Shoyuta curses, startling him into opening his eyes. You're having an allergic reaction. I knew I shouldn't have let you try that fire dish. What? Hisashi asks. It was good, though. And your part marrow? The caminanth in it doesn't necessarily play nice with aquakini. I'm going to get you some antihistamine. Do I need to make an emergency appointment with the doctor? Hisashi asks. Yes. Call the walk-in clinic on North and First, Shoyuta instructs, walking away. He comes back with a vial of electric blue potion and uncaps it. Drink this. It should help a little. Izuku eyes it warily, scratching at his arm, then chugs it. Surprisingly, it doesn't taste nasty. Weird, but not nasty. They have an opening for us in half an hour, Hisashi tells them. I think they rescheduled someone. Why call it walk-in if you have to be scheduled? Travis wants to know. Because you can show up and wait until someone doesn't show for an appointment and take their slot, Shoyuta explains. Emergencies will get priority, too. They probably did reschedule someone. Caminanth allergy can be dangerous if left untreated too long. We should get ready to leave now, Hisashi adds. We'll need to do intake paperwork. Izuku stands up to go get his shoes and promptly sits down, woozily. I don't think I can. I'll get your shoes, Shoyuta volunteers. He disappears and comes back with Izuku's shoes in hand and then gets down on his knees to put them on Izuku's feet for him. I'm sorry, Izuku. I knew better and now you're feeling miserable. It's okay, he says, feeling ickier now than a minute ago. At least the itching has gotten better, but the rash and wooziness has gotten worse. It's not. Shoyuta gets up and pulls him into his arms. No more fire-specific skis for you, no matter how much you might like them. Izuku immediately melts into his embrace. This makes me feel better. Shoyuta carries him out of the house, past the wards and then ports them all to a street Izuku hasn't seen before and doesn't much care about at the moment. He's carried inside, where they sit and Hisashi does intake paperwork until they're called back. They walk down a couple halls to get to an examining room, where a healer with braided, waist-length purple hair greets them. You must be the Aizawas. I was told there's a case of caminanth allergy? Your marrow looks fine, though, she comments. Our SBMSSV, Izuku, is a thirdling, Hisashi explains. He's part Shadow Heritage, so we thought he'd be fine with it when he didn't dislike the taste, but evidently not. Ah, I'm Lila. Martin. Feel free to call me Lila. Can you set Izuku on the examining table? She pulls on gloves. Shoyuta sets him down and pries Izuku's arms from around his neck. Sure. It's just for a bit. You'll be okay. Izuku grumbles but lets go reluctantly. He feels worse already. Can I touch you, Izuku? Lila asks. He nods, fighting the urge to whine. She takes his hand and studies the growing rash, then touches his face, getting a good look at it. How long ago did you eat the caminanth? About 40 minutes ago, Shoyuta supplies. I see. Slightly delayed onset, then. Have you given him anything to combat the reaction? She asks. Yes. A standard antihistamine potion. He was very itchy before he took it, but the rash and weakness have gotten worse since he took it. Dizziness, Izuku corrects. It's taking an effort to sit upright without swaying. She nods. That's about standard. Fortunately, it's the hunt, so we have the remedy on hand. Lila gets a potion out of a cupboard and spikes it with her blood, then hands it to Izuku. Bottoms up. He blinks at her. Then he decides if this is the remedy, he should probably drink it sooner than later and tips the vial into his mouth. Even with the blood making it taste better, it's terribly bitter and he swallows hastily before he can spit it out reflexively and shudders. A glass of water is held in front of him and he grabs in and gulps it down to get the flavor out of his mouth. Sorry about that. It's not a good tasting potion, is it? She says sympathetically. Izuku shudders again. Bitter. On the bright side, there are worse potions. At least this one doesn't taste like moldy socks. There's a potion that tastes like moldy socks? He asks in horror. Yes. The one for an anaphylactic reaction to shellfish. Fire Dragil don't all have the allergy, just like not all marrow have a reaction to caminanth, but it seems like there's at least one every year who gets dared into trying it and more of them during the hunt. Do you want more water? Yes, please. She refills it and he drinks the second glass more slowly, swishing the first few mouthfuls to get the remnants of the potion out from between his teeth. How are you enjoying the hunt? Lila asks. Oh, it's good. I don't enjoy the hot days, but the rest of it has been really interesting. I'm from Earth 3, so this is my first time attending. Your first time in Nevra or your first hunt? Both, he admits. We came because I needed a beta, but now I have Travis, so I'm looking for others for the circle. Probably a Joker and maybe another Pariah. And which one is Travis, she asks. Our Aquakini. Lila raises both brows. You have a Marrow beta? Yes, he says flatly, daring her to say anything negative. That's very rare. I don't think I've ever run across a landwalking circle with a Marrow beta before, she notes. Then she grins. You must be something special. He is, Travis answers. Then in a worried tone asks, is he going to be okay? She nods. He'll be fine. I can already see the rash going down. If his symptoms return, get worse or linger more than 24 hours, come back. If he develops symptoms such as difficulty peeing or difficulty breathing, come back immediately. We don't make appointments at night, but we do keep someone on duty to take care of emergencies and walk-ins. I don't anticipate that being necessary, since all of those are rare, but keep an eye on him just in case. If you don't feel comfortable coming back here, the hospital is always open. They also have more resources than a clinic like this has. We will, Hisashi assures her. Honestly, you all did very well to recognize the symptoms and bring him in immediately. Giving him an antihistamine was also a good move. Well done. Shoyuta huffs. I knew it was a possibility. I almost lost an uncle to it once. I should have known better than to let him try it. Still, you knew what to do and you did it, so well done. I trust you won't repeat the mistake, and I recommend not letting him consume Try-the-Seed or Anikmone either. They generally aren't as common an allergen, nor as bad of one, but it's good to avoid having allergic reactions altogether, she tells him. He nods. I have no intention of letting him try more fire spkees. Once is enough. Izuku is actually feeling less woozy now, and his rash on his hands isn't as red either, so he agrees with her assessment that the potion is working as intended. Do you need to check anything else? Lila smiles at him. Nope. You're free to go. He slides down and then walks over to Shoyuta and climbs into his arms. Hold me. Anything else we need to know? Hisashi asks. You or your Pariah can give him some blood and sugar or fruit every hour for the next 3 hours to help boost the potion's effects. Avoid Travis giving him blood until tomorrow or the next day, as marrow blood can cause further complications while the caminant is still in his system, Lila answers. And schedule a follow-up for 3 days to a week from now, either with us or with his regular doctor, if he has one. Will do, Hisashi replies. Thank you for seeing us with so little warning. Not a problem. We prioritize emergencies, and the only thing I was doing today was paperwork anyways, Lila reassures him. She opens the door for them. Do you need help getting back to the front? We're good. I remember the way, Hisashi tells her. Shoyuta carries Izuku while they walk to the front, pay for the visit and go back home. Then he passes him to Travis for more cuddles. The cuddles are almost worth more than having the allergic reaction in the first place. Either way, Izuku accepts them happily. Izuku spends the next 3 days doing nothing that requires physical effort, which means that besides just vibing and spending time with his bonded, he goes through the more recent favors and acquires a couple more to reply to and plays enough Canismem that they all agree to take a break from it for a few days once he's cleared for regular activities. He's also craving spicy dishes, so Shoyuta reluctantly makes him spicy curry with the hottest chili powder on the market. Disappointingly, it's only about half as hot as the Bakugo special curry, which Izuku grumbles about. I love your cooking, Shoyuta, but this is so mild. Doesn't Nevra have anything hotter? Shoyuta frowns at him. Nothing pepper-based. There are a couple hotter fire spkees, but I'm not willing to risk your health again by letting you try them. He pouts. This is terrible. He needs his occasional dose of spicy and Nevra doesn't have anything better? You have hotter peppers on Earth 3? Travis asks curiously. Oh, much hotter, Izuku assures him. They're constantly breeding hotter varieties. Some of them are so hot that they can blister your skin just by getting the juices on them. Japan doesn't have those, but my mom's best friend likes to use Santaka peppers in her curry. They make curry about twice as hot as this. Travis grimaces. This is plenty hot for me. But you could import seeds of that pepper. Oh, that's true. Hisashi enthuses. I bet the fire types would go wild for it. We'd have to get permission to import it, but we could probably make a good profit off of selling seeds to suppliers. Let's do that. Izuku perks up at that. Then a thought crosses his mind. Can we import ballpoint pens, too? I can't believe Nevra still uses quills. Hisashi tilts his head. We could try. I think they'd sell, but I don't know if we could convince a seller to carry them. Are ballpoint pens more convenient than fountain pens? Travis wants to know. They're easier to use, Shoyuta tells him. Then you could sell them to the marrow. We use fountain pens because quills are inconvenient underwater. Especially if you have plain ones and fancy ones to sell to different social levels, Travis tells them. I'd start with the fancy ones, and once nobles start using them, it would be an easy sell to the lower markets. We could gift one to King Alcander. Definitely gift King Alcander one first, Shoyuta opines. We don't want to deal with a pissy royal. Maybe the Cunninghams too, given that we fall under shadow with the Aizawa name. Someone will definitely scan the design within a month and start producing their own if it's liked, so it's really only a one-batch item, Hisashi observes. Travis, you're planning on coming back every weekend to maintain some of your customer base, right? Do you think you could make a profit just selling them yourself? Or would it be better business to sell to someone else? I think we could do both, Travis answers. And I think it would take a while for someone to expand production, so we may be able to sell them for a while before it becomes unprofitable. Providing of course that it catches on in the first place. We'll plan on that, then, Hisashi decides. Shoyuta, do you think we should approach farmers, greenhouses, or get someone in your family to act as a broker for us for the pepper? Shoyuta drums his fingers on the table while he thinks. I bet Uncle Khalid would know. Uncle Khalid? Have I met him? Hisashi asks, puzzlement clear in his tone. He's the one who teased you about being heir for an hour, Shoyuta tells him. Oh, him. Isn't he like a great uncle? Or cousin? I only met him the once, I think. He's my great-grand-uncle, I think. That circle doesn't visit often, but they live pretty close by, Shoyuta explains. Khalid likes to garden, so he probably knows which places would sell that kind of thing if given the chance. Izuku wonders, would it be okay if we introduce 2 peppers? We could import Takanatsum peppers as well. They aren't quite as hot as Santaka peppers. Heat options, nice, Hisashi says. Yeah, we can do that. Speaking of heat options, I'll start making you a separate portion of curry, Izuku. I don't think the rest of us can handle that much heat, Shoyuta changes the subject. That's fair, Izuku agrees, happy that Shuta's willing to make the concession in the first place.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.